Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game. Buttons.
Hello, 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 my darlings. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweethearts? Who's that character from Wild Thornberries? Kind of felt like I sound like him. Oh, more pounds, pretty please. Can't catch. But more chances are always welcome. I think that my hands might not work as well today. Not that they've worked like flawlessly. But I don't think they'll work as well today because I'm wearing long sleeves because it's brisk out here, my friends. I got a boost juice. Yummy. Not doing good things for like the slices ups in my mouth, but it's yummy. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. I will slurp from my smoothie. Damn it. Oh man, the one time I'm trying to slurp from the smoothie and I got like a chunk of banana. Much better. How are you doing, sweethearts? It's so good to see you. I missed you so much. Tell me, are we excited about the fact that we're gonna stream for like 5 days in a row next week? We're gonna stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, break on Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, I'm really excited. Okay, Umber's not excited. I gotcha, my boy. Thank you for the head pat. Incredible little bit. How are you doing, gorgeous? How are the amazing nails and baked goods and other delightful, incredible artistry things you have going on? How are those going? And how are my Kit Kats? Yes, they're my Kit Kats now. How are you doing, sweetheart? Okay. Thank you. Oh, and Umbra too, another head pat. I accept your apology. Oh, thank you. I do need my save hat. You're absolutely correct. Hold on. Let me get my save hat out. I do need that. Why are my hands doing that? Hold on. You're totally right. Save hat time. Thank you for reminding me. I will tell you what, you guys, I've had a hell of a last 24 hours. We have some cracks in our floorboards. We also have a new fridge. Those are in fact related. I went to my first therapy appointment in 5 years, and that was stressful. Thank you! Yay, my save hat! Yay, there's my save hat. That's where he belongs. Good save. Well, let's pet his beard. Does someone want to tell him that I pet his beard? Thank you for the pal attack, incredible. Ison, how are you? Oh, look at me! I'm there too! I'm stalking him. I am stalking him! It's you! It's... Go check him out! Can I get a shout out for the guy I'm pointing at? Go check him out, he's great. Oh my god. Fuck, that was really funny. Point. There we go. Thank you so much for shouting out the sweetest save. That's this guy. He's live right now. This is live feed. You definitely should check him out if you haven't yet. He is an amazing person, an amazing friend, an amazing streamer, and an amazing card game player. So please go check him out. He's fantastic. I will talk more about him throughout the stream, I am sure. How are you, my darlings? I better catch up with you guys. Incredible Radish, thank you so much for the 190 stream streak. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Cutie Ozzy, thank you so much for the care package. Thank you guys for the pallet tax. Awesome Ozzy, lovely little bit. Nick's Mato Slice, Jam Slice, Sweet Sir Jazzy again, and of course, Incredible Eisen. How are you guys all doing? Swedish Shadow Princess, thank you for the 40 stream streak. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. God, number go up indeed, yes, because you're amazing. Hi, Fabulous Feather, how are you? It's good to see you. Let me see. Swedish Shimigami. Hi, darling. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Absolutely outstanding. I'm gonna try and mention this up as many times as I can between now and when we do it on Monday. We have an outfit debut. So it's a special event for this channel. It's our very first alternate outfit for this model. In fact, it's the first alternate outfit in the history of this channel. My original 1.0 that I made myself did not have alternate outfits. It was still this outfit. And of course, this is the outfit you guys know me in. But we have after almost a year in the making, we have an awesome cowgirl outfit that was designed by the lovely Loner Brother. And we're going to be debuting that on Monday, Aussie time. So we have 5 days of streaming, then a break, and then we stream on Sunday. But we'll be doing your ode FPS, which is fitting for cowgirl, right? And a bunch of other really cool stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that I owe you, and we're gonna do some of it. But I'm drawing a blank in my brain right now because I am frazzled as fuck right now, and I'm so sorry. I apologize if I'm even more forgetful than usual today. The last 24 hours have been rough. So, and of course, I'm trying to make sure that everything is ready for the debut of the new outfit. So I hope that you guys will, if you can, I hope you'll come on in and have a look at the cool new outfit that we've got going. I will give shout outs and proper credit to the incredible artists involved in it as soon as we do the debut. Look, it's me, it's just me. Oh, look, he's a PNG. But yes, that's gonna be on Monday. That's gonna be our I keep on saying re-debut. I made our premiere, our new alternative outfit premiere. Hugs for you, amazing Umbra. Wonderful Waters, thank you for the 60 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. All right, now I will begin my tradition of reading from the bottom and scrolling up. And then once we hit the top, I scroll back down to catch up to where we are. Very excited for the new outfit. Also hope things calm down for you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, I hope so too. Memes Tau. Okay, hold on. That's so funny. I love it so much. That's great. Thank you. What the fuck? Hold on a second. Why did it do that? Was that, hold on, did it? When I opened up Discord there, was that on Save's end or was that on my end? Oh no, I guess it, wait, oh, does it just, that's so weird. Okay, weird. I think that's my problem. Okay, lovely Wilton, I'm excited. I'll definitely be joining stream. I'm so excited to have you, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to have you. You guys, as usual, we will indeed be letting you guys vote on whether we work on commissions or chibis today, because we do have plenty of ode art. We won't be doing a raffle for a chibi today. You guys were pretty far off the mark this time, which is totally fine. Don't even worry about it. I think we had 26 out of 100 for this week, but that's a-okay. We have plenty of ode chibis. Don't even worry about it. You still get to vote on that. And what else? Let me see. Brain, please, brain. Oh yes. We also have very, very generous, precious pals who have contributed games and keys and art and all sorts of cool stuff in the community giveaways channel on the Discord. So if you have not joined the Discord yet, you might want to go do that. If you haven't looked over those options yet, you probably want to go do that. And don't worry, you will still have time to join in once we get over there. I always do like a countdown to see if anyone in the last 10 seconds wants to join in on a giveaway. I won't explain how to do that right now. But if you know, then you know, go ahead. And if you don't, then you still have a chance to do it once we get to that point in the stream. Let's see. ADD, welcome on in. How are you doing? That sounds interesting as a design idea. Well, I can show you guys the actual, hold on, I will. Let me show you the amazing artwork that lovely Loner. There we go. So it's not really a spoiler. You guys can actually see it right. Hold on, I gotta shrink this so it's visible. Here we go. Boop. So this is what it was modeled after, right? So the design belongs to Loner. Of course, I redrew it in a turnaround like so. But this is Loner's beautiful artwork, who won, almost 3 years ago now? It was like 2 years ago. This has been like 2 years in the making. It's fucking crazy. But yes, very cute. I'm really excited. It's looking awesome. So yeah, make sure you come on in on Monday to see that like moving around. I have the hat and everything. It's super cute. Yeah. Okay, let me see what you guys have said. New fit. Yes, a new fit. A new fit. So much to do and so much Tau. Yippee! Yippee! Let's see. Wonderful Waters, welcome on in. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome on in. Incredible Eisen, how are you, darling? Sweetest Shimigami, welcome, welcome. Sweetest Star, how are you? Have you got enough sleep? Have all my precious pals got enough sleep? I slept for like 10 hours, but I'm still tired. Yummy drink. Terrific Talent, you're gonna be lurking immediately because there's so much here at work. Oh, all good. So happy to provide the vibes, darling. We're so happy to have you. Hope you have a great day at work. Excellent, Eugene. Thank you for contributing to the movie night. I do appreciate it. Saveception. See, now we just have to get the live feed of me on there, and then like, I don't even know what he's talking about. He may not even be talking about it, but I saw him point, and I was like, let's see. Sounds like an eventful day. Yeah, it was not great. It was eventful. Definitely that, yes. Let's see. Hopefully the cracks are superficial. Well, not really. Which is why we're like, oh, that is gonna cost some cashola to fix that, and that's like a critical. That's critical. I'm good. Crazy busy with a lot of chaos. So I haven't been able to make to do much nails, but I did make some cookies. Kitties are good, being little gremlins, so you can borrow them. I will accept borrowing your cute kitties. But I hope that you things can settle down enough and you can have the desire to work on nails again. But I would love it if you want to send me some of them cookies. Yummy! Just send them casually across the ocean, it's fine. 13,000K is not a big deal. Let's see, gorgeous geeks, how are you? Tau art stream, it's my designated time to work on this week's D&D maps and planning, always leaving it to the last minute. That's okay, I've blocked out an entire like 7-8 hour period of time for you. Let's see, that's 6 days, Tau, wait. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, oh. Yeah, no, not Saturday. Yeah, it's 5 days and then a break and then a Sunday. So it's 6 days total, but it's 5 days up front. And so it's 5 days in a row and then 1 day off and then one more day. It's our usual Sunday. Gorgeous gecko, how are you, sweetie? Uppies? Uppies? Good gecko. Precious Pelly. Oh my god. Okay, now he's got to take a clip of the take a clip of that clip. That's so funny. Oh my my god, sorry, that guy tickles me. Precious Palky, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Gorgeous Gecko Uppies. Yee, good Gecko. We drawing today? We are, lovely 80. As usual, we'll talk for a while, and we do have quite a few giveaways to go through, but we are gonna be drawing today. This is our longest stream of the week by far, so even if we do take a couple of hours to get started, we do still have about 5 to 6 hours of just art stuff, so yeah. Amazing Umbra! Obbies! Yee! Good Umbra! Awesome Aussie gets Obbies! Good Aussie. I need to, hold on, I gotta roll up the sleeves. I got a cute, nice sweater on, but my hands aren't cooperating if I do that. So, Obbies for Aussie. Good Aussie. Precious Palky, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. Nix, Tomato Slice, Jam Slice, Uppies. Yay! Good Nix. Hello, doing well here. How about you? Skip. I made it back home in time for stream to start. Yay! Wait, where were you before? At work? It's early. Do you have like a half day on Friday or something? Finished the chapter of FF7 Remake I was on just in time. Awesome. Speaking of chapters, which in my brain go books, which in my brain go writing, which then go storytelling stream. We have a storytelling stream that you guys have earned. Feel free to go and post your like novels, short stories, prose, lyrics, poems, whatever it is, as long as it cooperates with the realm of the pouch and the rules of the pouch, you are welcome to pop it in there in the storytime stream thread, because now that's open for people to do stuff in. Nix, thank you for contributing to the movie night, my dear. I appreciate it. Excellent Eugene, how are you? Welcome. Steven! Hi, sweetest Steven! How are you, cutie? It's so good to see you! How's all the voice acting going? How's all the being amazing as a person going? Feather! Hi, fabulous Feather! Welcome on in. Okay. And thank you, Strat and Aussie, for coming in even before stream started. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I'm scrolling back down to say hello to everybody else that I missed. I'm so sorry. Okay, almost there. Very excited for new outfit. Hoping things calm down. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Sweetest Soritza, welcome on in. How are you? Restarting now. The stream sounds right. Yay! I'm so glad. Yeah. I'm always like, oh shit, is it not working? It's working. It's okay. I've got everything. All my firmware is updated. Let me see. I'm gonna head back to the drawing table, as you should. Oh, thank you for the palette tack. Incredible, I see. Fabulous Fire. Thank you for that 20 stream streak. Much appreciated. With the beautiful towel. With the fabulous Fire. Oh, the dog says hello. Hello. Very Wild West, yes. It is a very Wild West outfit. Sweetie Sam, thank you for contributing to the movie night. It looks nice. I'm so glad you like it. I was really impressed with it. It's very cool. Let's see. I had too many points. Have them. You know, Sam, we do have other redeems if you ever want to like interact with the stream in that way. But listen, if you want to keep on being the hero of the champion, the legend of the Channel Point community goals, be my guest. I'm so happy for the new fit. Anyways, I'm only 1.5K away from sending you back to the OG model. Were you not here when, oh, who did it last time? Literally last stream someone redeemed it, and I was like, oh, okay. Did you see it, Soritsan? You want to see it again, or did you just not get to see it? No comment, Tao. Wait for what was that in reference to? I'm so sorry. Oh no, not critical damage. Uh-oh. Since you're on the other side of the planet, you can occupy my cat while I sleep in about 2 hours. Okay, I'm happy to help. I will cradle the Kit Kat. I want to see the baby. Sleep, yeah, of course. I got home at 12 a.m. after a day out with family, a ton of shopping, and having a Tibetan dinner. Ooh, that sounds yummy. It It was a fun day, but sleep, yeah, of course. Like, as in, yeah, of course, you thought about it and didn't do it? Is that kind of, am I right? Am I right about that? I hope everyone has a wonderful stream. I may fall asleep, so I'm going to lurk for now. All good, lovely little bit. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Why do I look at redeems when I'm perpetually at 0 on purpose? Valid question. You did get Uppy's amazing umbra. All my precious pals deserve Uppies. I was at work, and Fridays always be half days for me unless I get packed with work. Awesome! Let's go! I hope you have a wonderful half day, or had a wonderful half day, and now you're gonna have an even better second half of day. I can work on my fanfic while you draw and talk. Yes, please do! Oh, I would love to read it. I hope I can read it. Reminds me, I gotta get cracking on finishing the next section for mine! Yes, please, Red. It is within the realm of possibility for it to be finished in the next fortnight. I do presume. I hope. I really do hope. Hi, incredible Icy. Uppies. Yay, good, Icy. When you get to it, check memes again. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Wow, it is really bright. That's so funny. There he is! Why does it do that? That's so fucking weird. I've told it to only record the save window, but like, despite that, if I dare to have Discord full screen, it blocks him. So like right now, I'm covering him on my screen with Discord, but you don't see it. But as soon as I go full screen on it, that's so weird. Why? Hi, Cutie Crafty. Welcome on in, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Me, Geeks, and Strat were here before the start of stream. Oh, it was Gorgeous Geeks here too. Geeks, thank you for coming in even before the start of stream as well. Valiant Valos. Hi, sweetie. I was lurking in Precious Pocky's chat without being spoiled by Persona, and I saw you there. Thank you for supporting the Precious Pocky. Actually, can I get a shout out for Precious Pocket Chalk? Absolutely astounding streamer. Currently playing through like the latter parts of Royal. Like, so, like she's done with Persona and she's doing the parts of Royal that we'll eventually get into. Incredible Icy! Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the community, darling. I so appreciate your amazing generosity and support. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for your kindness and dedication. Thank you. Let's see. I have so much prep to do. Why does time fly away so fast? Go slow today. I need this stream to last for days. I guess you better get on it. No, actually, what you need to do is you need to go to sleep. That's what you actually have to do. Let's see. I think I probably went to sleep before I got to see it. Oh, fair enough, sweetest Suritsa, fair enough. It was in reference to sleep. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, listen, I got a ton of sleep, but I'm still super tired, so. Zelloy! Thank you for contributing to the movie nuts. I appreciate it. He doesn't like being on his back, but he will yell at me to pick him up sometimes. Oh, Kit Kats are so picky. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Yummy. You guys are almost done with your movie night. I think by the end of stream today, for sure, you'll reach that too, and then we gotta figure out what you want to watch. I gotta start making these a little bit higher value because you guys are just marathoning through them these days. I did sleep. It was a bit broken, but I did sleep for a while. How long is a while, Stroud? Generally, a while constitutes a very reasonable amount of time, but I think we both know it probably wasn't a reasonable amount of time. Now, was it? Now, was it? Desperately trying to find a song on Spotify, but I think it got removed. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely Jessie. Do you want to tell me what it is and I can tell you if it's on here in Australia? Let's see. I found out that once again, I complete Shadowbringers. I can get the remaining side quests I missed. Nice. Very good. Just in time. Hi, sweetest space cat. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. That is kind of drunk and probably related to how Windows does stuff. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, with like the blacking out of save stream when I'm just on Discord, very weird. But yeah, you're probably right. Windows will suspend applications not on the forefront. That's so annoying. Because I'm not even tapped into his stream,
how
right?
are you?
But hey, Viable! How are you, Valiant Viable? It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for resubbing for 4 months. You are the third of the way through a year of subbing. Thank you. Thank you so very much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you very much for your dedication, support, generosity, and kindness, sweetie. And welcome on in. How are you doing? Thank you. If something is maximized on top, it might suspend the video. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Well, not really, but yeah, like that makes logical sense, but stupid OS. Stupid OS sense. I'll be lurking, but I'll pop in here and there. That's all good, Cutie Crafty. I appreciate you being here for any amount of time at all. It's always a pleasure. I was here like an hour too early for a stream. I thought it was 1:30, not 2:30, so I went back on FF7. Kinda addicted to FF7. It's like it's the 90s all over again. Are you playing the remake, did you say? Are you playing the OG? The OG. You can recommend that, by the way, you guys, just a quick reminder, probably at the end of stream, the end of Persona stream on Sunday, I will close the suggestions for our next long form game. If you have not made a suggestion for a game for us to play for the foreseeable future, like until it is done, then you should probably do that. If you would like to suggest something, please go to suggestions for stream and Discord, not game recommendations. Okay, this is in a different area. This is in suggestions for stream and Discord because we finished Monster Hunter Stories 3. And remember what I always say, this is a democracy! And so you guys get to decide on what we play next. Within reason, no horror, no FPS. But besides that, you guys can go on in there and recommend whatever you would like, as long as it is within the realm of appropriateness for the pouch and Twitch. Go ahead, just drop it in there. Go do it, go do it. You can suggest up to 3 things, up to 3 different games. And make sure that you thumb up any of the previously suggested games that you like, okay? And that doesn't count towards, you know, you can do that as many times as you want. You can thumb up all of the games if you want and still suggest your favorite 3. But by Sunday night, if whoever has the most thumbs up is what's gonna go on the poll, because unfortunately I can't put all 30 of these or all 40 or however many there are now. I can't put all of those on the poll. But I think I can put up to 16. So I will get the 16 most popular ones and pop them on there. So make sure that you put it on there. We will go through all of that once we get to the Discord section of today's stream, which should start as soon as I catch up with chat. All right, let me see. I'm still lurking there, trying not to get spoiled as well. I do enjoy listening to her. She's so lovely and she's so fucking funny. Oh my God, I love that girl. She's amazing. Vegeta, hello, how are you? So I'm drinking smoothie. Thank you for that, Pat. Thank you, sweetie. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so much fun being in Pocket Stream. Hope you are close to your art redeemed. I am sadly not. I am sadly not close. And I lost my streak. I lost my streak. So now I'm restarting it. I am currently lurking in her stream. But yeah, I have to be really careful. So I've got like her chat popped out so that I can't see what's happening on the screen because I don't want to be spoiled for Persona. But you know, I still want to support her, and I want to get my streak back. I can't believe I lost it. I actually don't even know when I lost it. Sweetest Sir Jussie, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Never underestimate chat, Tau. That's true. I should never underestimate you guys. You guys are powerful, far too powerful for the likes of me. Ryoko, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate you. My cat woke me up at 4:30 in the morning and I couldn't get back to sleep after. So I only got 3.5 hours of sleep until this afternoon when I took a 2-hour nap. Oh my God, sweetest Sam, I hope you get some better sleep very soon. Sorry I've been away, been busy as heck. Honey, you never have to apologize, darling. I hope things have been going well. I know busy can go either way, but I hope that your busyness is helping you either feel accomplished, satisfied, happy, content, something that is positive and not busy, you know, fighting for your life or something. I'm okay. I was trying to play a game, but it's changed a lot, so I played, so I was getting frustrated. What game are you trying to play, Space? I'll teleport him to you when I try to sleep. Okay, I will hold my hands out like this until you do so. I actually, well, I can't, I actually can't do this because then I can't scroll and see what everyone else has said. I can guess what everyone else has said, but let me know when you're ready, and then I will, oh wait, cat. It was a reasonable amount of time, so I got home at 12, went to sleep past 1, woke up a few times past 4 a.m., but hey, that still means 3 hours uninterrupted until 5 a.m. when I was awake. No, that's actually not even close, Strap. Uninterrupted 3 hours is like a reasonable nap. That's not like REM sleep, you know what I mean? Did you say there's a stream on Thursday this coming week? There is indeed. We will be streaming on Thursday this coming week. All good, I'm looking for Blue White by Hayaka! Alex, what'd I do? Why do you always hit me? That's so mean. I'll share it on Discord since it seems like Spotify doesn't have it anymore. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see. Blue White, let me see if it's on here. Oh my God, I can't type, dude. Blue White. By Hayako. Yeah, it looks like I don't see it here either. I see Blue White by Blue White, but I don't see anything by Hayako. Oh, sorry, hun. But yeah, feel free to share it in the Discord. I'd love to listen to it sometime. I'm playing Remake. I'm on chapter 16 of 18, and I just bought Rebirth because it went on sale today. Already voted on you playing Remake. Please play Remake. Please tell me you've at least attempted to play the OG 1997 game in the past. I actually did play all the way through the original FF7. I don't remember it because my memory is literal dog shit, but I know I did it for sure. I definitely did that, and I think I did it on an old console as well. Because I don't own it. I don't own it on Steam, but I definitely did play it. There are a few games where you just like, even if you have really, really bad memory. Oh! Ryoko, thank you for the power attack, and hello there, Joyous Julius, how are you? There are a few games where they have just such an impact, like certain moments. Ew, Alex, why do you hate me so much? That's so mean. Ooh, Shadowcat, thank you for the power attack. There's certain games that just have these moments where, like, even if you don't remember, ew, what? Yeah, you're so mean to me. Why am I being bullied? Jeez, Alex only redeems mean things at me. I guess he really must hate me. That's really mean. I don't like that. Anyway, there are certain games where Thank you for feeding me, sweetest Sir Jazzy, gorgeous Gundam. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm just gonna finish this sentence real quick. There are certain games that have these moments where you're just like, oh, okay, well, I don't remember any of the rest of the game, but man, do I remember this one instant. And like, I played through The Walking Dead Season 1. I remember almost none of it, but I do know that I did it because I remember a specific point in it, and I know that I played through FF7 because I remember a specific point in it. But if I were to play through both of these games again, I'd be like, oh shit, oh that's right, I totally spaced it, that's a thing. Let's see. Rajanka, how are you? Oh, bro! Wow, you're joining, I see how it is, you're joining Alex in the hatred of Tau movement. Very mean, very mean. Hate Tau movement. The hate Tau movement. Thank you for the head pat, Sea Space Cat. Thank you. Razanka, how are you doing? So excited for the new games we play. Me too! I'm so excited. Let's see. I plan to sleep when she's done with the giveaway, but don't tell at TauTassieTiger. Good job tagging me. She should never find out about it. Please, I would like to find out about it. I would like to wish you sweetest dreams, Strat. Why won't you let me help you? I reposted the second screenshot in memes and it's not so bright this time. Thank you, Ozzy. I'm looking forward to seeing it. No, Tao, not your streak. I know. I had like a reasonable streak going too. I want to say it was like, I think I was approaching 20. And now it's gone. I am a better streaker than you are, Tal. I can only say this on Twitch and make sense of it, but it's still embarrassing. I've gotten really good at fighting Twitch to preserve streaks. See, I'm so like, I wind up being so busy, and I'm so like brain dead that I often forget that people are live, and I get so many like push notifications while I'm doing other things that, particularly if people go live while I'm doing stuff in the booth, I always have my phone on outside of the booth, so that you don't get like a in the middle of an audition or something. And so then I come out, and then I don't like, you know, I do follow like 100 people, and so then I don't wind up like pulling it down and being like, and then I lose it. And I think that's probably what happened with Precious Pockies, which is a bummer. So it's fine. I am on a new, I've got my first day of streaking after my unexpected death of streak for Precious Pocky. I am doing well, Radical Ryoko. How are you? I'm not going to bed for almost 2 hours. Oh, well, that's still, maybe you go sleep. Hey, Jam. Hello there, lovely. Hey, Jam. How are you? It's good to see you. Yes, Nita. What did you expect? That's what you get for being awesome? What, I get beaten and thrown fish and hated? I don't get that. I resemble that sleep schedule. Best of luck to the night owls. That is true. Hi, gorgeous Gundam. You got the day off due to bad weather. Oh, shit. What kind of bad weather do you have going on? Do you have a tornado warning as well? No worries. Thank you for checking. My pleasure, sweetest Jazzy. I'm sorry that we can only use stuff on Spotify. Hi there, sweetest Shadowgun. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm not like, it's not like you need to remember a whole bunch of stuff to enjoy the remake. And the remake is worth playing. No spoilers. Just trust me. It's worth playing even with, or especially with, some knowledge of the OG. Ooh, okay, cool. Ooh, I'm excited. Well, if you guys want me to play that, I'd be down. I get a kick out of doing the bully redeems. I noticed that. You never do anything nice. I can't do head pats though. Sad. Wait, I think you managed it. Oh no, you didn't. It was the sweetest of Space Cats who did it. Thank you, Space Cat, for giving me head pats. My biggest takeaway from all the recent game events were Dynasty Warriors 3, God of War Luffy, Persona 6, Clockwork Revolution, Final Fantasy 7 Revelations, FF Resonance, the Xenoblade games coming to Switch 2, the new Xenoblade Genesis game, and most of all, Tales of Eternia Remaster. I have been waiting for the old Tales remaster. Nice. Very cool. Hating Tau should only be done in 40k. Dang blue space commies. Everyone should love the TauTassieTiger. Thank you, Valos. I appreciate that. Jet! Hi there, lovely Jet. How are ya? I don't know why. I haven't gotten the pop-up, but I am on a 16 streak. Awesome! Thank you, Sita Space Cat, for your dedication. Incredible Icy, how are you doing? That's good. And not well, but I'm hanging in there. Oh, hon, I'm sorry that you're not going super great. I hope things get better, though. New clip in Discord? Awesome. Thank you, Ozzy. We love you, Tau. I give fish then pats. That's abuse. That's called love bombing. You're mean to me and then you go, wait, but I love you. If I draw something, let her go for it. Let's see. Just really strong winds. Remember last time it bent our fence and our tree fell? I do remember that. Shit, please stay safe, hun. Hashtag get love nerd. Thank you, Ozzy. You leave my bluefish aliens that love mecha alone! But the tiger and the 40k aliens are awesome. Brought to you by a filthy heretic. At least you know. I have a tough time keeping up with streams, but that's mostly to show support. I don't have any hope of keeping a streak because I hate the pressure, so I just accept my fate. That's fair. That's fair. I wish I had more time to like lounge in people's streams. I keep on lurking. Recently, I've been lurking more in save streams instead of talking, even though I'd really like to just be talking there because it's so much fun. Thank you for that attack, Alex. Wow, it's the first time you've done something nice! Precious Politely! How are you, gorgeous? Can I get a shout out for Precious Politely, the most wonderful, velvety voiced vampiric vampire Vtuber? She is gorgeous and amazing, and we love her, and you should go check her out. She's super cozy. She has like the most pleasant, like, mom voice. Ah, that's what I'm talking about, Alex. I knew you were gonna come back to be mean to me. Let's see. Cool, I'm caught up. Look at me go. Okay. You need a bonk stick to bonk back. I just get to yell. I just get to yell. Okay. Let's go to the Discord. It is time. It is now time to talk about what's going on the Discord. We have lots of cool things that we shall speak of. One second, I gotta find my Discord source here. I should one day get more organized. Maybe, if you're lucky, one day. One day. Boop. Okay, hello there. Welcome to the Discord. Let's go through it right now. Jay, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Dolan. Do appreciate it. I think the weather is also messing with my connection. The stream keeps buffering for me, so I'll just be lurking. All good, Gorgeous Gundam. Thank you so much for being here, hun. I hope that even if we are buffering and you do have to lurk, that we can send you the most positive vibes and hopefully heal your connection and the bad weather. You have your weapons, blades, and yet I wouldn't use them on my precious pals because that could be very painful. I don't want to hurt you guys. I just want to yell. Okay, so let's start where we are. So we are currently at, excuse me, our suggestions for stream and Discord. If you wish to suggest something, and what I'm talking about here is we just finished a main staple scheduled game stream, okay? So this is not a temporary thing. We just finished Monster Hunter Stories 3, which we've been working on for, I want to say, pretty much since it came out, which was like February? So we've been working on that for several months. Now we are looking for a new game to fill that in with. So you guys should go suggest in the suggestions for stream and Discord channel right here in the pouch, okay? It's between Game Reckies and Palsonas and Paladins, okay? Right here. And you can see, if you scroll up, you can see that I said, we have so many great suggestions here. You can see I said, what should we do now that we've finished Monster Hunter Stories 3? Make your suggestions below with a max of 3 per person. And so go ahead. Also, if you really like anything that you see here, please give them a thumbs up. Some people have linked stuff, some people have just mentioned it. Regardless, just please, you can thumb up links, you can thumb up suggestions. And then on Sunday, whichever ones have like the most thumbs up or positive reacts, I will put into a poll. So you probably are better off posting things now rather than waiting until Sunday if you want them to get the most possible votes, okay? So please do go suggest things. Like I said, it is pretty unlimited as far as like what you can suggest. The only things I'm just saying I don't want to play are horror games and FPSs, but that leaves everything else open. People are suggesting everything is crab, Forza, Long Live the Queen, Dragon Age, Digimon Stories Time Strangers, Cyberpunk 2077. These are all fine. Everything on here so far that I've seen is totally fine. So feel free, seriously, and it can be as long or as short as you want. Just keep in mind, if we do play a short game, then you'll get to vote on another new game once we finish that. So yes, all right, so that's the first thing. Now I will catch up with chat and then we will go to the next channel. In fact, we will go to the next channel right now. Boop, this is a story time stream. Imagine you helping me sleep, including a huge baseball soft foam bat and you slamming it on my head until I pass out. Just for you, Strat, I think, yeah, I'd do that for you. Just cause I love you so much. Let me see. Okay, cool, awesome. All right, storytime stream. You guys earned this. If you scroll up, you will see that I have said, whoops, hold on, I think I scrolled too far. Boop, 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 There we go. Storytime stream, number unsure, I forgot how many, is a go. Please put any prose, lyrics, poetry, short stories, or suggested literature below. Just ensure it meets the specifications and rules set out at the top of this thread. Anything above this message will not be considered for the storytelling stream. So if you posted something like, for example, Azazel, I would not read this because this is before I posted this, which doesn't mean that you can't repost it. Go ahead, just like repost it down here. It just means that this is helping me organize, right? So just anything below this will be considered. My mods will look through everything and make sure that they follow the rules at the top, which they're up here. No AI generated content. If you are submitting something you did not write, please ensure you either have explicit permission from the original author or the piece is in public domain. Please abide by our usual TOS. The mods will go through your writing before it is read to ensure it is appropriate. Please only post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read. Do not post multiple parts over multiple days in multiple posts. Please only post 3 short stories, which is a page or less, or 1 long story, which is over 2 pages per person. Pouch Pal written stories will take precedent over unoriginal content. No triggering content like body horror, descriptive gore, essay, etc. Please use your best judgment. And please self-edit or ask for help from friends, family, or the community. If I am struggling to read your writing due to a lack of punctuation or readability, I may pass it over. And that also goes for if it is just a wall of text. I have seen that there's at least 1 person who has already posted that is like a wall of text, and I probably will not read that unless that gets edited before the stream. So yeah, and again, when I say no AI generated content, that does mean don't use AI to edit, okay? We will be able to tell, and you will get a warning. Do not use AI. That's why I say, get help from friends, family, or the community, okay? Cool. And like I said, my precious mods will look through these and give these like little thumbs up if they're okay. This time I am gonna do like a glance through as well, because last time a couple of things got approved that were walls of text and very, very hard for me to read. So I'm going to have to, I will look over them after the mods have approved stuff. And if I agree, then I'll just react with the same react that the mod gave it. If I disagree, then I will like, and I'll be looking for again. I won't read all of them like through until the storytime stream. But if I disagree, I will put like a null symbol. And if you would like to fix the issues so that I do read it beforehand, I will try and do it at least a few days before. Okay? Okay. Let's see. I knew it! Is this what they call love you to death? Yes! Please no AI. I personally do go through every single submission to make sure there is no AI used. Yes! Thank you, Strat, and that is so appreciated. Fuck Gen AI, exactly. I found this website called Novellium. I wanted to ask if it's okay to use. It's not Gen AI, but it does use AI. I don't know. I think that probably means that it does use Gen AI, hun. What, That's probably Gen AI. It sounds like a Gen AI platform. What does it claim about AI use? 1 D&D map down, 2 to go. Let's go, gorgeous geeks. Rosette, hi there, Radical Rosette. It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome on in. How's stream going? It is going great. We are just going through all the things that you guys can participate in before we get started on the arting. How are you? I send my writing to Strat and read beforehand. Awesome. Okay, then hopefully they can let you know if it's like a wall of text or if it's not very readable and stuff like that. That'd be great. As far as I know. Okay. Let me have a look real quick. Novellium. That sounds like an AI application, but let me check. I'm looking at my iPad, sorry. Strat said he loved it. I hope you do too. Okay, great. Awesome. That is good to know. Oh my god. Let's see, how does this work? ATD, welcome on in, amazing ATD. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. Sweetest Solar, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. When was the cutoff for storytelling submissions? Probably about a fortnight from now. I would say, in fact, probably almost exactly 2 weeks from now. We'll get to it. We will do it before the end of the month. Yeah, I think we'll get to it before the end of the month. So yeah, you still have about 2 weeks. Oh shoot, ATD, sweetheart, thank you so very much for the sub. Thank you very much for your very first month of sub. Excuse me, I really appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity, kindness, and support, darling. Thank you. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emote.
11 whole months. Does this Burshak need to start thinking about a 1-year present?
No, you do not need to think about a 1-year present. Your presence is a present for me, Exceptional X. Sweetie, thank you so very much for almost nearly a year. Incredible. Thank you so much, X. I hope you've been well. Thank you for your generosity and kindness and support. Thank you, thank you. Holy shit, I know! It's so good to see X again. It's been a minute. It's so good to see you. Let me see here. Hold on, I was just looking at this. I think, oh, this is a bit, they're a bit cagey with how they do this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think I would need to do more research on it, but it seems like there's AI. They're just not saying, this involves Gen AI. It seems like they're like, we will catch all of your mistakes and help you write. And it's like, that's definitely Gen AI. You know what I mean? Novellium is a story organization tool. They explicitly state they avoid AI auto-completion, such as generate prose and rewrite scenes. Really? Interesting. Okay. So wait, it's like is it like a Grammarly on steroids or something? The only reason I'm comfortable writing the stuff I do write is because of my dad drilling grammar into me. Yeah, it is helpful. I have a short story I wrote a long time ago that has mild horror elements. Would this be allowed? It very well could be, Sweetest Suritsa. If you would like to post it in the Storytime stream right here, which is, you just gotta go to the writing channel, and then you go to threads, and then you go to Storytime stream. You can post it. No one is we're not going to like, give you a warning or ban you or anything like that if it doesn't abide. We just won't read it on stream, and we'll say, sorry, we can't read that because, you know, of this triggering element or whatever. So feel free to post it, and then my mods will go through it, and if they say that it's all good, then I will read it. If it's not okay, I just figured I'd ask. No, that's okay, Sweetest Space Cat. I actually would just need to do more research on it because I never heard of it before. So thank you for asking. I appreciate it. That is really, really interesting. Let's see. Your boy has been busy, but loving life, and that's all we want for you, lovely X. That is all we want for you. I saw it was used for publishing, but with some AI books going to print, I was unsure. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm not sure either. It seems like it's for plotting scenes mainly, but I'm still looking through it. Oh, thank you for doing some research for us, Ison. I appreciate that, darling. Best bet is to not use the service if you're not sure and just hit up people in Discord. That is true. That is actually a really good point, Sam. It's probably best if you just pop it in the writing channel here and say, can I get some editing assistance on this from someone? And oftentimes pals will help out. Would Hollywood script format be good? Yeah, absolutely. If you would like me to do a voice acted, like a voice acted script for you, I can do that. In fact, we are going to be reading some of Cacto's published book, which is almost exclusively dialogue. So that one's a really fun one. Currently editing my SCP to break up text. Then I plan to ask for Red's help to see if I made any grammar mistakes. Amazing, Nick, thank you. And thank you so much again to my mods and any precious pals who are willing to help a fellow precious pal with their grammar, walls of text, flow, whatever editing you're willing to do. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. When in doubt, don't use it if you think there is an iota of AI in it. Yeah, basically. I did already say that you guys can use like Grammarly, but yeah, don't use it to like write the thing. You know what I mean? Use it to check grammar, to check spelling. The same thing you would do with like Microsoft Word if it didn't cost $10,000. Even I have Grammarly like on my browser for when I'm teaching, just to like make sure that I'm not giving really bad advice when it comes to like technical papers. Oh dude, I was teaching one of my students last night. And technical papers are like a different beast from writing regular shit. Cause she's like a mathematician, like Internet of Things scientist with her PhD. And I'm like, I don't even know what this part means. What is this formula? Does this make sense in this sentence? Like, Tao is a teacher? Whoa, yeah, I'm an ESL teacher. Tao is a teacher, I am, ta-da! Yes, it's one of my 4 jobs. A smart cookie. Oh, I don't know about that. You can be a teacher and not be smart, trust me. I'm one, but most teachers are smart. I'm just, not. Gargle the smoothie. The only real reason I use MS Word is because I still have the Office 365 Family subscription from my dad. Good call. Good call. Why am I bad, Julius? I've been hit so many times today by precious pals. Throwing fish at me, beating me with a bat. Very mean. No one likes me. So cruel. Woe is me. Oh, what a world, what a world. He's not around anymore to pay for it, but I think my uncle might be maintaining it for now. Oh, I see, Sam. Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry for your loss, the loss of your dad, lovely Sam. But I mean, that's like Adobe, Microsoft, subscriptions like that make a lot more sense when you have like family plans. Nath just doesn't like writing, and I don't use Microsoft stuff very much. All my stuff is from the soulless, monstrous company that is Adobe, because a lot of my clients work with it, so. Don't call Tao not smart. Oh, okay. Maybe. I'll think about it. Speaking of AI, I was forced to use ChatGPT for some IRL shit yesterday because I'm not exactly great at typing up an application. Do you not have anyone in your life who could edit it for you, hun? I managed to get Office 2019. The permanent license! That is the gold standard! I would love a permanent license. I miss having my PC that had a permanent license of like Photoshop and Illustrator and stuff. Some teachers are good at repeating, some are good at teaching, and so some are good at explaining. Teaching and explaining are not always the same thing. That's true, that's true. I'm a Google person. I'm feeling sleepy. Can we get to the giveaway after the break? Yeah, we can do that. I was a TA my last quarter in college and I hate AI. Oh, it's abysmal, isn't it? How every smart? Oh, thank you, Ryuko. Appreciate it. Only good thing that came from me using ChatGPT is that I just drained some money from the back end and it's not cheap to maintain an AI service. ChatGPT, trust me, they have plenty of money. I don't think one person using it would harm it. Here you come. Abby's. Hey. Good company. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Let me just double check. Was there anything else I wanted to mention besides community giveaways? I don't think so, because we've gone through the storytime stream. We've gone through that you guys should recommend some games for us to, or a game for us to play, like permanently as a permanent until we finish it fixture. So now we'll go on a break, but first we'll put the community giveaway. Look at all these. Look at all these. This is amazing.
29 months. Woo.
Sweetest, thank you for 29 months! Absolutely astounding. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication and generosity and kindness and support and thank you! I can't believe it's been 30 months. Well, almost 30 months. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. The main reason AI companies are still running is because the US government and large corporations are throwing millions at it. Yeah, it's true. There are some bangers in the suggestions. Competition is gonna be tough, right? All you gotta do is thumbs up things that you like. And I highly recommend that you do that, even if you really want the game you suggested to be played. Thumbs up the ones that you also, you know, wouldn't mind watching me play, because if those ones, you know, God forbid you don't thumb those up with the hopes that someone will thumb up yours, and then we wind up playing a game you really don't want us to play. You know what I mean? But yes, there are some really great suggestions there. The AI itself is not financially sustainable. No, absolutely not. But that's why they're you know, expending like billions of dollars and demolishing the environment so that they can continue doing this because people keep fucking using it. Which is why it's best if you just don't use it if you can help it. Okay, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling sisters, I'll see you Monday in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we will come back to this screen, we will go over your community giveaways, and then we will talk about what you would like us to work on for art today, okay? All right, I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, I'll see ya in 3. Mwah. Getting streamers to bark and a woo.
Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun. Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop.
What voice do I give a chicken? Enkidu. Let me do a little bit of a soothing song for all my bitches.
Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. Okay, I'm the one who died. Fuck! God! We were getting close! Dude! The attack is happening, use a trap! Oh, that's a good idea. I think I only have like one. There was a chance I would come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
Lizard,
I think.
lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard. Lizard! Oh, that one counts. I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sus. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah, 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 yeah. Ow! You bitch! You have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail. Oh no! Oh, owie! 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 No, no, no! Owie! No, no, no! Oh fuck! I forgot how to do this. Oh, no, I'm not gonna be eaten. Oh my god! I'm so fucking. She's a Vtuber, but she's not in. Sleeper agent activated. That was the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army Processing Fire, Wind and Water and Earth and Light and Dark Elements, Time and Space Manipulation. Yeah. Okay. Is Tao in love with in a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's just kidding. Yeah. Oh, dude. Get your shit on lock. Look at what you've done. Fuck you. If you had won the head-to-head, this wouldn't have been a fucking problem, Ogden. God damn it.
After all,
I'm terrified that the final boss is actually like not final. Oh god! Hi there, sweethearts. I am back. I will let you finish your
Reincarnated as
words.
the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. And then we will go do giveaways. How
liking boxes showing her feline side? Huh, I didn't know that this game had a box.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. That's really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little lightheaded from that one. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, let's go back here, cuties. What is wrong with me? I'm insane. Hi, did you know I'm insane? I'm fucking insane. Okay, 1 second. Let me find your where are the pals? There they are. Found them. All right. Let's see. Oh, konnichiwa, Yamiyuki. How are you? Better late than sorry. I hope you had a great start into the day. As good as it could be, I suppose, sweetheart. I hope that you're doing much better. I hope that you're feeling substantially better and that your head is not hurting too much, sweetie pie. Some uppies for you. Yay! Cute. My application included wanting to get to know me, and I wanted to be completely honest, but didn't know how to use my own words. I hate being formal. I was told to use ChatGPT to describe myself in a formal way, and I just wanted to punch the monitor. I was so annoyed and pissed off at the situation. I think that I would rather be unprofessional and just be like, yeah, this is how I am, because that is the opposite of authenticity. I think even if they told me to use ChatGPT for that, I would be like, no, because that's not authentic. Ozzy, some uppies for you. Good, Ozzy. Beautiful Buckland, welcome on back. How are you? Incredible Eisen. Words are hard. They are hard. It's true. It's true. Actually, wait, did I exit that? I did. Okay, just want to check. I had to type over there. I slept 2 hours. I had to get up for a job interview that got rescheduled to next week 30 minutes beforehand. What? Got a call from a former recruiter and advised them I was made redundant at the time of the interview, so have been reviewing and rewriting my CV to apply for that. Send it in, and they already want a meeting now scheduled for 3 p.m. I am running on fumes. What the heck? What time did you go to bed, Storm? Wonderful Waters, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Uppies for you, incredible Eisen. Yee! Good Eisen. Awesome Aussie, uppies. Yee! Good Aussie. Nix, potato slice, jam slice, uppies. Yee! Good Nix. We can move on to PAL music, right? Yes, we actually can. Incredible Icy uppies. Yee! Good Icy. Let's see. I hope you get some better rest tonight, though, sweetest Storm. Sweet Shadow, welcome back. How are you? There's a scary Tau behind Save. There is. He always likes me to be like this behind him. I don't know why. My phone sent my song without me finishing the spelling. It's Boyfriend, covered by Ranieri. Okay, let me, excuse me. 1 second, let me go find that and put the right one on there. Alright, so we'll remove that one and we'll go find. There we go. That's queued up for you, sweetheart. Thank you for letting me know. I went to bed at midnight. I didn't fall asleep until 5 a.m. Oh my gosh, sweetie, why? Just like insomnia or? Welcome back, Precious Politely. Let's see. I am feeling fine. Just had physical therapy, so a bit sore, but energized and super happy to see you. Super happy to see you as well, gorgeous. Well done on your physical therapy. I hope Nathan is doing much better as well and finally observing some rest. Oh, you know him. He's like me. He'll never observe rest. Unless he's like on his deathbed, which he was this last weekend, he will never observe rest. However, he is doing much better. Thank you for asking, sweetie. Let me see. Thank you for the blessings, cutie patooties. I've refreshed because I've been here for almost an hour and not gotten any points to throw into holes. What the heck? That's unfair. Not okay, not okay. Another clip in Discord. Thank you, Ozzy. We'll have a look. Bless you and your new outfit too. Thank you, Strat. On to better news. I bought myself a new controller. I bought the Hyperkin Competitor, the Xbox controller that ripped off the PS5 controller design. Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy it, hun. Having trouble with getting to sleep, but I am at least physically resting. That's good, but your brain needs sleepies too. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, we're gonna do our giveaways now. So everyone listen up. If you would like to win any of the following awesome things, you need to be a part of the Discord and go down to community giveaways, okay? Which is between Pouch Couch and Game and Schedule chat. Community giveaways. And as usual, I will count down 10 seconds to make sure that everyone who wants to enter has entered. So we will begin with the sweetest Sam, who very generously has 5 keys for a Warframe longsword skin. And we actually have 5 people, so we don't actually have to spend anything for that one. Perfect. Well, unless, again, I'll do a countdown just in case there are people who want to get that. But at the moment, we have a 100% chance for all 5 people to win this. So, I'll give you guys 10 seconds. All you gotta do to be put into the raffle for this is literally come here and go click, and that's it. And all I do is I click on this and I look at who all has entered, and then I put it into the wheel. But we don't have to do that this time because in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Well, there you go. Sam, if you would like to give these out to sweetest Shimi, terrific Talon, beautiful Basky, sweetest Sedu, and the lovely Nyx, then you have exactly 5 to give away, and there are exactly 5 people. It's very convenient. Please do so, and congratulations to the winners. Also, thank you ever so much, sweetest Sam, for your incredible generosity in providing those keys to all of those wonderful, wonderful pals. Next, sorry, I'm drinking. Next, we have Yuki. Oh, also, sorry, I forgot. I literally said this. I said we were gonna do this and then I didn't do it. Let's do that. And let's turn on our music. Okay, we got pal music going on now. Also, I will say, I queued up a whole album of Fuji Kaze because I'm obsessed with him right now. So it's not actually a whole album, but it is like 6 songs. So what I might do, I might actually break them up and bring them, I'll break them up so you guys don't have to just listen to my music. I'll put them like, I'll put them between your suggestions. How about that? So we'll get Fuji Kaze between random songs so that you don't have to listen nonstop to him. Even though you should, because he's amazing. There we go. Okay. Fuji Kaze-san is wonderful. You know him! I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's great. I really like his music. Let me know how the music volume is, you guys. I got points! It's fixed! Woohoo! I'm so glad to hear it. I wish I had money to get actual games to give away, but alas, I'll just give away codes I already had from before. That's totally okay, sweetie. You never have to spend any money on this, and you never even have to, you don't even have to give away the stuff that you already have if you don't want to, so we just appreciate it. It's so sweet of you. Hey, Tao, quick question. How many mods does the Discord have? We have 3. We have, well, if you exclude me, we have Sedu, Red, and Strat. Those are my 3 mods. Okay. So there's that one. Now, our next one is from the lovely Yuki. Yuki is offering Indica. This is a region-locked game, but as long as you look into this and make sure that it's available to you, you can grab this. And actually, it looks like there's only 1 person at the moment, so I will count down. In case you are interested, it is a TPP adventure game that combines an imaginative story with a dark sense of humor. Interesting. If you don't have anything, then, or sorry, if you don't have any interest, is what I meant to say, then that's totally cool. But if you would like to join in the raffle, you can. You got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that one is going to the terrific Talon Sniper then, if that's okay, lovely Yuki. There's quite a few Humble Bundles that are incredible right now that are like 10 bucks. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I just realized what this song was, and I am currently dying with laughter followed by dancing. Perfect! Laughter and dancing are a great combo. Thank you. My pleasure, Nyx. Can I ask, why were you curious? Does this screen not have a Spotify overlay? Just want to ask to avoid confusion. Yeah, no, this screen doesn't, because usually we don't listen to stuff on this screen, but we are, because this will take a little bit. Posted the 3 finished Pride classes in Discord. 15 left. Pride classes. Ooh, what do you mean by that, Shimi? What are Pride classes? Story related question. Oh, gotcha. Okay, fair enough, lovely Nix. I've heard some very interesting things about that game. Looking forward to it. Perfect! Absolutely awesome. I'm happy to hear it. Okay, then in that case, let's move on to Hell Clock. This one's got a lot more interest. This is another one from the very darling and very sweet Yuki. In the 19th century, Canudos became a refuge for thousands. When its people defied the New Republic, they faced brutal retaliation, leaving 25,000 dead. Play as Pajot, a warrior fighting to rescue the soul of the counselor, his fallen mentor. With each descent, time warps and your power grows. Oh, I see. With each descent, time warps and your power grows as you confront the dark forces that claimed his head, probably. So that's Hell Clock, and we have 8 people who are interested in that. So I'm going to enter these people. Let me open my wheel here. We got Umbra. We got, oh, and also let me let me turn on our wheel as well. Where's our wheel? Oh God, Coda. Cool. Okay, yeah, there we go. There's our raffle right there. Okay, one second. I must enter the names of the precious pals. We got beautiful Bublin. We got dearest Dahlia. Oops, Dahlia. We've got Valiant Vash. Sweetest Shadowgun. Sweetest Sedu. Valiant Vineyard and Sweet Strat. All right, we got 8. If anyone else, if this turns into 9 by the end of the 10-second countdown, then I will add that person. But otherwise, we will hit that spin. Hit that spin. Hit that wheel. Spin that wheel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, this is spinning for Hell Clock. Go! And Strat wins it. Congrats, sweetest Strat. I hope you enjoy Hell Clock. Thank you so much, lovely Yuki. I knew this was Iron Man from the kick drum alone. Oh yeah, it's so distinctive, isn't it? I made a mission to turn the 18 current class icons into Pride-themed icons. Current class icons. Oh, wait, are you talking about Final Fantasy? Not me trying to sneak a Tau into a work meeting. Bring us in, Umbra! Give me a script and then put me on speaker, and we'll fool them into thinking that I'm meant to be there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Alrighty. Congrats to sweetest Strat on that one. Rift Breaker is another one from Darling Yuki. This is base building. Your task is to construct a 2-way rift back to Earth. It is a very complex invention and requires enormous amounts of energy. Simple solar collectors and a few tons of steel will not be enough. You will also need to build up complex chains of mines, refineries, power plants, and research facilities to complete this mission. There's 4 people who want this one. You guys who are on here, let's see who we can, let's see. So Umbra's not on here. Bublin's not on here. Dahlia's not on here. However, Geeks is. Briggy. Vash is not on here. Shadowgun's not on here. Sedu. Oh, wait, sorry. Shadowgun is on here. Sedu is, and Veneer. Okay, so that's 4. All right. You guys have 10 seconds. If this switches to 5, I will add that person, and if not, we will spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and spin. I have distributed codes. Thank you so much, Sweetest Sam. You're so efficient. Thank you. And this one goes to Veneer. Congrats, lovely Veneer. The countdown. The countdown. Yay, congrats, Veneer. All right, Veneer is the winner of Rift Breaker. Next, we have the sweetest Shimigami. This is an art adopt. This is a cute adoptable from Sweetest Shimi. It's a persona, a cow lion. I'm sure that you can name them. You can make them not a persona, just make them a character. I'm sure that's fine too. And that does end today, so we will do that one. We only have 2 on that one. So I will put them in here, and then I'll count to 10, and you guys can let me know if you are interested as well. And then we got laugh. You got 10 seconds to react to this. If this changes to 3, I will add you 3 or 4 or whatever. If not, then I will spin this wheel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. All right. We will spin that, and Vash, you have a cute cow cat. A cute cow cat for Vash. Adorable. Gimme. That's adorable. I love it. So cute. Okay, awesome. So Vash has that one. Thankfully, Warframe codes can be distributed directly using links, so I don't have to copy 2 things. That's good. That's very good. Bless you. Thank you. Happy cow cat, Vash-san. Yes. Awesome. All right. And then we have the awesome Aussie as well. Actually, real quick. So those were Yuki's. So massive thank you to Yuki for those two games. Thank you so much, darling. That is so very generous of you, and we really appreciate your incredible kindness to just give things away to the community. And of course, Swedish Shimi, thank you so much for giving that away to the community as well. That is very sweet of you. Awesome Aussie, thank you as well. And we're moving on to yours now. We got Ty. There's 11 people on this one. We're doing a Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger giveaway. And also, if I remember correctly, there's also a second one. Let me see if he wants to do that raffle today, because it looks like Briggy also has a bunch of them, which is awesome. Oh, there's more for Yuki as well. More from Yuki. Okay, cool. We will thank more people. We will thank more people. All right. Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger. G'day, mate. Are you ready to explore the wilds of the Australian outback in the remastered version of the classic game Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger? Join Ty on a ripper of an adventure to free his family from the dreaming and stop the nefarious evil genius boss Cass from removing mammals from the top of the food chain. You got 12 people who want this. I will enter everybody's names on here, and we did play this game on stream. We had a great time with it. Who is this? Hold on. Crap. Hold on, I gotta turn off the streamer mode real quick so I can actually see people's names. Ryoko, we got Solar, we got Briggy, we got Talon, we got Elodea, I can't type Elodea, we got beautiful Basky, oh my god, okay, Basky, Sudasetu, Valiant Veneer, I can't avoid touching the caps lock. Oh, yes. I love this guy's voice. Magnificent Medley. And Yummy Yuki. All right, we got 12 people on here. If you would like to make that 13, just go into the Discord, go to community giveaways, and make sure that you click this and react. That's all you got to do. So if I see that switch to 13 by the end of my countdown, then I will add you. If not, we will do the spin. 10, 9,
TauTassieTiger 5 meows.
7,
TauTassieTiger
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we will spin that while I say thank you so much, lovely. Thank you, darling. Thank you for 5 meows. Thank you so much, cutie. Thank you, lovely. Abby's for you. Thank you for your incredible and ongoing generosity and support. It really does mean the world. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Welcome on in, by the way, lovely Lith. And congrats to Cutie Core. Core won it. Yay, Core. Congrats, Cutie Core. You win. Well, okay. There we go. There you go. Cutie Core. Awesome. Okay, so sweetest Aussie. That goes to Core. Oh man, it looks like someone reacted, but it was too late. That's too bad. I have officially gone brain flat. I'm far too distracted to continue rotting tonight. That is very fair. I play my cat. Cats can be distracting. All right. Now we got one from beautiful Briggy. Let me see here. Oopsies. Whoa. Whoa. All right. Thank you so very much for that. That's such a generous gift there, Awesome Aussie. Thank you so very much. And congrats on that one, Cutie Core. Thank you so very much, Cutie Aussie. Very, very, very Tasmanian Tiger themed. All right. Let's see. Now we move to Briggy, Enslaved, Odyssey to the West Premium Edition. Okay, no redeem for Japan, but it looks like everything else is good to go. Follow a gripping, surprise-filled journey as two dissimilar characters form an uneasy partnership in order to survive through a perilous post-apocalyptic America. 150 years in the future, war and destruction have left the world in ruins, with few humans remaining and nature having reclaimed this world. Mysterious slave ships harvest the dwindling population. I assume that's what that says, but... Okay, we have 4 people who are interested in this. I will write out their names, and then if you guys would like to join that additionally, then I will count down. So we got Swedish Shadowgun. I can't... Okay, we got Cutie Core for that one, because Core won an Aussie one, which means that you still get to be in this one, yeah. Dahlia and Swedish Seru. All right, I will count down from 10. If that turns to 5, before I finish the countdown, we will add you. If not, we will spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we shall spin for Enslaved, Odyssey to the West. Shadowgun! Congrats to Swedish Shadowgun, who just won. Congrats, Shadowgun. There you go, beautiful Briggy. Looks like Shadowgun won that one from you. Thank you so much. And we got another one from beautiful Briggy. We got Shadowrun Returns. Ooh. Aha! Very cool. Okay. Shadowrun Returns. Man meets magic and machine. The year is 2054. Magic has returned to the world, awakening powerful creatures of myth and legend. Technology merges with flesh and consciousness. Elves, trolls, orcs, and dwarves walk among us, while ruthless corporations bleed the world dry. You are a Shadowrunner, a mercenary living on the fringes of society. All right, that's for this one, and we got 5 people on here. Once again, I will enter everybody's names, and then... So we got Talon, we got Umbra, we got Ryoko, Sweet Aceto, and Sweet Strut. There we go. Shadowrun is fun. Awesome. Excellent. All right, you got 10 seconds. If this turns to 6, I will add you. If it does not, we will spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. It goes to Ryoko! Congratulations, Ryoko! Yay! Okay, so Shadowrun goes to Ryoko. Very cool. I do like this character. That's very spooky and cool. Awesome. And then we have a super mega ultra rare game. This is Star Trek, the kind of mid-game based on the 2009 movie, which has been delisted from Steam. It's delisted, which is crazy. You could have something that a very small percentage of the online populace has. Radical Right Mel, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Don, thank you so much for your dedication and support. Welcome on in. Okay. Let's see. We will add that one. That's another one from beautiful Briggy. We only have 2 people who are interested in this, which is Umbra and Dahlia. So I will just put these 2. Umbra and Dahlia. Okay, you got 10 seconds. If that turns to 3, we will add more. If it does not, we will spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Ryoko, you did win, cutie. Well done. Congratulations. Umbra, you get Star Trek price history. Star Trek price history. The coveted price history. Congrats, amazing Umbra. You'll have to tell us how it goes. I'm very curious about how this game functions. Thank you so very much, beautiful Briggy. There's another one, the Revengening. All right, Grid 2, another delisted game. Be fast, be first, and be famous as the race returns in Grid 2, the sequel to the BAFTA award-winning multi-million selling race driver Grid. There's 7 people who want this one. 7 people want this one. So we will put Soritsa, Terrific Talon, Magnificent Masam, Awesome Aussie, Sudaseru, Yummy Yuki, and Sweet Strat. This changes to 8, then I will add you in the next 10 seconds. If it doesn't, you're spinning 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Grid 2 is actually amazing. I can't believe it got delisted. I feel like it would be the perfect game probably for Aussie, but it might be the perfect game for Strat too. Sweetest Strat, congratulations, you win. Awesome. I can't wait to see what you think of it, Strat. Today is your lucky day, Sweetest Strat. Well done. Ah, hi, precious Pocky. Welcome in, gorgeous. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, Raiders. Raiders, if you got a raid one, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're actually doing raffles today. You are welcome to join. You can join right now if you want. We have a bunch of giveaways that the pals have put up in our Discord. All you got to do is literally go here and click, and that's it. And then you're in. If you would like to join us, feel free to do so. Like our next one is Diablo 4. We do have some pretty big time games on here. Welcome in, precious Puppy. Ah, gorgeous Greg. Welcome in as well. How are you doing? Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. Precious Pocky, how was Persona? Lovely Neo Greg, how was... Wait, what did you do today? Let's see. I know you were obviously doing Hearthstone. But what else? Let's see. What else were you getting up to? Oh, were you doing some Marvel Rivals today? Hold on, what did it say? Oh no, Nations at War. Is that a sponsored one, Greg? Welcome on in, everyone. It's such a pleasure to have you. Orpheus, welcome. Hero and Villain, welcome on in, darling. Dearest Dancho, Valiant Valos, welcome back in. Lovely Lost, it's great to see you once more. Terrific Trick, hi. Valiant Void Aspects, welcome on in. Incredible Eye Tanks, welcome in. Precious Pocky, sweetest Sleepless Cheshire. Pocky's here to steal your heart. Has she forgotten? She already did. How, without any spoilers, how was Persona? I was lurking the whole time. Actually, I should probably exit that. Okay. I had you up in a tab. But I was like, I mustn't look at the screen, just have chat open. But don't look at chat, people are talking. You guys, we just got an amazing double raid. I think it was unintentional, but I am so grateful to both of you. Gorgeous Greg, Precious Pocky. Let's start with Precious Pocky, who hath graced us with their presence from the realm of Persona 5 Royal. This VTuber owl, on a 2-year journey through the game, hath recently reached its grand finale. Their streams be a delightful mix of gacha games, anime, and yapping. Truly a royal spectacle fit for our court. Welcome on in, gorgeous! How was it? When is your next stream, if I may be so bold to ask? And then, of course, we have the amazing Neo Greg. Welcome on in, Zoe. It's so good to see you. When not, Greg hath graced us with their presence, having streamed Hold Fast, Nations at War. This valiant streamer is a Hearthstone Arena aficionado, slaying it since 2014. He's in the same arena realms as this wonderful man up here. When not conquering the leaderboard, they dabble in rhythm games and card games. The recent broadcasts showcase a variety of adventures, from Marvel Rivals to language learning. Truly a diverse realm of entertainment. Orcas, double raid! Hello, gorgeous Greg. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, Cutie Carrot. I appreciate you dropping in. Thank you for coming with the raid. Let me see here. Suda Seti, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge. Trix, thank you also for contributing to the movie night. We're almost there, and when we get there, you guys are able to tell me what you want to watch, and then we'll host it. P5R has been an incredible journey. Thought I would finish today and underestimated just how much I still have to go. Actual last P5R stream on Monday at 3 p.m. PST. Fair enough. Well, it's such a pleasure to have you. You guys, if you have not checked out the Precious Pocket Chalk, extraordinary VTuber, fantastic sweetie pie, absolutely gobsmackingly hilarious. And I have the privilege of being in one of her new projects. I'm so excited. And you should also be checking out the gorgeous Neo Greg, who is a total sweetheart, banger tunes, and also a really, really exceptional Hearthstone player who does a lot of really cool, like, sponsored stuff as well. So please go check both of these people out. Magnificent Midnight Erebus, welcome on in. Not part of the raids. I just showed up at the same time while art stream hunting. Well, welcome on in, hon. We're just about to get into the art. We're currently doing some community giveaways, which you are welcome to be a part of if you would like to join the Discord. All you have to do is literally hop in here, go to the community giveaways, and then literally, let's say you want Diablo 4, you just go click, and then you're part of the giveaway. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. And that goes for anyone in our raid parties as well. Let me see here. It was a massive multiplayer shooter set in various eras of history. There was a new expansion highlighting battles from the American Revolution, also sponsored LEL. Get that bag, honestly. Did you enjoy the game? Are you a big fan of like multiplayer shooters, Greg? I assume so, since I saw you playing some Marvel Rivals as well, but yeah, let us know. And how was the Hearthstoning that preceded it? Let's see. But welcome in, everybody. I would love to introduce you guys to myself the best way I know how. And of course, those of you who have been here before, you already know, but in case you haven't seen it, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, could I get a... Actually, I already know when the beautiful and wonderful Pocky's next stream is. It will be... or are you streaming in between now and Monday, sweetie? She's gonna be finishing up Persona 5 Royal, like the DLC part of it. So truly the end of the end. But what about you, darling Greg? It is such a pleasure to have you in here, and we would love to know how we can next join you for a stream. Erebus, am I saying your name right? Would you like me to call you Midnight or Ere or Erebus, or what would your preference be? Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Woo! Witcher 3! Oh my god, I'm so excited for the new expansion, and I'm even more excited for Witcher 4, and I'm really scared that they're gonna fuck it up, and I really hope they don't. Did you remake that? It sounds a bit different. Nope, same one I've had since like a year ago. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST for Hearthstone and a bonus variety game. How good? Do you happen to know what the variety game shall be? You guys, please do check out the gorgeous Neo Greg, who is going to be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST, and then doing something in addition to Hearthstone right after that. Precious Pucky, resting my voice over the weekend so I can record my lines for a project. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be great. Now, Greg and Pucky, I know that you have both been streaming those very long hours. Please, both of you, go practice some self-care. If you need to go to bed or go get food or go for a walk or go take a shower, go whatever to do, whatever you gotta do. Please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of both of your lovely communities until you come on back for them, okay? Thank you so very much for bringing everybody in. I really do appreciate it. That is so kind of you. In case you guys are interested in a little bit more about kind of the vibe of this entire stream, Hi everybody, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber, and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintances or to see you again if I've already seen you, because we do get the extremely honorable privilege of seeing Greg and Pocky with relative frequency. We adore both of these extraordinary streamers, and we do want to support them, so please go give them both follows. Turn those notifications on so you can go and say hi. And we are doing an art stream today, long art stream. We will be live for about another 6 hours-ish. So, yeah, it's such a pleasure to have you. We're gonna jump into art right after we finish our giveaways, which again, you guys can actually join. You don't have to like be a part of the community for any specific period of time. You don't have to give us any of your like private info or anything like that. It's literally just something that this community does to kind of give back. It's a really wonderful place like that. All of these giveaways are from fellow pals, people who are just a part of this community and want to perpetuate that feeling of warmth, coziness, and inclusivity. And so they're offering up game keys and stuff like that. Game keys, beta testing keys, weapon skins for certain games, sometimes gift cards, all sorts of really cool stuff. So you can join us weekly for that here. We also, it's a democracy here, so we just recently finished Monster Hunter Stories 3, which means that we are looking for a new staple weekly game that we add to our schedule. If you guys would like to suggest one, you can do so right down here in suggestions for stream and Discord. You can just put up to 3 suggestions on there, or you can thumb up anybody's that you like and you would like to see me play. We also have a storytime stream. I'm a professional voice actor, so if you would like me, and narrator, so if you would like me to read your stories, your prose, your lyrics, your poetry, whatever it is, go ahead and submit there. We'll be having that stream in probably about 2 weeks. I want to give you guys some time to edit your stuff and get it in. Yeah, besides that, welcome on in. It's a pleasure to have you. We're currently doing our very first playthroughs with Persona 5 and also Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. And like I said, deciding what we want to do after Monster Hunter Stories 3, since that's done. I will say there's one game this year, because Monster Hunter Stories 3 was the first one, so we only have one more game this year that it's non-negotiable. I want to play it, and it seems like initially, I know it seems like it's kind of out of the realm of like coziness, but it's from a lot of the people who made Witcher 3, which is my favorite game of all time. Blood of Dawnwalker, which I think Trout or somebody, Adnon bought it for us. So we're going to be playing that in September. My birth month. I'm so excited. But yeah, yes, welcome on in, everybody. It's such a pleasure to have you. Let me scroll up and catch up with you guys. Let me see here. All right. I just registered that Tao's birthday is 7 days before mine. Hey, let's go, sweetest Sam. Let me see. Oh, Aurelius, thank you for the care package. Nom, nom, nom. And thank you for the Pal Hot. Incredible videos. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna dip out and lurk for a while. Might fall asleep, who knows? All good, sweetest Suritsa. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams if you do end up falling asleep. Pocky not allowed to leave until the redeem activates? Wait, what redeem? Already am currently responding on my phone from the kitchen. Let's go! Okay, good, precious Pocky. What's for dinner? What's wrong, Sedu? Iridius, thank you for contributing the movie night and the karaoke stream. I do appreciate it. Have a soul frame track for music. Oh, I'm excited to listen to it. Thank you. Yummy Yuki, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I do appreciate it. And to the movie night as well. Thank you. I'm excited for that game too. Let's go, I see. Excellent. Then we will both be enjoying it. We are Tuesday celebrators this year. We are indeed. Oh, I have Valley Gold to do. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I somehow missed that, what, 5 minutes ago? 10 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. Okay. We have voice redeems. And one of them is the Valley Tao, which is like Lick's favorite thing. So just bear with me for like 5 whole minutes. Hold up there. What redeem? I've been forgotten by Valley Tao. Truly today is the worst day. Bestie, don't you fucking worry, bitch. I am here. I am so here. Okay. So, we already did Grid 2, which was like super radical. And then we're gonna do Diablo 4 now. Chicken parmesan with spaghetti. Babes, that sounds so fucking good. Are you gonna like share? Bestie, share? Share it, bitch! I feel the music is a bit loud, and this is Emma. I would love to hear her, but I prefer you. Oh, thanks, babe. I appreciate it. Okay, how's that? Is that okay? All right, next one is Diablo 4. I think you guys are gonna probably be all about this one. This is actually a lot of fun. We played that on stream. Much better. Amazing, bet. Amazing. Okay, here we go. Diablo 4. Yeah, okay, so we got 8 people on this one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like copy them down. I'm gonna copy these words, the words with people's names. We're gonna put Briggy and Shy
Pretty
and
lady.
Liv and Vash and Cutie Kata and Shadow Gun and Sedu and Veneer. Okay, now I'm gonna count down from 10. If this changes to 9, then I will add you. If not, then we're just gonna spin it when we get to 0. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, betches, we're spinning! Holy shit! Oh my god, bitch. Okay, so now you guys have like a movie night, so I better go put that on the Discord too. Like, yeah, okay. Shadow Gun! Bitch, you win! Congratulations. How fucking cool is that? Frostbite, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Congrats, Shadow! I hope you enjoy some Diablo 4. Yeah, it's actually a pretty fun game. I finished that for you. Hey, thank you so much, Frostbite. It's so good to have you, and thank you so much for finishing it. There may be a Screamy song on the list. Oh yeah, which one's that? All right, so that one belongs to Shadowgun. Now, before we continue, let me just go up here and let me put, because I will forget. Let's see, we got the, where's our watch along? The pouch couch. All right, I'll put this here on 12/06/2026. You guys, funded the like watch the fucking movie night. Yeah, like the movie night. And we need watching suggestions, bitch. Yes. Please recommend movies that fit the pouch pal ethos. Below. I'll say max 3 per person. Okay. Okay. There you go, you guys. Please go to the pouch couch and suggest some movies that you would like to watch. And we will, first we pick the movie you want to watch, and then we will decide on the timing. Okay. Sound good? All right, let's go back to our giveaway real quick while you guys do that. Where are they? I'm lost in my own Discord. I'm so lost in my own Discord. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So there's that. And then we got Storm, who also wants to do this giveaway today. Mega Mage food truck. Valley Tao is best Tao. Like, am I right or am I right, bitch? Hello? Excuse me? Like, she's fun to do though. All right, let's see. We got 6 people on here. Let's read about this real quick. Sorry. The single-player evolution of Space Food Truck, Mage Food Truck, is a tongue-in-cheek culinary fantasy roguelike. Use your growing card collection to explore a hangry realm, crafting exotic ingredients into delicious dishes. Can you score enough gold for a rave review, or will your crew be undone by fantastical beasts and curses from dissatisfied customers? This actually sounds really fun. This actually sounds really fun. Let me put this on here. Okay, so we got, Briggy, and we will put Shadowgun back on there as well, because Shadowgun won, the Yuki game, and now we've got a new person, which is Briggy. Wait, sorry, not Briggy, Storm. Okay, so, let's see, we got Shadowgun, we got Briggy, we got... Let me just put Umber here. I'm gonna lose track of things if I don't do this. Okay, Sedu, Gilbert, Yuki, Sam, and Stride. Okay, so we have 8 people. If this is at 9 by the time I count to 0, you are still going to be entered. Otherwise, we will just wind down to 0, and then we'll spin the fucking wheel. Spin the fucking wheel. Am I right? I'm right. Okay. All right. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, it's still at 8, so we're spinning, bitches. Okay, this is for Mage Food Truck from the Sweetest of Storms. Let's go. Oh, that's meant to say Gilbert. Sorry, not Giblert. Gilbert, bitch! Congratulations, babe. That's awesome. I think that's the only thing I've seen you enter. So, like, how convenient, how sick that you actually got it. And now we're back to my normal voice. Thank you very much for the redeem, lovely Lith. I appreciate you. Okay, and then I think everything from here on is going to be for next week because Ozzy's done with this one now. Sorry, not Ozzy. We're done with the other ones that we're all due today. So I want to say a very sincere and very genuine thank you ever so much to my incredible precious pals who very, very sweetly, generously, selflessly have decided to contribute keys and codes and stuff like that to the community over here. That is so incredibly kind of you.
Spin again for a bonus round.
A bonus round? I exited! No! I exited! Hold on. What, do you have another key, Storm? Wheel, hold on. I think the names are still there. They are actually. They are still there. Do you actually want me to spin again? To see if someone else wins, hun? I have 2 in my cart? Okay, all right, if you say so, here you go. I apologize if that qualifies as screamy. It gives me more frame of reference. I usually think more screamo metal when I hear screamy. Oh, that's okay, Midnight. You're all good, darling. You're new here. You're allowed to like figure things out. No one's gonna yell at you for learning. You know what I mean? We'll leave it on there, and then once we get to it, if it is too screamy, I'll just skip it if that's okay. But yeah, don't worry about it, darling. I appreciate you paying close attention, but please don't feel, like caught out or anything like that. You're golden. Don't worry about it. Sedu! Okay, so then Sedu gets the other one. When you said you had 2 in your cart, Storm, did you mean another one? Or like you have one already and then you what is the go? Magnificent Maid, I love the little dance. Does my win get taken away because of this? Wait, what win, Ember? You didn't put, I didn't see you in any of these, I don't think. Unless you're a different username, maybe? But no, lovely Midnight, please don't worry about a thing. You're all good. Oh, Ember is Gilbert. Oh, no, it's not taken away at all. It's just that what Storm said there is that, Storm said that, he's got two copies of it. So he wanted me to do a second spin. It's a Steam gift. If I don't have the winners friended on Steam, I need codes to add them. Right, got it, okay. You're gonna cry, shout out for this, no. Oh, you are Junior Gilbert. Okay, cool. I saw my name on the Mage Food Truck giveaway, so I won that one. You did. Yeah, so what Storm said is that he's got 2 keys, so we did a second round of it. Yeah, he decided to do an additional one. Exactly. So no, you are getting it. Don't you worry. All right. Okay, now let's do art. We are 2 hours and 5 minutes. Yep, nope, I get it. I just wanted to be clear that it wouldn't have been intentional. No, don't worry, sweetie. I totally don't get, I get very good vibes from you, darling. Don't even worry about it. I try to never feel called out unless I start actively getting shouted at. No, I don't even know if I've ever shouted at someone on stream. Even people who are like directly trolling, I just go, okay, bye, and then I ban them. But like, no, you're golden, Midnight. You are not giving me any sort of off vibes. In fact, I'm already really enjoying your energy. This is an art stream. Joke. All right. No, but yeah, maybe we should be, I think that if we're trying to clarify if something's like screamy or not, try and keep in mind if someone is like new or something like that. We can we can worry about it when we get to that song. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't want like new people to like request something and then have people be like, wow, I can't believe you. Why would you do that? It's like, oh, well, I've been here for 5 minutes. I'm still figuring it out. You know what I mean? Thank you for clearing that up. I heard as soon as my heart sank, I was like, no, after entering 7 giveaways. No, not at all, Ember. No. You shout at me to go to sleep all the time. You don't count. That doesn't count. Me yelling at you is like, you know, it's with love. It's with love. King, are you going to draw a jackal today? I am not going to draw a jackal today. We have a bunch of chibis and commissions that you guys get to vote on instead, which we're going to show you right now. Let me just get my stuff set up real quick. Core, I love that on stream qualifier for the not yelling at someone. Listen, I'm a reactive person sometimes, okay? You can shout at me, Tachan. I bet it would sound cute anyway to me and my one working ear at the moment. Yuki, how is your ear infection, by the way? As she should. Thank you, maid. Thank you. I'd rather Tao yell at me than forget about me for 10 minutes. Left, I don't forget about you. We just got a double raid. Middle ear infection in my other ear, pretty much shut closed at the moment, but no pain anymore. That's good. I'm really glad that it's not painful. That's true, Storm. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again, ma'am. Good boy, Core. Good boy. Gonna go to bed and do what Strat should do. Let's go, Velas. I appreciate that. Just a little bit of a shot there for for Strat. Lovely, Velas. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, my darling. It's been a pleasure to have you, and we'll see you soon. Let's see. I'm going to be heading to bed soon myself. Of course, sweetest Sam. Okay, I'm ready for the cat. Please transmit the cat. Hi, lovely Lily. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. By the way, just a quick thing, in case you guys were not aware. Hold on. This is SafeFile17. He's a dear friend of mine. You should go check him out. He's really, really sweet. He's very talkative and very cozy as well, and he's playing lots of Hearthstone. And there was a reason he's on my head. Also, he's the only other person on this channel that has voice lines that if you do exclamation point buttons, exclamation point Yugi,
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Right
now. Keep it up.
That was so funny.
Buttons.
We're just playing charades. Don't mind me. That's so funny. Excuse me. Okay. Let me go to our Discord there. All right. I'll catch up with you guys and then we'll go on a quick break. And when we get back, we will jump into art. Okay? I'll show you guys what you can vote for. Me, Lav, and a few other pals discussed a VC a few nights ago. Who in the pouch would we be scared of if they got properly pissed off either in stream or in VC? And I may have said I'd be terrified if you got properly pissed off. Like, would it result in world-ending situations? We'll never find out. I'll never be that pissed off. I think the only way that I could get that pissed off would be like, I don't know, if someone was like deliberately, maliciously targeting people in the pouch, like multiple people, and was trying to be like deliberately hurtful. I would probably blow a gasket. Zilla, how are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome. Let me see. Thank you for demonstrating our commands, my darlings. I appreciate it. I totally might be wanting to screenshot Tao so I can plop a pic of my cat. Oh, here, I will. Hopefully that was long enough for a screenshot. Magnificent Midnight. I love that. Oh, that is a really lovely emote. Are you a furry, Magnificent Midnight? We love our furries here. I would fear hearing a mad Tao. It's okay. I'm through my angry phases of my life unless someone really goes out of their way to fuck me over. Why do you think I'm going to therapy? No one has ever made or seen me at pissed off level, vexed maybe. I'm just gonna say this because of my ADHD and autism. Towel, I could be one scary mofo if I get mad enough. I think everyone's got potential. Before Tao does a single art, I have completed all 3 maps required in the first 2 hours. You have been buckled down, Gorgeous Geeks. Maybe. Magnificent Midnight, would you like to share some safe for work? It does have to be safe for work in this community, but we would love to see some of your artwork if you would like to share in the art section of our Discord. I actually started off drawing furs, so we love furs here. Please feel, oh my god, that's such a good emote. I got the screenshot now to plop a pic of the cat in it. Thank you, I'm so excited. I would love to hold your cat. All right, let's see. DMs to the winners on Discord. Just waiting for responses so I can send prizes. Thank you, Sweetest Storm. I really appreciate it. And once more, I do want to say a very genuine, very from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much to the precious pals who have decided to dedicate, game keys, weapon skins, gift cards, whatever you guys have decided to give back to this community using. Thank you so much. You don't have to do it, and I'm sure you know that, but it really speaks to the type of person that you are and the type of generosity that you hold in your heart, and it embodies what I want for the pouch and the people I want in the pouch. And so it's so lovely of you to sorry, same doing. And it's so lovely of you, and I am eternally grateful that you guys, I hope you realize that every single Friday when we do these raffles, you are making multiple people's days. Sometimes they're weeks or months as well if it's like a bigger game. So thank you so very much. You are so very appreciated and sweet and thoughtful and selfless, and we are so glad to have you. I'm gonna call you Newell. Please stop spamming. If you do it one more time, I'll ban you, so please stop. If you would like to speak in English, we'd love to talk to you, but okay, all right. Okay, never mind. Let me see what you guys have said, and then we'll go on a quick break. I've been working on an art fight attack a mouth early. I'm almost a month early. I'm almost done with it. Awesome. I'm excited to see it. I don't do art myself. I do, however, have multiple commissions I've had done and I'm willing to share. With artistic credit, as long as there is no AI whatsoever, Midnight, you are welcome to share it, as long as, again, it's safe for work. Then yes, please go ahead. We would love to see it in the art channel. We accept everyone who is not malicious or hurtful. Exactly. If there is any kind of display of bigotry, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, people being exclusionary based on somebody's personal alignments or sexuality or gender identity or furriness, let me know and we'll take care of it, because this is not a community for people who are trying to exclude others, okay? The only people we are excluding are people who are assholes. That's kind of it. Let me see here. I have delivered your cousin to Core, Tao. Without context, that sounds messed up. Thank you! My cousin will be very happy in Core's care. How does one get said keys? Should be either through DMs or, in Storm's case, I think that he needs to friend you on Steam, and then you can unfriend if you would like.
Keep it up.
Let's see. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. I was so tempted. You click fast. I do. I do. Yuffie! Hi, excellent Yuffie. How are you, darling? Where's the Discord link? Am I dumb or just missing it? No, not at all, sweetheart. Thank you for doing the exclamation point Discord, Sweetest Storm. The only thing I'll say, Midnight, is please carefully read the rules, because we do have a key word in there to make sure that people do grasp the criticality of being kind, inclusive, and generous in the pouch. So we have a hidden word in there, and if you don't include it, we know you didn't read the rules, and so we can't let you in. Also, it is a manual approval process so that we can match you up and make sure that random bots aren't getting in and stuff like that. So if you are pretty sure you found the code and you enter it and you aren't immediately let in, just leave it there for a couple of minutes and myself or a mod will get you in, okay? Good. Thank you. Hope you're well also. I am. I get to spend time with you, my darlings. I have clipped the charades battle between you and Save. Thank you, Ozzy. Appreciate it. All right, you guys, let's go on a quick break. When we get back, we will look at the art that we can work on together, and you'll get to vote on what we work on, because we have a lot of stuff, So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Okay, I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon for some art. Mwah.
Same. I want to clear my throat, sing again, never miss a note. Oh God, karaoke's when.
Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
Music in this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story or class change quest. That is with Go Town Ranger. Thank you, Nix. This is in fact, I think I'll like this one.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. My whelming limit. Am soon to be overwhelmed. Oh, am I whelming you? I'm sorry. If you must depart, I totally understand. I am a little bit of a lot. I've been accidentally getting streamers to bark and a woo. Goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah. Ow!
I'm gonna be so. It's gonna be such whiplash to go from playing this to. Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun. Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop. You bitch! You have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail. Oh no!
Lizard,
I think.
lizard,
Lizard.
Lizard! Oh, that one counts. Wait, who's he targeting? I actually did not see who he was targeting. Oh, thank God it's not me. Oh, dude! Get your shit on lock. Look at what you've done! Fuck you! If you had won the head-to-head, this wouldn't have been a fucking problem, Ogden. God damn it!
Even after all
I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sauce. You know what I'm saying? A rousing applause in the form of fuck shit. Oh God. Tao liking boxes. She's showing her feline side. Huh? I didn't know that this game had a box. A few of Tao's. Same. I want to clear my throat, sing again, never miss a note. B for beautiful, B for bow, B for barely, B for break. These are all much better than B for bitch. Oh man, if we had finished with a hello, I am Nix. I am Tao's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nix.
Hi there, cutie pies. I have returned. I will let you finish your words and then we will jump over to art.
Let me do a little bit of a soothing.
We will start by looking at all of the images that we have the option of working on today, and I'll tell you what phases we're in, and then you guys can vote.
push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if we die,
This song.
Hello, lovely Nimith.
Well
How
done
are
on your
you? It's
words,
so
you
good to see
guys.
you. I wave at you
Excellent,
with my book.
excellent work.
With my book.
Absolutely extending. All right, let's go over here.
The real world, not the digital world. Digimon live
I
there.
will turn your
That's
little
true.
stream
That's
avatars on so
true.
you can finish
You
your
do.
battle high. Oh, there we go. I didn't have my save hat on here. All right, let me move this so you can see it. 1 second. All right.
Buttons.
Welcome back, cutie pies. Awesome, Aussie. Welcome back, you beautiful being. Ubbies. Hey, good, Aussie. Sweetest Storm, one of these days, Tao is gonna sneak back in. Sorry, I've lost a little thing. In a break and peek up from the bottom edge of the screen, waiting for us to notice her. That is absolutely something I would do. You are 100% right about that. Terrific Talon, welcome back, uppies. Hey, good Talon. Yo, who knows when the sun comes up? Hi, sweetest Strat, welcome back. Head Pat's good space. I will be away for a bit, gonna go get some breakfast. I thought you meant you were gonna go to bed because you need to. Awesome, lovely, yummy, okay, appies. Welcome back, gorgeous. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. I'm going to lose my hat, he's leaving. Oh no, he's still here, okay. We barely won. No, you were just giving him a chance and he still failed. It's so cool that the clips nowadays can have auto captions included. That is really cool. I do like that. Nix, Patos slice jam slice, ubbies. Yay, good Nix. You're back from eating. How was your food, sweetest Sedu? Welcome back, excellent Ember. Ubbies. Yay, good Ember. Nose Tao's fun, loving type. Welcome back, sweetest Sedu. I like Tao's music. Oh, I'm glad you like it, sweetest Space, but this is mostly your guys's. I was singing along to this song all morning. It's pretty. The vocals of the song remind me of MLP. I could see that. I said bed first. You must have read it wrong. Don't gaslight me, boy. Beast for you, see the Sam. I posted you holding my cat in the Fanart channel. Let me see. Wait, what's save showing there? What's that? Perfect. What is this? What is that? It looks cool, but it's also being affected by the green screen. All right, let me go see your beautiful fan art. I really want to see this. This is cute. I love it. Look at, I'm holding Sam's cat. Cute. That's adorable. Very cute. I'm so happy about it too. Ah! That's adorable, Sam. I love it. If I double down on bed first, will it work? No. You gotta go to bed now. All right. Let me see. Actually, real quick. Let me just make sure. You know what? I absolutely love Shadow Princess and Midnight. You are both very, very clever. Here you go, darlings. There you go. That's one. And there we go. All right. You are both in. Thank you so very much. Perfect. Those are great. Those are great. Okay. I did my best with my very bad art ability. No, you did a great job, Sam. Don't even worry about it. Magnificent Awesome. It's so good to see you again, Zalin. Just popping in to say hi while I work on Gundam. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Would love to see your Gundam when it's all done as well. All right. So let's go over commission options first. So what we always do, for those of you who are new here or need the refresher, we decide what we're going to work on for the next like 6 hours. Well, it's more like 5 now, but 5 to 6. At the very start of stream, which is now 2 hours in is the very start of stream. Anyway, we're going to first go over the commission options, and then we're going to go over the chibi options. And you guys will first, we have 2 polls. We have the first poll, which will decide whether we work on those commissions or we work on those chibis. And then we'll do a secondary poll, depending on how that one turns out. And then I'll put the commission options, and then, or we'll put the chibi options, okay? Did my song request happen yet? I'm not sure, Sam. Which one is yours? Hi there, Jazzy Juicebox. How are you? Very sad because I can't recover my PS5 FF14 account. Oh, I'm sorry, Juicebox. That sucks, darling. Oh, well, very minute, you know, positive here, but you can start with us. Hey there, lovely Lyra. How are you? It's good to see you. Oh, the sulfur one? Wreck of Meister Cormo. Let me see where that is. It looks like, oh no, we're not even close to it. Don't worry, it hasn't played yet. We still have about 20 songs until then. Okay. So this is a commission for Yuki. So this one we would be working on shading and highlighting, so like the rendering portion of it. And then we would, if we have time, we will start doing the animation because it's going to be animated. It's a mascot, kind of like the Pouch Pal right over here. How he kind of moves and stuff. This one won't follow the cursor, but it will sit there with like an idle animation. Kind of like how Pouch Pal does when I'm not moving the cursor, right? See the little tail and he blinks and stuff. And then it will speak whenever someone redeems a TTS. So this is Yuki Com. Okay, so if you see Yuki Com, that's this commission. We also have, we can work some more on this one, which is Coldy Com. This is the Coldy Com right here. If you would like to work on that, this is Coldy Com. We're still, I've got a little bit of rendering left to do. It's not very much. So Coldy Com. All right, if you would like to vote on that one. I don't have 20 songs of time to hang out. Oh, that's okay. So something that we do, lovely Sam, is happy to move your song up one time, one song per stream, particularly when people are going to be leaving for the rest of the evening. So I will move that one up to play next, okay? There you go. That'll play next since you gotta leave soon, okay? Let's see. I'm good, doing well overall, and doing good today. Put an application in for a new job, got an important wellness check appointment done, had a volunteer shift, got some solid writing and reading done. That's great, lovely Lara. Very, very productive. Okay, and then we've also got, where is it? We can continue rendering this piece for the amazing Alec. This is another commission. So this is, we'll call this Alec Com. Okay, so this is a commission. You'd like to work on that. Keep that in mind, Alec Com. And then the biggest thing, all of those are like in rendering phases, right? The biggest commission we've got at the moment, and I mean big in every way, is this incredible starting soon BRB and end screen for Umbra. So this is sketch right now, but we've got a ton of line art to do. Yeah. we got a lot of line art, we got a lot of animation. So this is Umbra Com, if you would like to work on this one. Okay, so this is a big boy. Gonna post some in stages, but got the early taste of art I've had done as requested. Thank you, lovely Midnight. I am very excited to see it. I will have a look momentarily. Once we go to the poll, I will have a look at it. Now, so those are all the commissions at the moment, right? Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Now we have chibis that we can work on. So we have some storm emotes. I'll show you those real quick. So we have some emotes for storm. We got this one, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one, and then these are the ones that we've already kind of, well, not finished, but they're on the way. Okay, so these are storm emotes in case you want to work on those. These are all for, this will all be in the chibi area, okay? And then we have a Talon chibi, which is here. Okay. That's obviously in sketch phase, but that's our Talon chibi. We've also got, we got this one for Yuki. It is of myself and her in a sparring match, chibi version. And I think there was another one I had started. What, is there anybody else in chat that wants, not, that I owe a chibi? And again, this is not, I am not saying that if you just want a chibi, you're like, me, I want a chibi. That is not what this is. If I or Strat have messaged you saying you want a chibi, if you know what you want, say I. Okay? Save has become a fire. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Because if there's nobody else, then those are the only chibis that we've got, basically, at the moment. But yeah, please put I in chat if you know that I owe you a chibi and you know what you would like. If you want to know what my chibis look like when they're all done, this is my most recent one for Strat. It's all done. All right, I guess that's it. I guess it's just those like 3. Yeah, Yuki wants, so yeah, this one, the one with Yuki and I sparring is one that she would like us to work on if we do choose that, which is this one. Do you have any link click one out there? What of a chibi? Someone can win a chibi. Cool. Love the chibi. It's so good. I'm so glad you like it, Cedar Strat. You're free from your work meeting. Ah! All right. If there's nobody else who has a chibi that they would like me to work on, then I will put the poll up. And you guys will be able to determine whether you want to work on those commissions. Oh yeah, Umber has a chibi. I was waiting. I was like, oh, Umber hasn't said anything. I guess he doesn't want me to work on it. Okay, he wants me to work on one as well, which is a cute. I don't know how like secret this is, Umbra. So I'll just say a cutie pie in a box. I haven't done that one. I haven't even done a sketch of that one yet, though. To work on commissions or chibis? Toms? Chibis. All right, you guys got 3 minutes. The poll is now live. Please do vote. Please do vote. All right, let me go look at lovely Midnight's artwork here. I always love to see art. Oh my god! Oh, these are so cute. Holy shit, look at these. Oh, I love your fire dog. Is it a fire dog? This is so cute. Oh my god, I love the purple in the hair too. This is so sick. You know, I'm actually getting like very like Maori kind of vibes from this character. Is this your persona? This is so cool. I love this. With the flaming hair too. This is so sick. Such a corny song for me. I know, isn't it great? This is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, hon. This is so cool. Hi, lovely Loudon. How are you? Rain dog, but I get it. Oh yes, rain dog. I love the bracelets. That's really cool. This is awesome. You have my eyebrow notch on the correct eyebrow too. It's fluff in a box. It's true. You guys, you got 2 minutes. Please do vote. It's quite close. We got it's nearly a tie between commissions and chibis. Quick run through of all of those real quick. So this is chibi category. This is chibi category. Storm emotes are chibi category. The bubbling in a box from Umbra is chibi category, and then these are calm category. This is the starting soon screen and BRB and or ending screen for Umbra. So this is a calm. That's a calm. This is a calm, which is in the rendering phase. This is a commission. This is a calm as well. Here you go. This is another calm. It's also in the end stages of rendering. This is also a calm as well. Also in the end stages, well, not end stages, but definitely in rendering phase. That's a lot of comms. It sure is. So yes, please do vote. You got less than 30 seconds. Comms is in the lead. I would love to see you render stuff on stream. That's where the magic happens. That is where people go, oh, I'm so glad that that I commissioned you now. I was really concerned because up until now, I didn't trust you. Which feels bad, man, but also feels good when they're like, oh, I like this. But Midnight, I love your persona. It's so cute. Very sweet. Okay, comms. All right, now you vote on which comm you want. Okay, comms. Which mission to work on? Sorry, there's problems on the keyboard. Oh well. We got the Umbra comm, right, which is that big, massive sketch. We would be moving into line art. We've got the Yuki comm, which is rendering, and if we have time, we'll move into animation as well. We have the Coldy comm, which is also in rendering phase, and we have the Alec comm, which is the bird and in rendering phase. You got 2 minutes. Please do vote. To the Persona question, it didn't used to be. I've accepted my fate, though, after playing him in a tabletop game. Some of the ones I show later will probably be character art from that. That's so cool. Are you playing D&D or Pathfinder or Vampire the Masquerade or something? What are you playing? Please do vote. Vote Apocalypse. We'll go back through these one more time from the top to the bottom. This is the Umbra comm. That's the first result there, which is moving into line art phase. This is the Yuki comm, which is moving into render and animation phase. That's the second one there. This is the Coldy comm, which is at the end of the rendering phase, just about. And then this is the Alec comm, which is in the midst of the rendering phase right about. So, 'tis up to you. 'Tis up to you. Used to be a system called Quest. We switched over to a custom system now. Whoa, how long has your campaign been going on? Yuki, 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 we must vote Yuki, says Umbra. Listen, I'm happy with whatever you guys wish for. I'm happy to work on whatever. You like the Yuki comm, Ember? It's aw, so cute and adorable and beautiful. I'm glad you like it. I'll show you guys the Yuki comm again. This is what is cute and adorable and aw. All the textures done, so now we just got to do all of the rendering. 6 years! That is incredible! Holy shit! Wow, I am impressed. That's awesome. Same people as well? No, Umbra-san, Umbra-san, Umbra-san! Vote with me, and you get more free keys next week. Okay, well, for better or for worse, we are working on Umbras. Okay. Umbra it is. Here we are. I will, hold on. I'm gonna move my safe hat over here a little bit more. There we go. Yeah. Umbra won. Well fought, Umbra-san. Okay. All right, well, in that case, let me make this about as small as it'll go so that you guys can kind of see what I'm going for there. Actually, no, I might move this up because we're not going to be working on this stuff for... Actually, I might actually... Yeah, I'll get rid of that for now. I think that's a good choice because look how massive this piece is going to be. It is going to be gigantic. It's true. Yeah, this is insane. It's kind of a crazy thing. We have like 40-ish active players. What? Some having switched over time. It's a stream thing. Basically kind of an Art Deco fantasy. Star Trek was the original concept. That is incredible, hun. Holy shit. That's pretty amazing. Granny! Hi, gorgeous Granny. How was golf with your friends? Sorry, I just had to. Well, come on in, darling. It's such a pleasure to have you. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. How was golfing with your friends? This is our dear friend Granny Tato, who hath just raided in from a most delightful stream of golf with your friends. This cozy PNG tuber beareth an eclectic taste in games, from sleuthing to RPGs. Their streams are a haven for lurkers and friends alike. Truly a chill vibe fit for royalty. Welcome on in, gorgeous Granny. Hi there, magnificent Munchty. Welcome on in. It's been a minute. Golf was hectic, but so fun. I'm so glad to hear that, darling. Aquatique. Hello, awesome Aquatique. It's so good to see you. Granny raid. How was it chaotic? I mean, I have played a little bit of golf with your friends, but did you guys have like any specific settings or anything? I forgot to give the raid message. That's Okay, Granny, I can see. Let me tell you, let me specify all of our raiders. We got lovely Munchty, we got Aquatique, we got Granny. Thank you so much for coming in. Would you like to let us know when your next stream is, gorgeous Granny? And what you might be doing? Guess I can't beat a Yuki today. Not today, Umbra. Nice try. It has been a while, magnificent Munchty. I'm so happy to have you, though. And, of course, Ozzy seems to be happy to have you as well. Thank you so much, awesome Ozzy, for gifting that sub to the gorgeous Granny Tato. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. You are so sweet. Thank you very much for your support and your generosity and your kindness. Thank you. Sunday afternoon at 3 EST, we will be playing Nancy Drew. Yo, I loved Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys as a kid. Good stuff. But that's awesome. You guys, please do check out lovely Granny Tato, who will be doing some Nancy Drew at 3 EST on Sunday. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. And I know that you've been sorry, my brain is not working today. I know that you've been streaming those long hours today, so please go and practice some after stream care. If you gotta go to the bathroom or go take a shower or go eat or go to sleep or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And thank you ever so much for coming in. Amazing Alpha! Thank you also for gifting that sub to the magnificent Munchty. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. That is so sweet. Thank you, Umbra. You were too generous. Thank you. You were very kind. Thank you so much for the support. And both Munchty and Granny, I hope you both enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous community in. Thank you. It was so nice to meet you. It's so amazing to have met you as well, gorgeous Granny. Thank you so much for coming in. Hey, Cutie Caution, welcome on in. It is definitely an interesting vibe, switching with players I've been playing with game to game. Creates a nice variety of playstyles. Has its problems, but the DM has done a fantastic job dealing with them as they show up. Thing we've been doing the last few years has been exploring a D20-shaped world we're kind of stuck on now, each side having its own unique vibe. That's awesome! Wow, that's really cool. That sounds fascinating. You got one game, but Humble Bundle is giving Yuki and me issues. Oh, what? What's going on? What's Humble Bundle doing? Oh, gorgeous Granny, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. I do appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Well, Granny and lovely community. Hi, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is such a pleasure to have you here. I'm also a professional artist, so coming in at this time of the day on this date, we do an art stream every single Friday, Aussie time. And I let you guys vote on what we are working on for the day. Today, you guys have determined that we should work on this massive commission for the amazing Umbra, and so we shall. I am actually going to start with the stained glass because that will be the most zen thing for me to do right now, and then we will very slowly move out outward. Just go from like the top bit and then out. Good song. Yeah, this is a good song. But yes, thank you so very much for coming on in, Zolly. I do appreciate it. You were very, very kind. I'm out of peach drink, so I'm gonna call it. 5:15 a.m., time to sleep. Be excellent to each other. Have a great stream. Gorgeous geeks, thank you so much for hanging out. I look forward to having the privilege of being back at your metaphorical table tomorrow. And hopefully we continue our streak of Politely and I flawlessly executing on not even needing to roll, and hopefully Blue and Cacto continue their streak of flawlessly rolling like 18 plus to avoid battles. You may all stop your fear. I have arrived. Oh, thank God, nerd. We were so worried. How are you? It's good to see you. Well done on starting that hype train, by the way, you guys. Thank you so much for having over 50% on the hype train already. Awesome. All right. Let me move my too many cords and wires. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Wow. Thank you. All right. Let's get started. I actually think, oh, that's right. I did do this for a reason. I think we might, yeah, I made it this way so that I could actually, whoops. Use this part of the sketch in the final, because drawing little cracks is actually really quite time consuming. So finally I'm going to have my breakfast. For real, for real. Good. It's how I'd like you to see my art just posted. Cool. I will have a look. Let's see. This is awesome. Oh, first art fight piece, not my character. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, this is great. I love like the adjusting glasses thing, hon. That's a really good pose. Oh, that's awesome, darling. Great job. I really like your backlighting as well. I can tell that you've been studying your lighting. Good job, sweetheart. That's awesome. Wonderful work. Art fight is a good time. Cutie Caution, thank you very much for the 3 stream streak. I wanted to apologize for my shitty behavior earlier this week. I was in a bit of a sour mood that day and unfortunately got too heated, but I'm better now. Aw, thank you, Cutie Caution. I appreciate that. We always appreciate when people recognize their
buttons.
Their flaws, and then they try and you know, fix them. Buttons, indeed. The hands are a bit iffy, but otherwise I'm really proud of it. Yeah, you should be, sweetie. You did a great job. Well done. Keep up the good work. Very true. Sadly, not everyone can be perfect like me. Raw, darling. Oh, nerd. Raw, darling. Oh, fabulous frostbite. Hi, sweetie. To be fair, I was also dealing with a bit of withdrawal from my meds, but I have more now. That is good. I am glad. I'm glad. What is Save's giving a thumbs up because there's a that was that was an Uma Musume. An Uma Musume. You dropped something in the music channel. Oh, awesome, Midnight. Thank you. That's the other thing to keep in mind is, like, even though there are certain things that we will probably skip on stream if it's too like screamy or loud, you can pretty much share whatever music you want in the pouch. As long as
I
it's
don't
not, like,
understand how to
hateful or
play
whatever.
this game.
But it's just like on stream we're a little bit more choosy, but you can share whatever music you like. Unofficial one-person Akira raid. Hi there, dearest Danny, man. It's good to see you. Thank you for the unofficial Akira raid. How are you doing? There's a reason Storm is not allowed to own a trebuchet. It is because I would use it immediately for one of 3 purposes. Hi, dearest Dandy man. Thank you guys for the hype train. I do appreciate it. That was awesome. Thank you so much. I don't know if you mentioned it, Tao, but AI generated songs are a no-go too. Yeah, if you ever want to know what's up, in stream we always have a pinned comment to explain what's appropriate in stream, and then as long as you've read the rules for like the various channels and stuff, there's no AI permitted in the Discord at all. That's a non-negotiable. Not for your writing, not for your art, not for your music, not for your pictures. Zero AI. What was I gonna do? Shoot, what was I gonna do? Shit. So, Eepy, do you need to get some rest, lovely dandy man? To write it. to fling things at my enemies, or to fling my enemies. This is a joke. I do not encourage violence ever. That's soon. But when I say hi, thank you so much for saying hi. I appreciate it. I love that emo frostbite. Exactly. Exactly right. AI. I do want to request that song I shared in the Discord music chat yesterday. Okay. Well, I didn't get a chance to listen to it. I had a fucking hell of a day yesterday. So as long as it's within the realm of acceptability based on our pinned comment, hun, you are welcome to request it. I can request a song regardless because it's not on Spotify. It's a song commissioned for the character. Oh, that's cool. I love that you have a commissioned song for the character. Yeah, Julia. Wait, so that's Storm. Never mind. Julius is being nice. I prefer Julius. Yucky. Thank you, thank you. Have you tried popped chips? They are not fried and apparently healthier. I think maybe once upon a time. I'm not sure. I'm gonna move to my room and get PJs on. I've stayed at my desk a tad too long. It's now 12:20 a.m. Absolutely. Get into that art flow. How do you detect AI music? I've gotten really paranoid with YouTube music playing new stuff because AI has come up before. Yeah, to be honest, Daddy Man, I don't listen to music very much outside of stream when you guys request stuff, but you can always tell on YouTube because people will, like, it always says something like, number one, the name is always like Fantasy of Dragons, and then you like click on it and it's like, we bring to life your D&D stories with a touch of AI magic or some shit like that. And I'm like, fucking stop it. They are super crispy, quite good too. That sounds really tasty. Polka music. Oh shit, it's Al. That's an L. That's an L. It's AI Yankovic. It's Al Yankovic. The only Al I'll accept. Oh fuck. I feel like Weird Al should have done a song about AI, and how shitty and garbage it is. I got to see him in person back in 2015. That's cool. Al is fine. AI is not. True. AI I find is more prevalent with lo-fi type music, which can be annoying because I often put it in the background. Yeah. I don't know. We've run into a few songs that people have requested, presumably without doing their research. And like on stream, and I'm like, oh, this is such a banger of a song, and then I look at the name of the group and I'm like, oh fuck, please don't tell me. And I click on the about the musician thing and it's like, and a touch of magic with AI. I'm like, oh fuck, okay, time to put that on the blacklist. I'm sure he's done one by now, but I don't keep up with his work. That's fair. Hi, Magnificent Mulgrim, welcome on in. He did make a joke when some award show was banning AI for not being real or something, and he retweeted something like, I am real. Yeah, that sounds like Al. That sounds like Al. Already at 49 pulls for Lucy now. I'm so damn close to having my cyberpunks. Well done, Mulgrim. Just be careful. Be careful. Don't overspend. Don't spend beyond your means, darling. All right. Damn, that trumpet work, right? Oh, it sure is. Let me have a look. It's me and Eleanor. Let's go. Mwah, 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 mwah. Cute. Very cute. I hate that AI has gotten as good as it has. I found a couple songs I liked and immediately dumped them in the trash once I learned the band was an AI band. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it, Midnight? Because there's a lot of songs you guys request during these streams where I'm like, oh, this is really good. But it takes a really special one for me to be like, I want this on like my personal like. And yeah, one of the ones that I was like, oh, I'm gonna put this on my liked. I was like, yeah, this is so good. I would listen to the. Fuck, it's AI. It has gotten way too good. Way too good. That made me think of that one abstract painting. Which one? Now to decide what monster/scene to share in art. Ooh, I want to see.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. One of the songs you added was Alice. Which one was, who's that by Nix? Did you see what I said? Did you say anything past the, oh, because I learned how to be a smartass? Oh, I only paid 2 times. Got it. Okay, that's good. That's good. God, Epic, the musical, was such an amazing project. I keep going back to this one and Dangerous quite often. Midnight, you're gonna love it here. We have a lot of precious pals who are big fans of Epic. Yeah, I'm starting to really like a lot of the songs as well. There were a lot that when you guys first requested them, I was like, ooh, banger. But now you guys are requesting other ones that I didn't initially find super enthralling, and now I'm like, oh, yes, that's very good too. Oh, yes, so is it. It's growing on me, Feel free to request some Epic the musical stuff, darling. Magnificent Mokrim, thank you for the 3 stream streak, and thank you for the thank you, Mokrim. Thanks, sweetie. You asked about my OC, so I posted the closest thing I have to an OC in art. Ooh, I will have a look. Thank you so much. Let's see. Generate anything with AI or immediately label as lazy. Only effort you make is asking a bot to make your slop. Yeah, true. Gotta get running, but enjoy the arting. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Jazzy. We'll see you later, okay, darling? Hi there, terrific try. How are you? Let me go see your art. Oh, this is so cool! Is this from that same guy that you commissioned the other stuff from? This is so cool. I love like the uplifted like stones. That's really cool. I love the smoke coming out of this too. That's awesome. This is so cool. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? I'm doing okay, and good to see you too. It's so good to see you, hon. I'm glad you're doing all right. Hopefully, it can make you feel a little bit better, though. I was gonna request a song from The Greatest Showman, the song From Now On. That's a good song. I do really like a lot of The Greatest Showman music. All from him. I also posted his DeviantArt. Yeah, thank you, hun. I meant one of the songs you added to your playlist. Oh, okay. That's awesome. I love how it's shaded. Me too. I'm just like looking at how like realistic the shadow falling through the. Are these tines? What are these called? I kind of want to call them tines of the chair, but I feel like tines might exclusively be for forks. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Anyway, I really like how the shadow falls through that. Very cool. This is very cool. Storyteller. That's sick. I love that. Thank you for sharing. Holy shit, it's already time for another break. Okay. All right, let me just finish this little segment here, and then we will. Let me see. If you don't know, I definitely don't need to work on expanding my vocabulary. This was the song I was trying to request during your karaoke. Oh, I love this song. I don't know how well I could sing it, but I'll tell you what, Ryoko, the next time that we do a karaoke stream, I do know this song well enough. If you come in and you want to request this, just let me know and be like, it's the one you said you know. Magnificent Maid, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I'm going to wait a while so I don't monopolize the art area, but I know what I'm going to post next because it's snicker-worthy. Ooh, okay. All right, you guys, let's go on a very quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And, darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. We will be back in just 3 minutes, and I will miss you terribly, but I will also see you soon. Mwah!
I'm confused. Why doesn't that work? It said when there are four things you can get.
They need the iconic knife.
Same cuties. I can't save in the middle of battle, but I promise I will. Oh no, it's sorry, it's save. I say save. I say, how are you? Oh my god. Game. Thank you, Lambert, for the pellet. Thank you, whoever did that. It says add-on, but I would love it if you would tell me who you actually are because that's fucking sick. I've been accidentally getting streamers to bark and a woo. You bitch, you have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail. Oh no. Tao liking boxes, she's showing her feline side. Huh, I didn't know that this game had a box there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Work. It said when there are four things you can get.
They need the iconic knife.
Same cuties. I can't save in the middle of battle, but I promise I will. Oh no, it's sorry, it's save. I say it's save. I say, how are you? Oh my god. Tao is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tao's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy.
Click the buttons. Click, click, click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
This game, it's really good. It's very tragic. Story of class change quest. That is what. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Honor the champions. All right. Do we get to up? I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sus. You know what I? Go, go, Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. This is the B for beautiful, B for bow, B for barely, B for break. These are all much better than B for bitch. Oh man, if we had finished with a... I'm terrified that the final boss is actually, like, not final. Oh god! I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck shit. Oh god.
Lizard,
I think
lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard.
Hello, I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nix. Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun. Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop. It's time and space manipulation. Yeah. My whelming limit. Am soon to be overwhelmed. Oh. Am I whelming you? I'm sorry.
Hi there, my beloved pals. I am back. I will let you finish your words, and then we will go work on more stained glass.
Dude, you better hope there's not a spider in here. I might throw the PC. No more streams for the rest of the week. If there's a spider, there's a fucking spider.
Hello, awesome Aussie. Welcome back, sweetest shadow gun.
Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Are you sure? Are you sure you don't understand how to play this game? I feel like you do. I feel like you're lying to me.
Wait,
hi cuties, welcome back. Okay, let's see here. Hey, oh, welcome back, lovely Lit. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Abbies. Hey, good Aussie. Ember, welcome back. Abbies. Hey, good Ember. Nix, Matos, Celeste, Jump Slice. Abbies. Hey, good Nix. Incredible Eisen, welcome back. Abbies. Hey, good Eisen. Lovely Lit. Abbies. Hey, good Lith. I definitely don't know how to play the song request. What do you mean, Shadow Princess? All you gotta do is read the pinned message there, and excuse me, and use the art song request redeem. Did you get something to eat? Any chips? Maybe your favorite chips? I wish I ate all my favorite chips. They're gone. They are gone. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Uppies. Yay! Good Yuki. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. I did the song request redeem correctly, right? I think you did, sweetie. I think it usually lets you know. But I will double check that it's on the list. Cicada by Good Kid. Yep, that's on here. You're all good. You did it correctly. Terrific try. Thank you for the care package, sweetheart. I did, but it added the wrong song. Slouch by Jonas Newhouse. Let me see. Slouch. Oh, yeah, that's not right. Slouch by Jonas Newhouse. That's so weird. That's all right, sweetie. I have replaced Storch, which for some reason it put on there. There you go. Fixed it. How? You just had them the other day? Yeah, they're gone. I ate them all the other day. I want them back. I want them back so bad. Hey, Vetalina, how are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Is you killed the? Is you saved I return to carry on the back me a dangerous? Indeed. Welcome on in, Vetalina. There are always paint chips. Didn't harm us as kids. No siree. Let me see here. Thank you, no worries, Swedish Shadow Princess. Just let me know and I'm happy to do it. Also, welcome back. In and out, riding and vibing. Let's go, Umbra! Thank you, sweetie pie. Thank gosh, I just want to make sure I did it correctly. You did, sweetheart. You absolutely did. Thank you for checking. I do appreciate it. Ooh, pizza. Ooh, that looks like some good pizza too, Midnight. Yummy! Why? They force you to do what not the affair of the brilliance. Indeed. Bees for you, amazing Umbra. Good Umbra. Thank you for the head pad. Thank you, sweetest. Shut up, princess. How far down is from now on? I'm about to need eeps. From now on is about 40 songs away. If you're heading out, I'll bring it up there though. And that will be your one song for the day that goes up there then. Can I give my cats uppies? Absolutely awesome, Ozzy. Please do, please do. Thank you. No worries, Magnificent Mogren. My favorite emote is actually this one. Let me see. The T20, that's great. I love it. I love that one. How is Mr. Bear doing? Feeling good? Oh, I mean, as good as he can as a very, very senior cat, you know. Ow, Alex. Mean. All right, let's see. We just have lots and lots of cracks here. Actually, Umber, I wanted to ask you, since this is gonna be like what I'm planning on doing is, since you want like the daytime and the nighttime phases, I want to know what kind of raw color you want for this window. If you want it to be quite dark and sort of ominous looking, or if you want it to be quite bright. Because either way, the night sky will make it darker, and the daytime will make it lighter because it's stained glass, right? So the daytime or the nighttime is shining through. So I just need to know what kind of a color you want for the base, like for all of this in general. You know what I mean? Let's see. How far down is when I get where I'm going? Let's see. Probably about 20 songs. If you're going to be heading out as well, this is your one request to move up. That will play next, hun. I really hope you like the song I requested. I'm sure I will, Perfectra. I'm sure I will. Love me an old man cat. Yeah, he's an old fluffy man. Hi there, Radical. How are you, gorgeous? And Sweet Saku, how are you? It's so good to see you guys. This is probably my favorite song from The Greatest Showman. It is very good. I do like this song as well. No worries, Ember. No worries. So if anyone wants to know what's going on there, basically if someone has to head out and they are planning on leaving very soon, I do move music up if they are going to be heading out, whether that's for bed or work or whatever. They can only do it once, so that way if someone does decide to kind of be a bit of a dick and claim that they're leaving and then don't leave, they still can't request it, like, they still can't request that I move it up again, because I'll just be like, I'm pretty sure I already did this for you, you know what I mean? Yeah. Hi, cutie. Hi, Radical Rule. I am doing well, Saku. What are you arting? We are doing a massive starting soon screen slash BRB slash ending screen that will change based on what time of the stream it is. And we're working on the stained glass massive window back here first, because I feel like doing that. Ooh, fun, right? Right? Kuro! Hi, cutie girl! How are you? It's so good to see you, hon. It's so good to see you. How are you doing? Oh, I have permission to post art. Ro, if you can, if you're able to post it in the Discord, that would be like the most convenient place. But if you can't, then we can permit you. Not the bro step Skrillex, so no crazy tough step. Yes, honey bunny, yes, please. We'd love to see. We'd love to see. I always love seeing your amazing, outstanding, incredible artwork. Hey, Bean. I'm doing good, Bean. Just thought I would stop by a stream out and say hi to you. Hello, cutie croodle. Oh, it's always a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. Mogrim, you want ubbies? Ubbies for you. Good, Mogrim. I have to try my best to fix grammar for my SCP and just asked if Red can review the grammar. It is hard for me since I typed on my tablet. Very good, Nick. Thank you for doing that. She'll post it in the Discord. Just have to give her a moment. That's okay. Take your time. Take your time. Just let me know when it's in there, and then I'll bring it up. Cutie Saipa, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Whoa, midnight. I forgot that I asked you to put this in here. Sorry, my bad. This is so cool. Oh my god, look at those teethies. So cool. Badass. Ooh, scary as fuck. That's so sick. Ooh, very scary. I really like this like blast of ink here. That's awesome. That's really cool. Oh, scary. Oh, scary in the best possible way. Well done on your boss battle, by the way, cuties. Boop. Excellent work. Alrighty, let's see. I definitely love what Migs did with those, and it frustrates me that I can never catch him when he's doing commissions anymore. Aw, damn. Sorry, Midnight. But it is really cool. Very, very, I want to say, like, there's a lot of motion in it, you know? I made 3 OC Hello Boss characters and arts, and I probably want to start a commission with you. Oh, cool. Okay, sounds good. Lovely. I see. Let me have a look. Let's see. An art. Oh, first, hold on. Sorry, I've got to show this. Oh my god, Ro, the pose is beautiful, hun. Holy shit, I love these fins, too. That is so cool. Oh, and I like the... This is so pretty. Oh my god. This is stunning. Yeah, this is such a cool pose. Oh, that is awesome, Ro. Holy crap. Oh, that's so pretty. I am so jealous of how loosely and nicely your sketches look. That's so cool. Oh, the movement in this as well. So pretty. I really like your composition too. Everything is like cycling around her. That's stunning. So pretty, Ro. Well done. And I can't wait to see like the rendering you're gonna do for like this little like the outfit here. So pretty. Ah, I am so obsessed. This is beautiful. This is so different from the one you've been working on for Frostbite, I feel. So pretty. I really want to learn how to do poses that are quite, you know, I would call this pose atypical, right? This is not something, it's not a hand on the hip or like a kneeling position or like a something like that. This is very dynamic in a expressive kind of way. You kind of get this really shy, kind of unsure anxiety from her. This is just so pretty. I love, and I also really love this. Is this like a kelpie tail kind of thing? So pretty! I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. The Shadow Demon form I only gave him a rough description of when what his form was supposed to look like, and he nailed it. Apparently most of his inspiration comes from Gon's adult transformation, Hunter x Hunter. I should watch that someday. I've heard really good things about Hunter x Hunter. That's because this is just a cheaper quick commission. Oh, I see, Saku. Okay. My goal is to get better at poses this year. I love it. This is awesome. This is so great. Well done. Well done. It's a Fox Vtuber, and my community wanted me to draw as a mermaid, so I wanted to keep the Fox features. That's so cool. Oh, that's very fun. Yeah, that's perfect. That's awesome. This is incredible. Well done. It's actually Arcadia's foxtail being incorporated into the mermaid's tail. That's so sick. Please watch Hunter x Hunter. 1 second. I was gonna scroll up and see. Oh, these are looking really nice. Ooh, jazzy. Whoa. Oh, these are so cool. I want jazzy scarves. And this is super pretty as well. Well done, Sudaseru. I really like Shimi. I really like your pride classes. Ah, this must be what we're talking about. I see. Very hell of a boss. Very cool. This is, I really like the, this like, symbol? I'm gonna go with symbol. And this is sick. This is so sick. Sorry, I'm covering it up. I love the like insane look. So cool. So cool. Ooh, heavy Luna inspiration here. Don't show save, he'll like this a lot. That's awesome. These are so cool. Well done, well done. Excellent work. Let's see. Yeah, isn't that cool, Aizen? Thank you guys so much for sharing your beautiful artwork, by the way. I really do appreciate it. And lovely Ro, thank you so much for sharing that with us. I absolutely love. I'm so bummed that like so much of the time I'm not able to come into your streams, but I always see you streaming, and I'm like, damn it, I want to go see, but I can't. I know, I hate that we are on opposite time schedules. We really are. It's so funny because if you think about it, if I was in your neck of the woods or you were in my neck of the woods, we'd actually be constantly crossing over. But because we're in like complete opposite time zones, there's like no shot. I wish I could just hang out there carefree because they have banger songs playing too. They do. It's true. Correct. Yeah. But I guess it's time for you guys to move out here. Only solution. Sign me up. When we back in, sis. Got it. Can I bunk with you? You bet. Absolutely. Kick Nath out of bed. He doesn't need a bed. Despite being in opposite time zones, my sleep schedule is quite horrible, so I get to catch some streams. That's for better or for worse, Lovely Lost. This is true. We are grateful to have you, but I am a little bit sad that you probably have a pretty rough go of it as far as like getting enough rest. Bad sleep, where? Hi, Bear, how are you? It's good to see you. Nathan barely recovered from near death and Tao-chan is already kicking him out of bed. Before I head off and rest my hand for the night, I just want to say, keep being you and reach for the stars, Bean. Take care of yourself, eat something to eat, wait. Eat something to eat and drink, B. I can't wait to see your dreams being reached as you go higher. Thank you, Koro. I appreciate that, darling. You're so sweet. You're always such a delight when you come in. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Go rest that hand, as you said, and we will see you soon, I do hope. See, I'm not the only one who sacrifices sleep for fun streams. We all do. Well, there's a different strat because you actually make yourself sick with it. So there. Lurk for job interview? Oh, let's go, Storm. You have all of the pouch behind you. We are cheering for you hardcore. You got this in the bag. We're behind him, so ambush. We wait to ambush until if this job interview goes poorly, they just don't know what they're missing out on, and we ambush them after Storm leaves, so he doesn't feel any guilt. I'm just kidding. My sleep schedule also isn't great, but it allows me to do some late night co-working. That's a fair point, Eisen. That's a fair point. Also, speaking of Brad Paisley, it's 25:55, which means it's sad country time. Brad Paisley? Were we listening to Brad Paisley? So you mean I am just not good enough at sacrificing sleep time and hence I fall ill? No, that's not what I'm saying. One last art piece for me tonight. More during a later stream. Okay, sounds good. Let's have a look. See some more beautiful art. Oh, cute! Cute! Oh, I love it! Oh, this is adorable. This is adorable. I feel like Layla would really love this. This feels like Layla art. Cute. I really love like the beads in the hair. That's really cute. And the eyeball buttons. Pretty, pretty. You heading out, Mogram? Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Isn't that pretty space? Yeah. I love it. We can leave our calling card, defeat the shadows at the office, and have them redeem themselves. So come crawling back to Stormycun. Exactly. Exactly right. That's awesome, hun. Thank you for sharing. I feel so inspired to learn art after these streams. Oh, that's good, Eisen. I'm really happy to hear it. Are there any Indian inspo clothing stores where you are? I don't know. I actually am not sure. I feel like if I had any Indian friends IRL, then they'd probably know the places to go, but I don't really know anyone on like a friendship level who would be able to tell me that. At least not that I see very frequently. And the lag is completely gone. I don't know why installing anything in stream bogs everything down so much. Might be a RAM issue, maybe? I'll have to install Infinity Nikki a night that wasn't on. Fair enough, sweetest space cat. The group had taken to calling that form of midnight, woo card after the Castlevania Island card. That's cute. I love that. I love that. I will just have to come there now that you said it. Yes, exactly. Strat, exactly. Ah, thank you, Bear. We will definitely be listening to and educating ourselves on Mr. Paisley. Hi there, Jonas. Welcome on in. How you doing, Zolan? It's good to see you. Let me get some water. Thank you for the care package. Is this a mosaic window? Yeah, it's it is a stained glass window. So this is the whole piece. How you doing, lovely Jonas? Oh, Shadow Princess! You friends with Jonas? I think I spelled that wrong. Oh no, that's okay. But yeah, it's gonna be really big. This is rad. Do you like it? Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That's so much mosaic. I know. Yeah, look at this is gotta zoom in to where it is. You heading out, Swedish Shadow Gun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. We'll see you later, okay? All right, I have an art. Can you guess which one in the is the final version and which one I had to go? Great, except one thing. Ooh. Ah, yes, I can. I actually don't even know if I should show that on stream, but I actually don't know if we should show that in the Discord. Maybe not. Do they have the glass stains so that they don't have to feel responsible for cleaning it? No, I don't think so. Yeah, sorry, nerd. Can you actually get rid of that? That's bordering too close on inappropriate. I already did when you first said it. I was just like, you overlooked something.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you had Natsu to Seru. Have a good one, darling. We'll see you Sunday then. Enjoy your errands. Arctic, sweetie, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I'll start expanding the glass a little bit more once we like move away from like this area, but I want all of this to be really the like focal point of the window. So probably once we get to like about this area, like up like out there, I'll probably leave it as like broad as it is, but everything else needs to be broken up, especially near the little spaces. Not just final version that is missing the facepalm part. Okay, sounds good. I can't wait to get to work. I feel so restless right now. I need some work to keep me active. Strat, you need to go to sleep. You're going to make yourself horrendously sick. And you know what I need next week? I need my modager. We have a big reveal and everything, and you're gonna be sick because you don't sleep. Strat, go to bed. You tell him, Ro. You tell him. Strat, I'll take over. I won't actually take over. We're just trying to get him to go to sleep. Shh, leave that part out. I am on my bed, like literally moved from the desk to my bed to get comfy. Yeah, but that being in bed is not the same as sleeping. Stratos fucking edge. Whoa, sorry. Went a little too crazy with that one. Okay. Shake. Currently, I love Starry Sea Aquira, Yachio Runami. Are these musos, hun, or the is this like, are these artists? You betrayed me, Ro, not you too. Yes, go, Ro, do it. I I probably need to sleep soon here too. Gonna give it like a half an hour longer. Okay, that sounds good, lovely midnight. But yeah, make sure you do get enough rest, okay? Yeah, Tao, want someone else to make you sleep Strat. Actually, I might have to do that one day. I might actually have to do that if Strat keeps on like harming himself just to be here. I'm like, damn, I understand why he feels obligated to, but I'm worried about his health, so we shall see. We shall see. I can share a link to the song on Spotify. Oh, yeah, if you want to... Oh, it's a song for an anime movie. If you put it in the song request, you can just copy... I know that it specifically says don't use the link, but ignore what I already wrote and do use the link. And you'll be able to put it in there without issue, hopefully, unless it decides to time you out for like 10 seconds. But I promise it means nothing to us. You will be timed out momentarily if that happens, but... It will not impact too much time to make an alt and give it mob privileges. No, absolutely not. Was I supposed to do the link? You can if you want. It's just if it's hard to find on Spotify, sometimes it's best to use the link. You can use the link, but yeah, again, I'm sorry if you get timed out briefly. Oh, okay. Coda's barking for no reason. I wonder why. Probably because there's anybody walking around anywhere outside ever. Hey, it worked! Let's go, Ro! Well done, my dear, well done! Sneaks into my hospital stores for sleeping medicines for Stratcoon. For obvious reasons, this is a joke, Twitch! Me steps out my door in Oregon. Do I hear a dog? Exactly. Exactly, nerd. That's Coda for you. There were multiple versions, so I thought the link would be better, but it said no link. I don't know what copy/version it got. Yeah, no, that's fair. I know it says no link, but I probably actually should. I'll just get rid of that because we kind of just have to. Sometimes we just gotta do that. Hold on, I gotta turn off my save hat momentarily so that I can move around over on the Twitch. Hold on 1 second. I appreciate you guys being so adherent to the rules. That is very much appreciated. I'll say alternatively, you can post the link, but depending on mood, automod may time you out. Automod may time out. May time you out. Oh my gosh. Okay. Cool. All right. There we go. That should be good now. And I have my save hat back. Hold on. I gotta make sure that save hat is back. Nom 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 nom. Was very confused when my computer was quiet and couldn't hear a Tau. My tab pauses itself. I hate that. Mine does that too. We can't let her get lazy. Quick, everyone, break the rules. Please don't. Isn't this from JJK? It might be. I think it is. Yeah, there you go. Strat knows. Don't know how long I've missed due to locking in. Oh, that's okay, Umbra. No worries. No worries. We're just working on your stained glass at the moment. Very, very, very vibey, easy thing to focus in on. Oh, although, sorry, Umbra, did you hear my question earlier, or had you locked in by that point? Thank you for including a YouTube's YouTube clips thread via best of stream. Already posted my favorite. Perfect. Thank you. No, thank you. And Patricia for the recce. I have 2 random questions. 1, does anyone know of good groups for Apple Pencil? And 2, does anyone know if or when the next season of Dance Dance comes out? Tragically, I know neither of these things. Hopefully someone else can assist you, darling. Thank you for the fart, beautiful bear. It looks peak as hell. I'm so happy you're enjoying it. And no, I didn't hear the question. What was the question? So I was just asking you, since we're gonna have, this is like the same area, right? In the daytime or the nighttime. And obviously the outside will impact how it looks, but during the day, whatever colors you choose will be brighter, and during the night, any colors that you choose will be darker. So what raw colors would you like to color the stained glass here? Do you want it to be like a midnight color so that it's really quite dark at night, or do you want it to be a midnight color so that it's like, because if it's midnight-ish, like, you know, deep blues and purples and stuff, it will be really dark at night but really beautiful in the daytime. Or we could do it so that it's fairly light in both scenarios if you have it like blues and stuff, something like that. Yeah, it's totally up to you. But yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of what color you would like this to be. Recognizing, of course, that these are like the phases of the moon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be like a you know, blue, black, purple. How do I check song order? Ro, if you do exclamation point Q, like Q-U-E-U, wait. Yeah. Q-U-E-U. No, Q-E-U-E, Q-E, fuck. There we go. Q-U-E-U-E. There we go. Q-U-E-U-E. That's it. Thank you. You can see the next 5. If you want to know the location of a specific song, though, you can ask me, and I will let you know. I'm gonna do this just to be trolly. Uh-oh. Ah, no, he did the exclamation point Q. Fuck. Well, I was... yes. Chat is what happens when you're trying to figure out how to spell Q. Q is a word with a sound and 4 letters waiting for their time. I like that a lot, Bear. That's actually the perfect way to put that. Q-wee-wee. 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 I do like, first you were talking about, like, night sky, because it could lead to adding the, like light candlelight? Do you mean, like, in the, like, what, reflecting off of the glass, or, like, in the panes of glass? Like, do you want, did you have any modifications to the, stained glass? Because I do need to know that before I keep doing this, since I won't be able to, I'll have to erase any of the stuff that we've already done, if so. Feather, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream, and Strat as well, thank you. Actually, you guys have just hit both of those, like 2 of those goals. So, Julius, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. So let me, no, the colors you were mentioning before, the light reflecting, if that's how I understood your question. So, I'm kind of thinking, let me actually do a demonstration real quick to make sure that we're on the same page. So, like, if we were to do like obviously there will be many more colors than this, but so let's say that you want it to be like a midnight, right? So that would be, so let's say that's kind of your midnight color. And then during the daytime part of the stream, one sec. So during the daytime, it would kind of be more like. It'd be kind of like this, but obviously there would be more colors, right? But like the light would shine through a lot more. Whereas at night, it would be kind of more like that, and it would be a lot darker. And you wouldn't see as much distinction there. Bear, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Sweetest Space Cat. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, beautiful bear, for your incredible generosity. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. Thank you. I'm Bear Dabba Dee Dabba Die. You are Bear. Thank you so much, beautiful bear. That's so considerate of you. Thank you, hun. That's so sweet. Thank you. Jonas, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream as well, and Eisen as well. Let's see. Moments like this are why I love my name choice. Yeah, whoops, that could be very confusing. Okay. Before I forget, I wanted to go over to, we got another thing for the pouch couch. Oh no, wait, sorry, wait, okay, hold up. I'm gonna put it in the events and schedule, actually. No, I can't do that because you guys have to recommend stuff. Shoot! It's almost like I need to reorganize the Discord or something. Me? No, never! Eek. Let's watch along. Oh, I probably should have put that in the movie night thing. Fuck, dude. I'm an idiot. Okay, I forgot we had a thread. Okay, we'll make a different thread. We'll do, let's see, recommendations for community goals. How about that? Let's say, please recommend, wait, what's a thread name? Wait, I already put that! Recommendations. Recommendations for, God, I wish my brain worked better. Holy shit. Community. Goals. And then start message. What would you like to pursue for your next channel point community goals? It should be something we can do in one stream. 6 or less hours. It should be inclusive of everyone. Okay, not everyone. I will put 95% of people of pals, because I recognize that some people, like, if you don't have a computer, you can't participate, and that's unfortunate. I get that, but it should be inclusive of 95% of pals. It should be something that a lot of pals would enjoy. So Battlefield 1 is a no, because people probably would not like that much. Okay. Please do go over to the Pouch Couch and go to threads and click on recommendations for community goals, and we will, whatever you guys recommend here, if you see something you like, thumbs it up, okay? Because we now have 2 things that I need to arrange. So movie night, which you guys are also recommending in the Pouch Couch, right here. We need to go back to Monty's Python. Oh yeah, with Life of Brian, that's true. Oh, Bruce Almighty. I saw that when I was a kid. That was fun. And you guys have a storytelling stream I owe you. And you're about to be owed a karaoke stream. So I want you to recommend stuff for the community goals that we haven't done yet, or that we have and you just really liked. Okay. Okay, sorry, let me catch up with you guys real quick. Did Umbra get back to me on this? Okay. Yes, he did. Sorry, I'm still far behind here. One sec. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you, Bear. This is always a classic. Ro is leaving. Could you move her song up, please? Oh, sure. Let me see. It was... Let me see, where is it? Was it Starry Sea? I think that's the one you mentioned. That'll play next, lovely Ro. And I'm guessing which movie. Yeah, we also want to know which movie you guys would like to watch. So feel free to put that in the pouch couch. If you didn't like what you showed, the things that would stand out the most would be like the moons during the night one. Yeah, exactly, Umbra. That is correct. Oi, Tau, some stage I need to get your latest FF14 appearance. I reckon I can do something infinitely good for it compared to last time. Oh, fair enough, Fabulous Feather. Okay. Well, what do you need me to do for that, hun? Tau, if I'm honest, I like the Discord. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Sweetest Space. I like it too. No dat cord command. There is a Discord command though, Bear. Hi, lovely Link. How are you? It's so good to see you again, darling. Confident it'd be 100 times better. Well, I love what you did, lovely Feather, but I'm always happy to receive your amazing artwork. Tao-chan, hanging on by threads. I know I am. My brain is like... Talon, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream, and Deader as well. Well, come on in. How are you? Let's see. Totally heard immunity goals, not community. That's fair. I'm so sorry, I'm so far behind. Ryoko, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream as well. Starry Sea, perfect. Here it is. Just some stage catching you in game would be great. Oh, okay, hun. Well, we're consistently playing on Aussie Tuesdays now. We've moved from Wednesday. Wait, no, sorry, not Tuesdays. We're playing on Wednesdays now because Tuesdays sometimes have the maintenance, right? So yeah. So if you ever drop into a stream on a Wednesday, you will find us. How's it going? It's going well, lovely Link. My brain is not working. Thank you for the care package, Iridius. Thank you for the link lurk. Fuck. Oh, God, sorry. Thank you for the lurk, Iridius. Row, I love the little vibey with the tail. That's so cute. Immunity goals sound cool. Charity stream when? I would like to do a charity stream sometime. I think that we will probably end up doing one. I actually have a lot of cool plans that I want to do if we're able to hit partner this year. Number one is, of course, I promised you guys a 24-hour partner stream. So we will do that if we hit partner. And I also have some charities that I would really like to reach out to that will take us a lot more seriously if we have the partner check mark. So I think once we do that, we will probably end up doing a few more things like that. I'll try and book that in a little bit more consistently. Let's see. Taking me a sec to process things. I be living on strat sleep at the moment. No, I'm sorry, Umbra. No, you don't actually have to. It was kind of just so that like I could visualize where it's going. But honestly, you don't have to pick yet. There's nothing to say that I can't like, go through and recolor everything as needed. I just finished the Claymore manga. Pretty good, though the mangaka didn't make a final message saying thank you for reading my story, so I don't know how I feel about that, but love Claymore. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Link. Is that quite unusual for mangaka to not thank their viewers? This feels like a JRPG song. Oh, I can see that. Your Wednesday is my Tuesday. That is true. Ah, Bear! Oh my god! Thank you so much, beautiful Bear! Thank you. You're so generous. Thank you for gifting us the fabulous feather. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you, Bear. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see, 24 hours. And are you sure you want me to sleep? Oh, you will not be there. You're not allowed to be there. I actually I might not even tell anybody about it. Maybe I'll just do it and then you'll have to be like, oh shit. In fact, you know what I might do? I might start it at like, you're usually asleep at about 4 a.m. You're definitely asleep about 4 a.m. So I'll probably do 4 a.m. Your time and go until 4 a.m. the next day. Yes, I think that's what I shall do. Something that plays when you date the pink-haired girl right before she gets skewered by a god or whatever. Fair. I'm so hyped with the charity I've been working with. They're scary good with what they do. That's awesome, Feather. Very cool. Hi, Red. Welcome back. Stepping out to help proofread another Pouch Pals writing and also warming up me a slice of that prison loaf. I saw that, Red. So is it growing on you? Have you put some yummy sauces on it or something? But thank you so much for helping out the precious Pouch Pals. I appreciate it. And if they don't take you seriously, I can always talk to the food bank I volunteer at. They'll take anything. No, God, I hope not. People need to be a little bit more like careful with what they give to food banks. I've seen people give some really nasty shit to food banks. Let's see. No one's really explained, but what is the difference between affiliate and partner? Affiliate is something that there's a way to specify, like to really make this clear. Hold on. I don't want to speak out of turn. Let me see. Partners on Twitch. You get a lot more opportunities as a partner because about 70% of active streamers on Twitch are affiliates, while partners make up between 1 and 5% of the streamer base. It means that you get taken more seriously by sponsors, by other streamers, by basically everybody, to be honest, including Twitch. Twitch gives you a lot of stuff that they won't give to affiliates. And it means that you have the viewership, like inherently, by having that check mark. It means that you have the viewership to be taken seriously by sponsors, so that you don't have to be quite as like pushy on your own community and you can still survive off of streaming potentially. And it also used to mean that you had a more generous split with Twitch, but now you have to now that doesn't really matter all that much. It's basically a plus. You have to do the plus program in order to have that, whether you're a partner or an affiliate. Awesome. Would it be possible to do that? I think it would like nice like that. Yeah. Sorry, were we talking about the, sorry, blah, 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 blah. I want to blah, blah, blahing. Were we talking about like, putting this, like the colors off until we actually get to them, basically? Is that kind of what we were saying? Yeah, Twitch takes you more seriously. You get an actual contact point with Twitch, more opportunities. With enough, you get higher income split. I think you get like invites to TwitchCon and other stuff. That's true. Interview is done. How was it, Storm? It'd be possible to see an example of the other one? Oh wait, like when it's day and night, you mean? Kind of? Let's see. It's honestly not terrible. It looks horrifying, but it's basically just meatloaf with beans and extra veggies. Didn't you say there's also like grains in it or something? Does Carrie not get stabbed by God? I kind of lost the plot in Kingdom Hearts. I actually have never played Kingdom Hearts, so I can't speak to it. Let's see. We sort and check everything we got coming in. Oh, that's good. That's good. Love that song. Thank you for playing it. My pleasure, lovely Ro. Thank you for sharing it with us. It was beautiful. It went excessively well. Wow. Okay, I was interviewing with the recruiter who was exceptionally excited as I'm matching almost exactly with what is being sought. The recruitment/manager with the client is also one of my former bosses, so they already know me well. That's awesome, Storm. You must be so hyped. Should I explain the bigger difference? If you want to. Remember when only the top 10% were affiliates? It is getting easier to become affiliate and to become partner, but partners are, you still have to have quite a bit of viewership to be partner. Twatch got greedy. Oh, shock. Never expected that of Twitch. Saku is on summer vacation. She's a high school teacher, so she doesn't teach during summer break. She can stay up as late as she wants. Hey, nice, Saku. Oatmeal too, that's right. Though not that far-fetched, as most meatloaf recipes use breadcrumbs as a binder. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I guess I've just never thought of oatmeal as a binder, even though it's just differently formed breadcrumbs. Not gonna lie, even if people don't feel as excited by affiliate nowadays, it's still a cool starting goal to have for people. Oh, 100%. No, I'm not shitting on affiliates at all. I'm just saying, I think a lot of affiliates, particularly if they have hopes of ever doing this full time, I think a lot of people really aspire to become partner, right? But I am an affiliate. I've been an affiliate for 3 years. Like I am not shitting on affiliates at all. I'm just saying the difference between a partner and affiliate, that's all. Gotta go get ready for bed. Oh, good, lovely Link. I blinked so hard, I'm so sorry. Oh no, that's okay, Umbra. I'm blinking too. It's all good. Hey, I'm behind save. I want to get partner, but I know they'd look at me and go, absolutely not. Well, not necessarily. Looks like the song I requested is coming up after the next, so I'll stick around for that. Okay, lovely Midnight, that sounds good. Post another thing for you on art. Figured I'd do one every half hour or so would be a good pace. Okay. After this one now, I guess. Bad timing on my part. That's okay, Midnight. You're all good, hun. I wasn't implying you were, just the other comments on it being easier, like it's still super hype. Oh, I see. I get you. This isn't intended as self-promo. My goal isn't partner. My goal is to see how far I can go at my own pace. It's why I don't throw myself out there much. That's fair. Everyone's got their own thing, but I'm just saying that, like, for example, Ozzy, if you were invited to the partner program, would you really just not accept it, is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, it's one of those things where, like, it's like, well, I mean, if you're gonna give me more, exclusive opportunities, the cool stuff, I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Man, this isn't the simple man I thought it was. Oh, no! Do you want me to change it? Oh, yeah, it looks like it didn't. You had requested what? Simple man, by, who was it? Paisley? Something Paisley? Odd. I actually don't see a Paisley here. Nah, you sure, Bear? Partners are treated like royalty at TwitchCon? Yeah. The biggest difference is the Twitch support and sponsor opportunities, but it also gives you the benefit of longer VOD days and even more emotes. All right, there you go. So I got half of it. I said the Twitch support and the sponsor opportunities, but yeah, I didn't mention the longer VODs and the more emotes. Oh, you asked for Whiskey Lullaby. Oh, that's a completely different song. Let me see what happened there. Oh wait, actually, hold up. I think it did pick it up. Oh, it did. It did pick it up. It's just further down. It's further down in the You let me know when you're planning to leave, Bear, and I'll move it up. Because it looks like it's like 20 songs down. How did those two get mixed up? Yeah, I don't think it did. I'm actually surprised I'm still an affiliate. I haven't streamed for years now, but hey, I'll take advantage of the emote slots. Right? Exactly. 100%. I like the probably soon because it's 10:30. All right. This is your one moving up of a song. I will move that right on up. That will play next. How far down is mine? What's yours? Try. Also, let me go have a look. Don't forget to go to the couch cuties and then go up to the threads here and then click on the recommendations for community goals so you can suggest things like you could suggest storytime stream again, karaoke stream again, movie night stream again. You could suggest community day. You could suggest drawing, like traditional drawing stream. You could suggest all that kind of stuff that a lot of people would enjoy. We didn't take a break after that one. Yeah, it sounds good. You're sweet and you'll be sad soon. Well, yeah, because you're leaving. Let me go see the artwork here. Ooh, cool. That is a cool character. Oh, I love her clawed hands. That's so sick. Oh, she's got like cloven hooves too. Oops, sorry. I don't know what a window is. That's so sick. Cicada by Good Kid. Oh, right. Let me see. I do like Good Kid. Let's see. Cicada by Good Kid is still a ways away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 songs away. But of course, if you're heading out pretty soon, I can move that up. Well, also the song, but that too. Well, I'm looking forward to listening to it. This looks awesome, hun. I really like the like fibrous tendrils. Very, very cool. Very cool. Sick. So cool. So cool. Oh, and we got Feather Brewer stuff too. 2025 render versus what I made the other day. These are awesome. I still like them both a lot, but that's so cool. Wow, look at the like ab reflection and stuff. That's really sick. Well done, Feather. That's awesome. I will not lie. You definitely have improved. Well done. There's a reason I found him and stuck with him as my artist for all my stuff. I can totally see that. The song on my playlist, Dung Gone Yeed My Last Haw. I done gone yeed my last haw. Had to learn and redo shaders so much for that. Well, you did a great job. And thank you for the head pat, Cedar Space. Did you see that's from Save? Thank you, Save. Thank you, Save. I didn't see him pat me. I was reading chat. I'm sorry, Save. I'm sorry. Let me see. I might need to head out soon. It's past 11:30. Oh, fair enough, Try. Did you have a song you wanted me to move? You wanted me to move up? I'm keen to do something intense and cool for your character, too. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. This song is hype, though. Yeah, it was kind of a banger, wasn't it? We were just looking at some Yuri. I opened... What? I opened up Tau's stream, and she's looking at some muscle girls. What's going on today? I mean, when is it not going on, you know? Yuri is going on. We mustn't lose the shout out war. Please go tell this man that we win the shout out war. Also tell him that he's amazing and we love him. He's a great friend. He's a great streamer and he's an amazing Hearthstone player and he's super sweet and he's awesome. And yeah, go tell him those things. Okay, all of them, all at once. Okay, Cicada, I shall move up for you. There we go. Cicada has been moved up. Thank you for the care package, Sweetest Spider. Welcome on in. Oh, I know this song. Yeah, this is a famously, like, tragic country song, isn't it? Y'all are welcome for the muscle girl then. Yeah, thank you, Fabulous Feather. And then I immediately stop over and there were no longer muscle girls. Here, let me help you. Here, I'm so sorry, David. I didn't mean to catfish you. Here. These are the muscle girls we are talking about. This is Fabulous Feather's awesome rendering skills. Cold Rain has become one of my favorite bands. I'd have never learned of them without the Jujutsu Kaisen community. Apparently one of their members did the song Remember as well. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Yes, yes. Tragic song. This is my Drunk Enough to Ruin the Vibe song for a bar. Oh, Bear, don't do that. Don't ruin the vibes in the bar. Why would you do that? Nice abs. I know. It's awesome. Yeah. Feather did a really good job on this. And the texturing is really crazy good, too. Look at all the sweat. You can see the fucking sweat. That's so cool. The sweat. That's crazy. Because I am half sad. Bear, no, please don't be sad. We love you. We're happy you're here. Please be happy to be with us. That's a drawing? I thought it was an FF11 screenshot. Well, it's how does it work? How do you describe it, Feather? It's not a drawing. It is a 3D render, but it's really awesome. Emma, hi. God damn, that is a nice drawing. I appreciate the PPE. Right? Absolutely. 3D render in Blender, yes, of their Final Fantasy 14 character. Not a drawing, not a drawing. Blacksmithing was hard work. It's true. A 3D render? Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, it's a render. It's a render. She is working hard. I wish I could get, I could work out as much and get that fit. I know, right? I'm a 3D animator. It's true. Fabulous Feather is a 3D animator. We do actually have to go on a break. But actually, we'll listen to this and then we'll listen to Cicada because I know that you two do have to go. But after Cicada's done, we'll have to go on a break because we're a little bit over time for a break. And I don't even know if I have drawn anything in the last 20 minutes. Sorry, I better do some element, some sort of drawing in some capacity. That's not even the right fucking brush. Hold on. After the song, we can take a breaky, exactly. I don't know Roman numerals. I was guessing and relying on memory. Oh, that's okay. I'm still learning. That's why I paused because I'm like, I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy 11 or whatever you had said. Thanks for the art and vibes. Our pleasure, beautiful bear. I'm sorry you're not feeling so good, but we're really happy to have you. It's always good to spend some time with you. I miss you. And I hope you sleep well and have sweet dreams. Okay. Matilda says purr purr. I say. To cutie Matilda, the kitty with the human eyes. I'm so glad that she's there, sweetie. I miss you too. One day we'll see each other again, beautiful bear. One day. Get a job out in Australia. How about that? Time for grocery shopping. Enjoy your grocery shopping, sweetest Storm. And here is Cicada for a complete turnaround. Might just, please do, beautiful bear. Please do. And you go get some good rest, okay? Go get some good rest and in the morning get some good food. And anybody that's being a dick in your life, go give them one of these too. Give them a little fuck you. My dog's name is Matilda. Yeah, it's so cute, Space. Bear has a really beautiful long-haired cat named Matilda. She's so pretty. She has the most amazing, like, green eyes. Excellent taste. My Matilda is almost 17. That is amazing. Wow. How long had you had her before I met you, Bear? A long time, I guess. Well, yeah, because... No, actually, you would have gotten her just a couple of years before I met you, huh? Trust me, Tau. Tau keeps telling me we will see each other soon, and I almost had me purchase a house in Taz. Yes, her whole life. Aww. She's a beautiful little baby cat, and I know she takes good care of you, beautiful bear. So you keep taking good care of her, okay? And we'll see you again soon. She is pretty and loved. She absolutely is. She's so cute. Cute little baby cat. Working out would be so easy if Tao was a workout buddy, I'm sure. I really enjoyed the time I got to spend as a personal trainer. That was a lot of fun. Part of me is like, if I wound up not being able to make a living off of like stream and stuff and I did have to pick up another job, I'd probably go with my personal training again. I'm off. I will definitely return for a future stream. Not sure when. I'm on Midwestern US time, so Aussie streams are always hard to catch. Oh, that's fair, lovely Midnight. Well, we will be, typically we actually go live quite a bit earlier than this. Usually about, like on our Tuesday our time or Monday your time, and our Wednesday our time, Tuesday your time, we start about 5 hours ago, which I think is like 6-ish? 6 or 7-ish? Maybe? I take the models in a blender and redo all the shaders, etc. to look far better than what's normal in game. Ah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. A 3D render in Blender of the fender, that's at the ender. I love it, Red, good job. Do you have any relatives named Bear? No. You have a cat called Bear, a friend called Bear, I have a relative called Bear, would just complete the triangle. Unfortunately, I do not. What do you think of song? It's beautiful. I really like Good Kid. It's they're great. Thank you for sharing, Try. Who is the person over Tau's head? Allow me to tell you, that's the sweetest save. He's amazing. He's a dear friend of mine. So please go check him out. He's a really genuinely wonderful guy. He's live right now, which is why I have his feed above my head. But he's generally a Hearthstone streamer, but he does a lot of responsored stuff. He does a lot of sponsored stuff as well, and he's super interactive despite the fact that he often has many hundreds of people watching him at any one time. You can go in there and talk to him and he'll chat with you like endlessly. He's very smart and very nerdy for all of the sci-fi things that you can think of. So go check him out, Jonas, if you haven't yet. We love this guy. 7 to 8-ish typically. Okay, yeah, 7 to 8-ish, right. Gotcha. I've been wondering who it was the last few streams I dropped by, but I was scared to ask. You don't need to be afraid to ask. I love talking about save.
Whoa,
I wondered if that was live feed. Here he is. Wow, they did! And he's awesome! Oh my god, on his stream, you're just staring ominously over his shoulder? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can we get a shout out for him so we can follow easily? I think I did a shout out for him too recently to do another one like that. But I did shout him out like that, and you should be able to click on that as well. I don't know. Yeah.
Keep it up.
We only did a shout out for him 9 minutes ago, so it says we have to wait another 51 minutes to give him a shout out. But there's the Frosty Tools shout out for you. Keep it up, good job. Yeah, there's a reason that he's the only other person on this channel that has voice lines besides myself. Any of the boy voice lines that you hear, those are all him. I see it. Thank you. No worries, lovely Jonas. Yeah, go tell him that Tau sends her regards. Make sure that you put in parentheses spoken as a mafia boss, okay? And say, Tau sends her regards. Yeah, do that. Okay, we gotta go on a quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I miss you terribly. I'll see you soon in just 3 minutes. Mwah! There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Let me do a little bit of a soothing song for all my betches.
Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. What voice do I give a chicken? Enkidu. I'm confused. Why doesn't that work? It said when there are four things you can get.
They need the iconic
the same cuties. I can't save in the middle of battle, but I promise I will. Oh no, it's sorry, it's save. I say it's save. I say, how are you? Oh my god. Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy. B for beautiful. B for bow. B for barely. B for break. These are all much better. I have important shit to say. Everyone, shut the fuck up. In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
In this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story or class change quest. That is what
Game. Thank you, Leonard, for the Peltic. Thank you, whoever did that. It says Anon, but I would love it if you would tell me who you actually are because that's fucking sick. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. That's really generous. I can't believe. Thank you. Oh, I'm a little lightheaded from that one. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so excited. Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz. Applause in the form of fuck, shit, oh god. There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nyx. Macadamia nuts, some pistachios. I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much. Tau liking boxes, she's showing her feline side. Huh, I didn't know that this game had a box. Okay, I only have one flash bomb. Go, Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nyx. This is the May I borrow your fucking... I've been accidentally getting streamers to bark and a whoop. Master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you. I hate this fucking game, dude. Oh. What? Where did it... She's a Vtuber, but she's not in... Sleeper agent activated. That was the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th power. Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant. Okay. Is Tau in love with triangle, in a love triangle with corn Hi, I'm here, sorry. I may or may not be chatting at save in his stream and I may or may not have forgotten about time. Well done on your good job, you guys. Good job, excellent work, decision. Keep that up, yes. That's true. Hold on, I gotta close this chat now.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job. Ah! We have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Hi.
Look, he's back. We're back. Wait, where's my chat? Hold on, I lost you guys. Oh God, 1 second. Shit. Oh, there you are. I found you. I found you. Thank you so much, Yummy, for that 5 streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Dearest David, thank you for the fart. Awesome Ozzy. Are you beautiful being? Uppies. Good Ozzy. Welcome back, Cedar Strat. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki Uppies. Good Yuki. I ask a very important question. Do you have wet nuts? I do not. I should get some wet nuts though. They are good. I do want them. Welcome back, Nyx. Tomato slice, gem slice, uppies. Good Nyx. Oh, Yummy wanted uppies. Of course you may. You get 5 uppies, Yummy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 uppies. Yay! Good, Yummy. Oh, I should probably, what the hell are wet nuts? That's a great question. Okay, so this is something that most people who are, because I've described this so many times because it does sound sus, and I recognize that now that I've said it so many times, but my beloved partner, I was like, can you go get some various types of nuts from the store so that we can like snack on healthy stuff instead of like, you know, chips and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And he brings back the most salted peanuts I have ever tasted. And we have so much of them. We have like 1.5 kilos of salted nuts. And I can't tolerate sodium. I don't like sodium very much. And like, they are so bloody salty, dude. So I still eat them, but I run them underwater and I wash them before I eat them. And since it's only a 3-minute break, I'm not going to take my time to like wash them and dry them off and put them in a bowl. No, I grab a handful, I run them underwater, and then I come back to stream and I go, but I haven't done that yet. I should do that. I will do that next break. The wet nut is a famous infinite jump exploit in Super Mario Odyssey. By tossing a large seed or nut into water and picking it up, players can repeatedly throw and dive catch it in mid-air to gain infinite height. Holy shit. That's crazy. This explains so much. Yes. I'm hungry again. Should I go have some chips? I don't know. Have you had enough protein, Strat? You should probably have protein before you have more carbs. Oh, do you know what I also realized? I meant to, like, hours ago when we first started doing the art part of this, I meant to do stained glass. Not a fan of salty. Damn, I love salty foods. Yeah, Nath loves salty foods too. This dramatic ass music for the story is killing me. Yeah, true. I did have a sandwich with meat, so I guess that counts. Well, I suppose it does. Yeah, I guess so. Oldest man. Hello, outstanding old. How are you doing? Here, have my other follow alert.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Uwu. Just vibing? We're happy to have you, Rod. Thank you so much for coming on in and vibing with us, darling. Are you an artist as well? Guess I can't serve Tao my pickled bacon bites with extra salt on the side for dipping. Ugh. No. But do you know what I've tried recently from a little sandwich shop? Is bacon jam. Bacon jam. It was actually really fucking good. I want more of it. If you didn't hear Save say you are them same and have proof of you say it, so no wins the shout out. Oh wait, you're saying so if because we're the same person, neither of us can win the shout out war? That's okay. I've fought with myself many times. Hi Noah, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. I guess I'm an artist. I haven't touched Blender in months. Oh, are you a 3D artist? That's cool. Well, we're happy to have you. If you have any safe for work art that you would like to share, please let us know. You can pop it in the Discord if you want. You know what I want? A can of beans. I might add that to my leftovers. I love beans. They are tasty. Very tasty. Bacon and jam, a combo that doesn't sound good, but is it? Well, that's the thing. It's not bacon and jam. It is bacon jam. Bacon jam. I don't even know how it works, but it is delicious. It was really good. They put it in like a chicken wrap and oh my God, it was awesome. I've never had it anywhere else. I tried bacon jam. Onion jam might be a good blend. I love onion jam. Yummy. Save file. Yeah. He's trolling me. He's trolling me. Hi, Sidon. Sorry. I'm not allowed to. I can't curse. Oh, he's betrayed me. It's all because of my Seffi Fox, isn't it? Welcome in, sweetest Sidon. How are you? It is such a pleasure to welcome you on. How was your arting? You guys, this is sweetest Sidon 2000 who hath graced us with their presence, bringing forth their artistic talents in animation and 3D modeling. This lizard-loving, weightlifting Christian streamer's recent broadcast showcased their late-night creative endeavors and internet-powered animation sessions. Truly a vibe. Lizard Raid! Hi there, TD+. Welcome on in. How are you? Cutie Quinn, welcome. Sorry, this is my save hat. He is currently live. Please go check him out as well. But he's pointing at me for some reason, and he also redeemed no cursing, even though he can't benefit from the no cursing, and I just have to suffer with it. Anyway, hi, sweetest Sidon. How are you? It's so good to see you. How was your stream? How was your arting? Also, would you like to let us know when your next stream is, so that hopefully we can come and join you? And while you do, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
But yes, as I said, sweetheart, very well done. I'm so excited for you to be graduated soon. I bet you are looking forward to that. I hope that it's everything that you hope it will be, and I cannot wait to see your film, assuming you're willing to show that to your online audience. But yeah, if you have any artwork you'd like to share, we'd love to see it. As long as it's safe for work, you can share it in the Discord. Yeah, what a pleasure to have you. Saya, would you like to let us know when some of your other streams might be happening and what you might be streaming? In the meantime, welcome on in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is such an incredible pleasure to welcome you all in. I'm also a professional artist. We're actually working on a commission right now. You guys on Fridays, Aussie time, which is right now, you guys get to come on in, help me decide what we're working on, and request music. Please just read the pinned message if you would like to request music. I am also a professional voice actor, so if you come on in for any of our games that are unvoiced, I do voice them, and the games that I'm gonna be in that are coming out, I will likely be streaming as well, which is pretty cool. At the moment, we're playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time, so please no spoilers. Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward for the very first time as well, please no spoilers. And you guys actually get to vote and decide what our next game is once we finish one. So right now we're in between games. We just finished Monster Hunter Stories 3, and you guys get to pick what comes up next. So if you want to do that, feel free to join the Discord. We also have weekly giveaways. It's quite an active, cozy little community there. I can share one clip from my film. I'll be back Saturday night. Absolutely brilliant, darling. Yes, please do. Would you like to post it in the Discord? Is that okay? Also, Mathemagical. I love your play on words user. That is such a good name. Magnificent Mathemagical. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is. Welcome, welcome. Do you think you could move my song up, Drift Away? Yes, absolutely, darling. I can do that for you. Drift Away is a bit down here. Let me find, there it is. All right, that will play next, sweetheart. There we go. The other thing, sorry, I mentioned in the Discord, but if you have a link to it as well, I'm happy to take the link. Just let us know beforehand so we can permit you, okay? Oh, actually, Strat's on it. Hi, from Save Stream! Came from Muscle Girl earlier, but bedtime. Oh, wait, Mathemagical, are you still here? Have this one.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Uwu. But yes, lovely math. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And the next time you come in, I'll have lots of math questions for you because I'm terrible at math. So, okay, bye. Thank you for being here. Isn't math magic pretty much Artificer in a nutshell? Actually, maybe so, Precious Poogie. Welcome on in. How are you? Let's see. 1/2 plus 1/4 equals 3/4. Yes, that is correct. I think. I have posted an art once more. Amazing, thank you. TD, crap, I didn't study. I know, me neither. I actually used to love fractions. I hate every other bit of math, though. I like fractions, though. Oh, here we go. This is really cool. This is looking really nice. Cool character. I love this sword. Very cool. Nice books. I like the books too. Very cool. Okay, one second. I saw, yay, a clip from your film. Actually, hold on. I gotta make sure everybody can see this. One second. Oh man. Wow, Sidon, you have gotten so bloody good at animation, hun. This is, oh my God. Wait, fuck. I gotta figure out a good way to open this without, we have to make this bigger. Hold on. Damn it. I gotta make it at least somewhat centered. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. Okay, there. I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. Watch this. Watch this. Wait. This is awesome. It's all frame by frame. Dude, I love frame by frame animation. Oh, that's so sick. I love that, like, when like the blast gets rid of like the clouds, it like moves them out. That's so sick. And the fire looks great, sweetest sire. Oh, that's so cool. That's amazing. Sorry, I'm just watching. Oh, more. Oh man, you've gotten so good. Haven't been able to drop by for a long time, hun, but this is outstanding stuff. This is so sick. How to Train Your Scion 2 is coming out. Love the sun. Yes, I love the sun as well. The atmospheric perspective as well, with like how it blurs the further out it goes. That's super cool. Here, let's watch these both one more time. So cool. How long is your final film gonna be, hun? These are awesome. Saya, wonderful, wonderful job. Yeah, what is the frame count? That's a good question. It's nice and smooth. There was no blood in that animation, but I'll show myself out. Wait, why would there be blood? I might not get the joke. That's super cool. It's super cool. About 7 minutes, 24 frames a second. Wow. That is so cool. Yeah, that is long. That's amazing. Okay, one more time. This is awesome. So cool. Wow, I love it. This is awesome. You've done such a great job, sweetest Sayo. I'm so impressed. Oh, more! Oh, look at the water. Oh, and then how it gets out of focus there. That's so cool. I love that. And then like out of focus, boop. That's brilliant, hun. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. That is so cool. Sorry, sweetest Sayo, did you already tell us when your next stream will be? I think you did. Did you? Am I crazy? Back Saturday night, that's it. You gonna do some more art then? So like for my Aussies, that'll be day after tomorrow, I believe. Saturday, that's it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was awesome, hun. Thank you so very much for sharing. I do appreciate it, sweetest Sayo. Thank you for bringing your awesome community in. What a pleasure. Now, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you need to run away and go and do some, if you gotta go shower or walk or eat or sleep, please don't hesitate to do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Thank you so much for coming in. Not an expert in animation, but the diegetic or the clouds moving away was excellent. Yeah, really cool. Really, really cool. Awesome touch. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest Space Cat. That's 10,080 frames of animation. I would die. Oh, you said bloody lovely or something like that. Ah, that's why the blood joke. Sorry, I often forget what I say approximately 0.2 seconds after I say it. How are you feeling? Voice good? More or less. My voice is okay. My throat is kind of yucky, but I'm okay. Thank you for checking though, hun. All right, we are working on the stained glass here. To start. By the way, for anyone who's come in today, I keep on forgetting to say this, even though it's quite an important thing. We're doing our very first debut of an alternate outfit on Monday. So, if you guys would like to join us for 5 whole days of streaming, we would love to have you. I have been in this outfit for all 3 years that I have been streaming. So if you would like to see me in a cowgirl outfit instead, please do so. Please do come on. Oh, all right, sweetheart. Mom voice is a go. Sweetest space cat, I know that you're doing that so that you can relax, and I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us, darling. After 2 years of shopping, we finally got a new fit. Listen, it's hard work to find the thing you feel confident in, you know? Why is it getting hot where I live at night? Probably because you live in a place where it's turning into summer, hun. Yeah, you're right. I thought so. I thought I might have been right about that one. Where's our favorite where's our my favorite pink click songs on the list? I'm gonna beat you up. How dare you? How dare you? With my favorite show. I would never. Except I did with One Piece, didn't I? Well, it's coming back to bite me, isn't it? The fuck? Oh. Did I avoid cursing for... Yes, I did. Good. More click clack. Jokes aside, I can't wait for another season, nor can I. I am so hyped. Cannot wait. Oh, thank you for the bleep. How you doing, VX? Good to see you. Oh, I like this song. Hello, VX. How are you doing? Another season of Drink Click. When? October. Did you get the time to read the manga? Also, can we have a look at the art book for the handcam stream? We certainly can. You guys just got to remind me because I forget. But the manga is I've got the donghua, like it's got screenshots basically. But yes, I have read it like 3 times. We talking about cake flip? I'm going to. I'm fully going to explain. Hi, Incredible Eisen. I'm gonna call it for tonight. Thanks for another awe-inspiring art stream, and I hope the rest of the stream continues to be cozy. Thank you very much, Eisen. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Dawn. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long, and we'll see you again very soon, okay? Ciao for now, darling. There was a really cool merch that I was so tempted to get, but the source was not very trusted and felt sus, so I held back, but I have my eye out for it. I hope I can get it and send it over. I was going to ask what is it, but you're trying to keep it a secret, are you? Sneaky boy. So teach me things about Brick Flick. Oh.
Yes, there's many known people and they're amazing voice actors and it's such a good show and it's really awesome and I like it a lot. You just have to watch it and maybe then you'll stop calling it all these stupid names.
I mean, it's no fun if you know. Well, I mean, except that it's still fun. I still want it. Don't worry, Tao. I'll ask for you. What is it? Thank you, Nerd. Perfect. Yes. Okay, I didn't ask, but Nerd is curious. Please do tell Nerd publicly. All I heard was really good show. That's all you need to hear. What the heck was that? That was me. That was me containing myself from exploding with pure unadulterated rage at my precious pals teasing me about link click link click. Hi, Radical Radish, how are you? It's good to see you, Dylan. The second we get a new season of Click Clack, oh, I will have it up for the anime suggestions. Well, I will be watching it the instant that shit comes out. Oh, bad pals. Yeah, you spray 'em, Yuki. Lich, clitch. Did you see Digital Circus got into Fortnite out of nowhere? I did not, but I don't really play Fortnite, so I hope you enjoy it though. Link and click. When FN getting? I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying there, Jet. I'm gonna go bother save. Hold on. I don't know what he's doing right now, but he's getting an anime voice turn. All of you get that. There you go. Enjoy. Tell me what he talks about. Please go listen to save right now and tell me what he anime voice turns about because I can't hear him. Is Linkin Park in this show? That's what's called Link Click. What's he talking about? What's he talking about? I don't know. Button link sounds okay. VX, thank you for the googly woogly eyes. FN is Fortnite, and Tung Tung Sahur is a brain rot character. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha, gotcha. Hold on, I gotta find my... Where are my save emotes? Save emote. Save emote. I bet Save could reach out and poke an eye. Probably. Probably. It was an AI image that got blown into stardom and now it's massive. It's a massive meme. Oh no. Do you have a no spiders thing for art? I vaguely remember something about spiders somewhere. It's not no spiders, but you do need to put a trigger warning and spoil the, like, put the spoiler tag on the image. Basically, if it could be triggering, like there are some things that are just not allowed whether you put a trigger warning on it or not. Link click, link click, link click, link click. I'm glad I never got into Fortnite. It was slop before slop. Oh, that's a matter of opinion. It's not necessarily something I disagree with, but I know a lot of people like it, so I won't say anything bad about it, you know? You're welcome. Thanks, Trap. But you know what you missed? You missed some surprising click. That's all right. I got you. I'll put it on there for myself. Oh, whoops. I added the entire album. The thing I told you guys not to do. Whoops, I just did that. Double whoops. Okay. I'm glad I stopped playing Fortnite. Not to discourage anyone from playing it, but a company laying off thousands of staff for AI? Nope, not backing it. Yeah, no, that's pretty garbage, no matter whom's it be coming from. Mistakes I never made. Always. You are so demanding, Tao. I got 2 on there. Yeah, but there's more good music. I don't mind people enjoying it, just never like got the hype. Yeah, yeah. Not a fan of Fortnite because of the genre, but it seems to be a decent enough game. When I take, what I take issue with is specifically the CEO of Epic, who I have not nice words to say things about. That is very fair, Red. Yeah, no, the CEO of Epic is a garbage man. And actually, sorry, that's an insult to actual wonderful, hardworking garbage men. I mean, he's a human made of trash. I'll post it in art, but it's a funny thing for anyone who plays D&D, but should, if you don't like spiders, don't. Yes, okay, fair enough, nerd. Yeah, as long as you put the trigger warning and then put the spoiler, it should be okay. Spiders? I love spiders! You call that a spider? This is a spider. It was fun while it was playing, but yeah, nah. I have to ask, are the spiders from Down Under really that massive? We do have some big spiders, but they're not, like, we also have little teeny tiny ones. Like, we still have, like, the little jumping spiders, and we have, like, regular-sized daddy long legs and stuff like that. People just, I honestly think that it's all a conspiracy. And I think it's a fair conspiracy. I think it's a conspiracy that Australians specifically manufactured because they were like, this place is amazing and beautiful and like absolutely extraordinary. And we don't want too many people coming here because we want to enjoy it ourselves. So what can we, oh, I know. We have really scary animals. Let's like really escalate the fear on that one. And I think that's what Australians have done. Hey, hugs to you too. It was fun while I was, I was playing it, but yeah, nah, spiders. I did. It's labeled. It's a spider. Don't click it if you don't like spiders. Okay, perfect. No offense meant, but I hear it's a long-standing tradition in Australia to prank foreigners by making up incredulous facts and treating them as truth. Yep. It's true. Tao is secretly a spider trying to draw us into her web. Imagine my newest outfit. Rah! Persona! Spider Sona! Like when the Danes named Iceland and Greenland, which actually beauty-wise is the reverse. Greenland was specifically named that to attract settlers. Yeah, exactly. You know, human beings kind of have a history of doing that, where they're like, I want to keep this. Oh, that's a cool spider. Yeah, definitely don't click that if you don't like spiders, but it is, that is actually really beautifully rendered. That's really cool. Spooky. Would never want a spider the size of a chest, but really cool. Look at the name in the upper left. Let me see. Not a mimic. Certainly not a mimic. No. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? Okay. I love this song, and there's a dance that goes along with it, like full on choreography. And from time to time, if I finish up like a strength workout, I'll jump over to like learning. It's incredibly complex choreography, and I am not a dancer in any way, so I look like an idiot, but I love finishing off a workout with this choreography of this. Let's see. Sheesh, don't give my DM ideas. Fair enough, sweetest space cat. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for joining us. Gonna be lurking for a bit. Got an imp call. An imp call. Oh, important call. Yes, of course. Okay, all good, sweetest strap. More banging music from Link Click. I'm not a dancer either, Tao. Do you count flailing my arms about like a beginner swimmer dancing? If you feel the music, then yes. Also, cuties, we gotta go on a quick break. I know, we just did that, but we do gotta do that. Please make sure that you, whoopsies. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is Alcia Medzamanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah!
Dude, what the heck? Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? Oh, man. Oh! Aha! What? How many times have I been here and looked around and missed that? Yep. Fuck! Okay, we're gonna... Okay. Yes, you are. Yes, I fucking am. It's true. Damn, dude. Hello, I am Nix. I am Tao's boat.
Thank you for being my boat, Nix.
And that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe,
Are you fuck? Sorry. Oh, why are you here? Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Why is that thing there? Oh my god. Oh, holy. Oh, that was so scary. Don't. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? Oh, you're such a fucking freak. I hate everything about this thing. Why was that there? I just came down. Okay, I was up there originally. Why? Oh.
can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun. Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do.
Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ow! May I borrow your fucking babies? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck. B for beautiful, B for bow, B for barely, B for break. These are all much better than B for bitch. Oh man, if we had finished with a third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Tau's. I'm a little bit of a lot. She's a Vtuber, but she's not in. Sleeper agent activated. Tau is the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th power cadet recruit captain commander sergeant. In fact, I think I'll like this one.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. Mazebot. Did I put an E at the end of his name or no? I forgot. Hi, sweetest Sia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, that plate. No, anything but that. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sus. You know what I'm saying there. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Wet nut. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish up. Oh, fuck. Oh, I dropped them.
Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter? Oh wait, in that case it was intentional.
What double?
Did I get it?
Hi,
Sorry,
sweetie.
that was very strange. I just listened to it. That's really
Got any pretty
weird.
art to show us?
Oh, good. Wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, Nix. Welcome back to the strap. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy. Amazing Umbra. Beautiful Bubbling. Yummy Yuki.
Or so
Hi.
it seems.
Yum. Incredible Icy.
Don't worry.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
CD is targeting. Oh, thank God it's not me. Oh, dude!
Look at what you've done! You don't have pretty art. Oh, got my hands. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. And dig something up you may not have seen. Sure, wonderful Whitechapel, absolutely. Please do share. We got some Ubby requests. Aussie Ubbies. Good, Aussie. I got off of work in time to hear us say wet nut spectacular. Welcome back. I just washed them. And they are no longer salty. But then I dropped some. Very tragic. Uppies for you, Talon. Nix, Mato Slice, Jam Slice, Ubbies. Good Nix. To the strat, welcome back. There, I posted a second funny trap that everyone can enjoy. Ooh, a bear trap. I love his fur rendering, dude. It looks so good. That's awesome. That is so cool. That is sick. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Defeating it blind is very impressive considering that I'm an idiot and didn't turn the fucking thing on. It looks like concept art for a game and I am all for it. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? Got a post here? Oh, sure. Let me, hold on, let me. There we go. Yeah, go for it. I just realized I am an hour or so away from lunch. Time is passing so fast, but lunch still feels far away. Poor Strahd. All right, let's see. Whoa! That's fucking sick. Whoa. Oh my god, it looks like he's attacking save. Ah, save, watch out! How's the arting? We're doing a bunch of rude? Hold on. We're doing a bunch of stained glass, painstaking stained glass stuff. So that's what we're doing all day today. Yo, that is so cool. I absolutely love the yeah, like the blast through. That is so cool. And then the termination of it, like right here. That is so sick. Huh. That is amazing, hon. You guys, if you haven't checked out Wonderful Whitechapel, you really should, particularly if you really, really enjoy a heavy art focus on like pixel art. He's like god tier at this stuff. Genuinely a super, super sweet guy as well. And making his own game that we're totally gonna play whenever it's ready for some quality assurance. I love to assure quality. Ooh, lovely. Stained glass can be a pain, but it's so pretty to have fully rendered. Right? That's what I was thinking too. I think it's gonna look absolutely gorgeous when it's done. It's just, I mean, you can see, like, this is a tiny bit of it. I'll zoom out in a second, but yeah, Whitechapel's son is super talented. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. Yeah, he's an outstanding, like, it's enough for him to be like an absolutely amazing artist, but they're also like a god tier animator. So the fact that they can do both is just so cool, just so awesome. Please do check out Lovely Whitechapel, and thank you so much, Whitechapel, for sharing. I remember when I worked for Amazon customer service, I had an odd shift, so my lunch was 4.5 hours in, and with long calls could go to 5. It feels so long, but then once I came back from lunch, it felt so much shorter. If you are working and you're like distracted by your food, and how hungry you are, that makes things so much harder. If you get to eat, then suddenly things go faster. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you. Yeah, so here, you can kind of see, yeah, you can see how much we've done of how much we need to do. So we won't get done with that today, but we are making progress. Many cool new raffles up for the next week. Thank you, Patch Pals. Ooh, I'll show everybody in just a moment. Yeah, let us know when it's out. We would love to, well, we would love to play it. And for those of you who need the reminder or who are new here, we do have some very precious pals who are very kind as to post community giveaways. So literally it is for community oriented giveaways where you guys, the pals, get to give things away if you just want to. And we have a lot of really sweet people, like for example, Awesome Aussie is giving away Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger 2 after he already did one. And then Briggy's doing Chroma Squad for you, if you want to play that. Psychonauts, doing a giveaway for Psychonauts. 7 Days to Die is on here. Saints Row the Third is on here. This one's got a region lock, but the others don't. Ozzy has also put Ty 3 on here as well. Swedish Shadow Princess is put on Life is Strange, double exposure. Squirrel with a Gun is another one from Shadow Princess. Octopath Traveler 2 from Lovely Yuki, damn. Over Looting is another one that she's put up there. Heroes of Hammerwatch 2. We have a ton of cool stuff here, and all you have to do to enter is be a part of the Discord and literally go, boop, and you've entered, okay? So if any of those games sound interesting to you and you want a chance at winning them, and as you can see, we don't have like thousands of people, so like, it's not like you have, you know, 1 in 80 chance of winning or something. You actually have like 1 in 3, 1 in 9, 1 in 2, things like that. So make sure that you go and react to these things if you would like to be put into the giveaway. You don't even have to be available on the day or anything. It's just if you have reacted sometime in the previous 7 days, then you get put into whichever ones you want. And you don't have to pick one either. You can react to all of these if you want to. Yeah, it's amazing. We have some really, really wonderful precious pals. Will do. Preach the love. Well, wonderful Whitechapel. We appreciate your gorgeous, gorgeous artwork. And for the record, your love as well. You're a sweetie pie. You are so delightful. Do you work better under pressure? Because I do. I have presented too many presentations and work on so many projects with crazy deadlines that pressure drives me, but I'd rather have a chill time. They get too much at a point and I have reached there. Yeah, no, I do work well. I work well under pressure, but I would not say that I am at my best under pressure. I am stressed out and I will get the shit done, but I will not enjoy it. And with most of the stuff I do, it's all very artsy, right? So literally illustration, graphic design, voice acting, all this stuff is like artsy. And art has a lot to do with how you feel in a lot of scenarios. And if I am feeling like garbage when I do something, I've never actually been told that it impacts the product for the client, but it impacts the product for me. And I feel like I could do better, which is a bad feeling. Hammerwatch is such a good game. Bit of a hidden gem. Well, oh, okay. Well, we've got lovely Draza here who reckons that you guys should definitely join in that Hammerwatch one. Hi there, by the way, dear Draza. How's your day gone? How has your Friday been? The song Under Pressure? Under Pressure. It's freaking Friday and I'm going home. So yeah, I'm good. Excellent. Good, good, good. You got anything planned for the evening, hon? Or the weekend? Need to panic. This isn't that. Just not that and we'll do the rest. Welcome to the internet. What would you prefer? All right, so be horny. Range. We've got a million different ways to engage. Rainy and a footing, it just sent you more. Don't You should kill your mom. It's the same for me. I will get it done for sure, but man, I would rather have the time because I need to work to be the best it can be. Yeah. I don't care if random people know this, but it's still weird that Bo Burnham is exactly my age. When you say exactly, do you mean you are literally birthday twins? Or do you mean like in the same year? When anything all the time, a little bit of everything all the time. Daddy, boredom is a crime. Anything and everything all of the time. All Bo's songs are fire. They really are. I know I do, TD. He means he's secretly Bo Burnham. Oh, is that what you mean? It's a pleasure to meet you, Aussie Burnham. Cutie Kurama, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Serve lunch early. You are really lucky, Strat, except that you're not that lucky because you haven't gotten lucky enough to go to sleep. Do you like that? Did all the things we just You, unstoppable watch. You. The world in your hand. Not as much anymore. I grew my hair out and don't shave much. Fair enough, Trezza. Fair enough. Funny thing about that, I kind of look like him, or at least I did 10 years ago. Wow. Damn. Okay. You and everything, all of the time. A bit of everything, all of the time. He's a tragedy. One is a crime. And everything, all of the time. A bit of everything. All of the time. This song is such a banger. Taz singing. Did you like my little whisper songs there, lovely Nix? My favorite Bo song is Words, Words, Words. Oh, that is a classic. That is a good one. I wish I could learn that one. Be right back. Needing more water? Ooh, good call, lovely Red. You made me want to drink water, so I have. Yes? Aw, thanks, Nix. What is Save doing? Save? What is Save doing? Now that I think about it, we do kind of have an Aussie Bo Burnham already. His name is Tom Cardy. I fucking love Tom Cardy. Go ahead and request some Tom Cardy music. He's got bangers. He definitely doesn't look like Bo. No, he's very Australian. There is no, I think you could never hear this man speak or sing and you would still be like, that is an Aussie right there. That is definitely an Australian. You know what? I will queue up some Tom Cardy because he deserves it. Man is hilarious. Red flags. We'll start with that one. Reception check is also very funny though. Mixed Messages is banger. I really like the music video for that. Transcendental Cha Cha Cha. I don't remember that one, but I know I've heard it. Perception check is so good. I'll queue it up. I'll queue that one up. I think we should. I like this song too. This is very vibey. You kind of can't tell from his singing. Poetic distortion. HYCYBH is good. Wait, do I know that one? Let's fucking go. In my thing, I feel it in my toes. Oh, have you checked your butthole? Right. Have you checked your butthole? Yeah, it's a pretty funny one too. That's right. You can tell he's Aussie from his singing because he does a lot of talking parks. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you can tell he's Aussie in his singing for sure. Oh my god, this song. Oh, I love this song, Caution. I'm so glad you brought up Tom Cardy, actually, Teresa. Such a banger. This will get so much faster if we can do about that much on the other two here. Because that's about as far out as I need to do those teeny tiny little ones, and then it'll expand. In fact, maybe I should work on that a little bit here. Just give myself a better idea. Not gonna lie, I didn't realize he was Aussie because I was just jamming away all the time. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Tom Cardy is one of the great Australian musicians, truly, truly. The other song that I really like that's not by Cardi, but I think it actually may have won the hottest 100 like this last year actually. It was but they say the C word a lot, so I wouldn't let it on stream, but it's is it lunchboxes, something like that. Hold on. I have it in my liked. Let me see. I really, really love that song. It's so funny. What is lunch boxes? Fuck, what is it?
Where is it? Ah, man.
Fuck. Hold on. Now I have to go and find out what it is because I'll be sad if I don't figure it out. I'm getting called away. I might not be back before stream, so I've left you one final thing in art. Okay, let's have a look. Whoa! Holy! That is a bard if I've ever seen it. Oh, it says barbarian? Bardbarian. Bardbarian, that's great. I love... That is a barbarian if I've ever seen one! Yeah. Oh, wow. That is awesome. What a multi-class, honestly. What a multi-class. That's sick. Dude is built. Wow. I really love this, this scarf. Really cool. That's awesome. Burly, beardy barbarian. True, Yuki, true. Hold on, I have to find out what this fucking song is. What were the most, let's see. Triple J, hottest 100. lunch. It's Keith. That's it. Play lunch. That's it. Hold on, I have to go find. That's it. Keith. Surely you know that one, Traza, right? Right? I'm not insane, am I? Oh man, a part of me wants to play it because it's really funny, but it does curse. But it's really funny. Which one? Keith by Play Lunch? Maybe I'll, ugh, I don't know. I really like it, but no, you don't actually? Oh man, it's like the most Australian thing. It was like number 4 on Hottest 100 for 2026. Well, I guess it was 2025, but you know, they did it in 2026. Maybe I'll play it just because it's really funny. Just for those of you who are not Australian, I know that the C word can be offensive, but besides the C word, it is just a generally very funny song. Just put it in Discord. But I wanna... Keith is very funny, I can test to that. Yeah. Australia has some good, great nerd culture musicians, though. Easy to forget, S3RL. I actually don't know that person. Who dat? Okay, back to the art, sorry. Keith is very funny. It is a really funny song. All I know is AC/DC. All right. This is not a song I would normally be like, this is fine, but it's very funny. And besides the fact that it says the C word a lot, it's fine for the pouch. Thank you for the care package, Spotter. There's a man at the mouth. Shaved head. That's little did we know we had just started World War III. Don't fuck with my trailer. Don't park in my spot. It's the second time this weekend I'm about to lose the plot. So this whole song is just about these guys' interactions with their neighbor Keith, who won't stop parking his massive Amarok in front of their place. Or sorry, gets upset at people for parking where his Amarok's supposed to be. Oh, thank you, Nix. This slaps. It does. It really does. Very much a Bogancore song, 100%, but it's really funny. Surely you could just as easily park it over there. I think that's kind of the point of Play Lunch, though. Like they kind of embrace like that Bogan side, and they specifically are like pushing for that with a lot of their music. But this song is so funny. This reminds me of the share house I used to live in. Parking was such a Australian word, and we argued a lot. Don't rent a room in a share house. That's fair, Ozzy. That's fair. We all have or had a neighbor like Keith's son, I think, so it's very relatable as well. Exactly. So true. Fucking losing their mind over like, can you not check your mail at 8 in the morning? Move your shitty buffer car to the other fucking side. Can you not make hawking noises in the shower at 2 a.m.? Yes, that did happen. Yeah, unfortunately, I do believe it. What time is early for you guys? Like, what time do people go to work? Oh, it depends. You know, it's the same as anywhere in the world, I think. Like, there are shift workers who get home from work at 6 or 7 in the morning. There are office workers who leave their house at 6 or 7 in the morning. There are people who don't have their shift until 11. So yeah, it's kind of the same as everywhere else. You just have you have plenty of opportunities. You know what a shoey is? Of course I do. No, I have not done it, and no, I will not do it. Hi there, cutie crazy. It's good to see you again, darling. Welcome, welcome. Have you done a shoey? I bet you have, Taraz. That's Australian. Surely, you know, if I had moved here like 15 years ago, I probably would have done it then. What about school time? That can also depend on what kind of school you go to. But the schools I know, they start at like 9. But teachers and stuff have to be there earlier. Like when I was working at a school, you had to be there like before 8. But your young ones didn't show up until like 9. But that was a different kind of school. That was not a typical one, I reckon. Who here has heard the term sparrow fart? I have not heard that term. Is that like a quiet gaseous cloud? Is rocking out to something? What is he watching? Hold on. What is he watching? I'm gonna rock along with him. You have to keep rocking. You know, the last time he did this, his stream went offline, so. Sparrow fart is a time in the morning before sunrise. Oh, really? So it's a time of the day? When the birds start making noise. Oh, sparrow fart. I would call that sparrow o'clock. That doesn't make sense. Safe Sun is doing karaoke. Here we start at 8 a.m. Some even sooner. I have no idea why they do it. I would rather have kids sleep in for a bit. Well, and it's been proven scientifically that like young people are supposed to be sleeping a lot more than they do. And so a lot of schools where they can actually adapt their schedule, they will shift that to be like 9. Because it is quite important for young ones to get rest. A bird approaches you and says, "Pull my feather." If you wake up before sparrow fart, that means you wake up before the birds are awake to take a shit. Oh, got it. Okay. So they'll be like, because I can't hear what's happening, he's just like really, you know, this is why, by the way, this is exactly why this man needs a VTuber model, because he needs a microphone to... Wrong hand. Fuck, hold on. You are included in young people. Sleep better, Tao. Oh, don't worry. Most of the time I get plenty of sleep. You aren't allowed to say a single word, Strat. You have to go get some rest. The very Australian saying. It is. I'll have to quiz Nath on that one. He taught me one that I've never heard anyone else use, and when I brought it up with other Aussies, they seem confused. I feel the need to save a Mike PNG at this point. Yeah. We're not here to fuck spiders. No, that one's a classic one. Have you heard this one, Peraza? Faster than a lizard drinking. Have you heard that one? That's a Nathism, I believe. I've never heard anyone else know like have heard of that. Poor Nath, being tested on his Aussiness as if that's a thing. Yeah. Oh, it is a thing. The number of times I run into something from like an Australian like on a reel or like a meme or something, I'm like, does this make sense to you? And he'll be like, yep, that's pretty funny. And I'm like, damn it. But there is flat out like a lizard drinking. Ah, interesting. No, he says faster than a lizard drinking, but maybe that's where it's from. He might have morphed it into a Nathism. That's impressive. You're actually the only person who has ever understood even vaguely what he was talking about. That would be an interesting stream idea. Tao taking multiple quizzes about Australian. Well, it would be interesting, but I could see things going horribly wrong where people would submit stuff and it would be like the most niche thing. And then a bunch of Aussies in chat would be like, no, I don't know that one either. If you're flat out like a lizard drinking, it means you're working really, really hard and have your hands full. Right. Okay. Interesting. No. His expression is literally about like the speed of something. So, if he's hurrying to get someplace faster than a lizard drinking, that's what he says. That's a JoJo reference? Wait, what's a JoJo reference, Cutie Caution? Oh, this song? This is a JoJo reference? What, is this from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or something? Sounds very not like that to me. Oh, a character's named after Lisa. Oh, okay. If you could have only trusted Australia pals submit quizzes. Oh, yeah, actually. I mean, maybe so. That's not a bad idea. Although, I feel like that could be quite exclusionary for quite a lot of the audience because, believe it or not, we actually only have, in our demographics, we only have like 12% of our audience is Australian, and something crazy like 47% is American. So last night I got this Indian sweet called Mango Burfi, and it's so good. I wish I got 2 boxes. I need to tell my bro to grab a few and get it next time when he comes to visit next. What is it? Do you know what it means to have a kangaroo loose in the top paddock? Yes, I do. Fucking insanity. Yeah, I have heard that one before. Wow, I meant wow. Oh, wow. Well, I got it. Well, wow. Well. I am that 0.001% Indian. That's true. You are. I think we have 2% India. Yellow, your local American in the Aussie area. Hello, amazing Umbra. It's a pleasure to have you. I'd be the only Guam one here. That's true. You are the only Guam one here. That's a good point. You gotta come visit us out here in Australia. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump. I'm sure there's a more Australian way to say that, but I can't. I'm drawing a blank right now. An even rarer Australianism is useless as a screen door on a submarine. But it's pretty obvious what that one means. That's true, but I haven't heard that one. I like that. I've heard Americans use that one. Yeah, that would be something that Americans would understand and be like, "Yep, we embrace that. That's funny." Crazy! You're heading to bed. It's way past 2 a.m. and I'm slowly passing out. All good, cutie crazy. Thank you so much for joining us for a little bit. It was a pleasure to see you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. With any luck, we'll see you on Sunday for some Persona. I'd be looking at becoming an Aussie entirely, actually. Oh, wait, really, Umbra? Are you gonna move to Australia? Love this Bruford track. It is good. It is good. That's a no-go for me suggesting that as a community goal. No, you can suggest it. That's fine. If enough people thumb it up, like if there's a bunch of Americans who also want that, then that's fine. I'm down for that. Because it's really more about like, when I'm worried about excluding people, right, it's more, I don't want to exclude people who want to be included, right? But if there are Americans who are like, oh, this would be really funny if Tao did that, then that means that they're okay with the exclusion factor of just being the observers rather than the seekers of the Aussie quizzes. Another musician reference in JoJo, actually, I just remembered. Oh, nice. Okay. So this is a seasonal sweet. Basically a milk-based sweet that's infused with mango pulp to flavor it. It melts in your mouth the second it touches your tongue. Is it like it sounds like ice cream kind of? Milk-based? It's basically like a milky, like an ice creamy mango? Have you seen the suggestions that are there already? There's only 2. No, I haven't seen them actually. I'll have a look. Oh, VR chat meetup. Yeah. Oh yeah, Tao finally does a pyrography stream. Valid, Storm. That is very valid. I actually do just need to do that because I do owe you guys that. But I need to find some way to safely be in this enclosed room with smoke. You know what I mean? Because I don't even have a yeah, there's no there's no smoke detector in here. But that's not the issue. I don't want to be inhaling smoke for like 3 to 6 hours, you know? So if anyone has a good mask that doesn't cost $10,000, that will assist me in being able to breathe while my face is pummeled with smoke, that'd be great. If only I could remember what channel was the community goal channel because I can't find it. Nix, it's in the pouch couch, and then it's in the threads. Ooh. Hold on. I need to go and grab the... One moment, please. I must grab this. I am, because I do like the area and everything, and not a big fan of the States, but just need to figure out the route of doing so if I really want to, Tao. Yeah! Well, I think you should. I think you should. It's very much worth it. It's a beautiful place.
A beautiful place with beautiful people and beautiful places with lots of beautiful things and beauty of the beautifulest nature. Yes.
Okay, sorry. Ugh. I almost called couch pouch again. That's okay. Pouch, couch, pouch. Same thing. Same difference. My brain keeps reversing it. I mean, it's the same, you know? Pouch, couch, pouch. Very good, lovely Nix. Thank you for the recommendation. My brain kept reversing it. Couch, pouch. Couch, couch. Yeah, totally same. Those are the same to me. What is this? He's got a clip of me when I was singing? Why did he do that to me? What has he done? What has he done? What is he doing? What's happening? What's happening here? What did he... Okay, remind me to ask him, if he comes in later, remind me to ask him what he was showing regarding the karaoke thing. I have no clue. I just found out that Persona 5 Royal almost had a female protag as well. Why, Atlas? Why not? Sadly, there will be no female protag in 6 either if all rumors / announcements are to be believed. Posted a short about that in the Persona thread. Damn it, I thought that was supposed to be like a given for 6. That sucks. Bummer. I just remembered that Tao has a new YouTube short. It's true. We do have a new YouTube short. If you guys have not checked it out, please ! YouTube so you can go subscribe over there. It is free and supports us, and you get to see some literal god tier editing from the absolutely incredible Sweetest Strat. Which you want to do, trust me, you want that. Strat, you know what you should do? So that you don't have to take on anything that's outside of fun stream stuff. You should go offer your services to other VTubers. I'm sure they would instantly hire you. I would play those games until I couldn't stand it anymore if there would be a choice. Yeah, really. Easy to patch in a female protag to a game where the protag being male is fairly central. Sucks about 6 though. Yeah. Yeah. Or sorry, not easy. I read the not part and then I didn't say it out loud. I really experienced Murphy's Law in that clip. I did. Tragedy. Custards. Ooh, yummy. There are mods for Persona 5 I found that add in the beta FEMC as well as having Kasumi-chan as the protag. Oh, yummy. Wait, Kasumi-chan? Oh, that'd be cool as the protag. Interesting. I'm surprised people didn't want, surprised that they didn't, like, code Makoto in, because I feel like since Makoto's, like, the canon choice, to be Joker's partner, I feel like that would make more sense, but what do I know? Damn it, now I want custard. You know what Nath introduced to me when I first moved to Australia, and like the first dessert that he, quote, made for me, unquote, was Madeira cake with custard over it. Bruh, so good. We haven't had that for so long. I want him to get more of that now. That was, it's amazing. Have you guys had that? Madeira cake with custard on it? Man, fucking great. Sweetest Spotter, thank you for the care package. I vote for Tao to voice act the Persona 7 protagonist. I would love to do that. Thank you for the care package. I was surprised by that as well, but it would be spoilers as to why they chose Kasumi. Oh, makes sense after I read it. Oh, okay. Thank you for not spoiling it, hun. I appreciate it. Can't balk them, mate. Yeah, exactly. Nath, why wasn't it fairy bread? Because I don't like fairy bread. I'm not a big white bread or butter or sprinkles person. So it didn't work. It didn't work, unfortunately. I have tried it. I have one bite and it was, I don't like it, but that's fine. But I also like Vegemite, so, you know. I don't think I would want to work with other VTubers or creators because that would require me to be active there as well. I just don't have the energy or the time to invest in that. Plus, I get to do as I wish here. Well, that's true. I mean, you wouldn't have to interact with them, like in their streams. You could just be like, for, you know, $30, I'll do a short for you, and then they pay you, and then you give them a short, you know. But I do get it. What the fuck? Rude. God damn it. Hold on. It just crashed. 1 second. But you are an awesome person, Tao. Thank you, Alex. I'm sorry. I'm a bit far away from my PC. What did you just say, TauTassieTiger? What Madeira cake with the Ow. Madeira cake with custard. Have you not had it? I'm not seeing a whole lot of Aussies being like, "Ooh, yes, it's so good." So is that like a non-Australian thing? Is that a nathism? Carambola? Starfruit. Oh, I've had starfruit, but I don't even remember when. But I know that I did because it was a very interesting experience. To Google that. Madeira cake is new to me. Oh, I love that cake. Yes. And Red, if you put some like nice custard over the top of it, it's like the fastest but like really delicious dessert. It's awesome. Not liking fairy bread. No, I don't like fairy bread. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't like it. It's not nice. But you can like it. You're allowed. I mean, I could, but still feel like it wouldn't be satisfying. That's fair, Strat. I get that. Yuki. At first, I thought you said Madeira cake. Is Madeira a type of cake? No, Madeira. Here, I write it. If you want to look it up, I think it's spelled like this. Or something like this. If you type this, it will correct properly. Hi there, lovely love. How are you? I have always been a massive fan of, oh, Nath loves vanilla slice. I'm so sad it's become less popular in bakeries these days. He's sad about that too. Yeah, he loves a vanilla slice. I don't really like many of the slices. I'm more of like a dark chocolate type of person, so I don't like really dark. So like slices tend to be too sweet for me, but yeah, he's a big fan. You guys can go out for a vanilla slice sometime, Tarasa. Lava uppies! Good lava! Medea is an infamous character. It's a long story. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, dark chocolate! Dark chocolate's the best, Alan! I don't know why I'm talking like this, but it's real good, I'll tell you what. For conspiracies, we better change to whispers or voice chats. No paper trail. Again, Twitch, this is for humorous purposes. No actual crimes are being planned here. You had a really off day. Oh, I'm sorry, Lav. Oh, I'm really sorry, darling. Damn. Well, I hope that hanging out with us for a bit can help make you feel a bit better. We're still gonna be live for probably another 2.5 hours-ish. So feel free to vibe with us, cutie. Oh, I'd love that. He would love that too. If you happen to know a good spot for around Tasmania, anywhere in Tassie, he'll drive a very long distance for a really good vanilla slice. Oh, you got work in 30 minutes? No. Oh, I'm sorry, Lav. Me. Why are my headphones going crazy? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why are they going crazy? Also me, because you turned on the microwave. The microwave, yeah. What's a vanilla slice? It's an Australian, like it's a staple of Australian dessert. Convenient Australian dessert. Australians have a variety of, quote, slices, unquote. There's like a mint slice, there's like a hedgehog slice, there's like a vanilla slice. There's so many different types of slices, and they're just like little, they're literally like, generally, not always, but they're often like little squares. Caramel slice. And people will just like walk around and eat them, generally. They're often found in like local cafes and stuff. It's called custard slice in other places, I think. Oh, interesting. He does like custard. We call it vanilla slice. Yeah. I remember reading a while back when actual crimes would use multiplayer games like CSGO and such to plan drug deals and stuff. No idea if that stopped, but I know there was a case where an FBI worker unwittingly came into such a deal. Oh my god. Fucking yikes. That's crazy. Don't forget the continental slice. Hold on. Now I have to find out what that is. One sec. Hold on. I probably know it, but continental slice. Ooh. A decadent no-bake dessert made of chocolate biscuit base, sweet
Buttons.
custard flavored butter, middle, and melted chocolate on top. Yeah, that sounds very decadent. That would be, yeah. I think if I was more of a dessert fiend, I might know it. Buttons. But yeah, Red, if you decide to go out and get yourself some Madeira cake, and some custard, let me know what you think. It's literally something you can assemble in T-minus 30 seconds. Oh, I could just bake it myself. Oh, that's true. Actually, you're a culinary genius, so yeah, actually, you probably should just do that. Do that instead. The cake base kind of sounds like an olive oil cake. An olive oil cake you made. Ooh, really? You know what? You know, if I were to bake it, what I would probably do, Red, but this is because I'm not obsessed with custard. Nathan's obsessed with custard. But I would make it in a sheet, do 2 of them, and sandwich thick custard in between, and don't press it down so that it and then put it in the fridge to make it as solid as possible. That's what I would personally do, because whenever we get Madeira cake and some custard, I will always be like, could I have about 1/3 of what you're gonna use on yours? Like, oh, okay, just because you hate custard. I don't hate custard, I don't like super sweet stuff. I still have the ingredients for the pinto bean cake on my shelf. Pinto bean cake. Ooh. Is it just called a cake and it's actually savory, or is it actually a sweet made out of pinto beans? Ooh, this is spooky. What is this? Archange or Archange Project Aces. Oh, is this from Ace Combat? Aha. It's an actual cake. Interesting. I mean, surely it would be a lot healthier than what you would typically expect from a cake, right? Because it's mostly beans. Can't wait to show Umbra, what I do when I have really big commissions like this and there's a lot of detail. I always send, after it's all done, I send zoom in detail areas of spots where you might not initially see how much work went into it. And I can't wait to do that, because I'll just do it I'll be like, okay, here's this picture 1, picture 2, picture 3, picture 4, picture 5. Wait a minute, Ace Combat 7! Let's go, TD! Are you an Ace Combat fan? Yeah, AC7. Did you request this one, Red? I like it. Oh, cool. Awesome. Have you played most of them? Wings of Thieves. Oh, is that what 8 is called? That's a pretty badass name. It's an old one from 1955, so it dodged the weird Depression era comfortably. It's actually supposed to be a genuinely good cake, just weirdly good, like the tomato soup cake. What? Is that a thing too? Tomato soup cake. Ace combat and ominous Latin chanting for major boss fights. Name a better duo. That's fair, Red. What about I don't know, I haven't played a lot of Dark Souls, but I was like, I pictured Dark Souls having like ominous Latin chanting. Draza, I apologize if I'm wrong about this. I have really bad memory, but I'm trying to recall. Are you my beloved pouch pal who is allergic to like meat? Is that right? I haven't had but the tomato soup cake is supposedly good. So you've heard of it too, Red. Interesting. Is this a meme or is this like interesting. Very interesting. Do you taste the tomato? All the best franchises have the initials AC. Ace Combat, Armored Core, Animal Crossing, meat allergy, alpha gal syndrome. Someone in chat I think is like deathly allergic to meat. Like any meat, and I don't remember if it's Draza or someone else. I had a very interesting conversation. You are allergic to nothing. Okay, it's not you. Who was it? The next time that they come in, I'll have to like repeat their name 75 times so that I remember them, that exact person. But yeah, it was really interesting. That sounds like alpha gal syndrome. You can become allergic to many meats due to it. Yeah, they were saying that they used to like get physically ill from the scent of any kind of meat, and now they're okay with a lot of meat, like as in the scent of a lot of meat, but there's not a whole lot that can be done for like their ability to eat the stuff. I think it was someone that rated us. I don't know, I've talked to them many times, maybe, but I'm not sure. What a change in sound, true. Something to do with how the tomato caramelizes and interacts with other ingredients. Interesting. Definitely streamer. Was it? Okay. My brain is going mad. I thought somebody said tornado soup. You would think that with my VA background that I would learn how to pronounce things properly, but and like enunciate clearly, but that's clearly not what's happened here. Ponies! Ponies! Winter wrap up. I've never heard this song before, but it's kind of catchy. Winter wrap up, winter wrap up. Exactly, Traza. Oh yeah, good stuff. I'm not allergic to any foods. Wait, I lied. Sorry. Oh, wait, I'll have to bear with me. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second, please. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, I was it was a call from Nath. Speaking of, we gotta go on a quick break, and I gotta do something for him, so I will be right back. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah.
She's a VTuber, but she's not in.
Sleeper agent activated. That was the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I return with wet
I love the
nuts.
music in this game. It's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story or class change quest. That is what.
Nom nom.
I'm confused. Why doesn't that work? It said when there are four things you can get.
Baby,
Save cuties. I can't save in the middle of battle, but I promise I will. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck shit. Oh god. There. I have important shit to say. Everyone shut the fuck up. Sus, you know what I'm saying? My whelming limit. Am soon to be overwhelmed. Oh, am I whelming you? I'm sorry. If you must depart, I totally understand. I am a little bit of a lot. Go Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. His name's Rudy. We have like 10 different outfits that we can put Rudy in, and I was like, this is the most unserious one by far.
That glorious corpulence. That unwavering gaze. He's not even trying to.
Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun. Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop.
Let me do a little bit of a soothing song for all my bitches.
Yeah. Don't push yourself.
Okay, everyone is like at 100% health, so if someone dies, it's their fault. Okay, I'm the one who died. Fuck! God!
Princess.
We were getting close! Dude! Crap! Oh, that's a good idea. I think I only have like one. Hello, I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for bringing my boat, Nix.
Little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not... I meant that you would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like... Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ow! B for beautiful. B for bow. B for barely. B for break. These are all much better than B for bitch. Oh man, if we had finished with enough. Same. I want to clear my throat, sing again, never miss a note. Oh God, karaoke's when. Hi, sweet Asia, welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, that plate. No, anything but that.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah,
Nathan's
exactly.
gonna pick up
I love it,
yummies, and so I'll eat when he gets home. Yum yum yum. Welcome back, lovely Aussie. Nick's Potato Slice Chip Slice. I hate this fucking game, dude. Oh my. All right, let's head back over to art. Thank you, Albert, for the pellet. Thank you, whoever did that. It says add-on, but I would like it if you would tell me who you actually are, because that's fucking sick. Yeah, welcome back, cuties. Bees for you, wonderful Whitechapel. Sorry you didn't ask for any, but you're getting them anyway because I saw talons. You guys have the same color. Talon, bees. Good talon. See to start. Welcome back, lovely la. Uppies. Good love. Awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies. Good Aussie. Welcome back, Nick's Potato Slice Jump Slice Ubbies.
Good nicks. Yummy Yuki, uppies. Yee. Thank you, sweetie. I will give him the hugs that you request. Amazing Umbra, I am preempting your uppies. Yee. Good Umbra. Beautiful Bloblin uppies. Yee. Good Bublin. We're having Thai food. I love Thai food. It's tasty. Yay, free uppies. Yes, indeed. Incredible. I see. You want some uppies through the ceiling? There you go. Did you say hi to Nate for us? I did. I did say hello. And he said, I will see the pals when I get home. And I said, you sure will. I assume it's chicken thigh. Don't tempt fate. It's certainly not chicken bones. Ducky! Hi there, dearest Ducky. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How you been, dearest Ducky? Hello, lovely. Just came back from the shops. Saw you met Kita. Yes, Kita's a sweetheart. But how were the shops? How were the shops? Yes, Kita's lovely. 'Twas a joy. Well done on, sorry guys. Well done on the boss that you couldn't see because I forgot to turn on the stream avatars on this screen. Bought a bunch of things, mostly wanted peanut M&Ms. Oh, peanut M&Ms are pretty bomb. Do we have enough on the list for the night? In the realm of, let's see. No, I don't think so. We only have like 20 songs. And we're still going for probably hour and a half, 2 hours. How have things been going for you, Ducky? I'm sorry I haven't been able to come in to stream much. I've been very busy with some IRL stuff, tragically. You know, Strat and I will be on that now. That's true, you will. I believe in you. Oops. Well. Oh my god, I love this song. I totally forgot about this song. My dad used to sing this song to me. This is so pretty. Oh, that's going unliked. This song sounds comfy. Yeah, it's super comfy. I requested. You did, Cutie Caution. And it's such a good song. I love this song. How old is this song? He sang it to me when I was a kid, so I think it's probably older. Thank you for bringing this one back into my life, Cutie Caution. A really pretty song. It's time to go classic and make everyone feel ancient. We're not making anyone feel ancient. That's a little bit, I mean, that's a little bit disingenuous, don't you think so? You get to be what you wanted. How goes the FF journey? It's going well. We actually, while we're back into it, the pals actually have decided that they really want to do the Hildebrand quest line first. So that's what we're doing at the moment for the last couple of weeks, which has been really, really funny. But yeah, we're enjoying it. We're enjoying it. I do let you guys vote every week as usual, but so far you guys have generally wanted save. My body.
Whoa, they need to see.
I can't even see. My body is. Wait. Hi, Save. Welcome in. I'm so. I did not expect this moment. Good night, but not goodbye. Did you like that? Was that pretty good? Did you like my mimic of the lady of my favorite song? At the end of Save streams, he always puts on this actually, in my opinion, unironically banging Star Wars song, and I very much love it. So yeah. Good night, but not goodbye. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome! You guys, this is the sweetest Save File 17. I can summarize him better than the bot can, but let's say he was once a #1 leaderboard champion in a land far, far away. Galaxy far, far away. They don't have land. They now share their wisdom and wit with the realm. Expect epic battles and plenty of nerd talk. It's lit, fam. It is. Welcome on in. Sorry for breaking your hat. Yeah, how could you? Why did you do that? Thank you for breaking my hat. Hi, Serena. Welcome on in. The scary Tau is right behind me, isn't she? Don't tempt her. She does tend to appear out of nowhere. Rah. I'm sure he showed you this clip. I actually saw him show you that clip, so I know he did. Welcome on in, Raiders. How are you doing? Jaunty Jackalope. Good night, friend. Just one more round, friend. It's such a pleasure to have you, Jaunty. Welcome, welcome. Hope things have been going well here. I am late rating Super Cool VTuber Tab because I got rated by Super Cool VTuber Seahorse. Oh, let's go! Is the wonderful, magnanimous Seahorse still amongst us? Is Seahorse here with us now? It was all in his head. That's okay. You don't have to worry about being late. The fact that you rate it all is so incredibly kind of you, Sweetest Save. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, Raiders. Save, how was your stream? How were your wins? When is your next stream? When is your next sponsored stream? What are you gonna play? Welcome. If you guys got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you would like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're currently doing some art on a very big commission piece here. This is what I've been doing all fucking day, but it's gonna look amazing when it's done, and I'm really excited. It's 4 a.m. for Seahorse, so hopefully has scooted off to bed. That is a fair point. We do not want the Seahorse to not get sleep. Must defend the nest from external water-based predators. Yeah. Anyway, Save, please answer all those questions for me, as you always do. You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Save. You saw him on my head for the last, I don't know how long I've been streaming. Hold on, I have to, 6-ish hours? 6-ish hours? Hold on, I got almost 6.5 hours. And you don't know, sorry, do you know why? Because he's amazing. He's an amazing streamer. He's an amazing man. He's an amazing friend, and he's so fucking chill. He is my favorite place, bar none, to hang out on the twitch.tv. Incredibly zen and yet absolutely flabbergastingly hilarious. He makes me laugh more than pretty much anyone I think I've ever met. So if you would like to also laugh more than anyone has ever made you laugh, probably go visit him. Yeah, he's really fucking funny. And he's also got incredible memory. He always helps me remember stuff. He probably remembers. Save, were you here at any point when someone in chat was mentioning how they are allergic to meat? They're allergic to like chicken and beef and fish and pork. They're allergic to all of it. But I don't remember who it was. And I figured you might. I would be genuinely shocked if you know this person. Save mostly does a lot of Hearthstone. That's like his bread and butter. I'm sure there's a card called Bread and Butter. If there's not, then I think that you should probably put a ticket in for that. And he also does a lot of sponsored stuff that you probably would not initially expect, because it's not all, in fact, very little of the sponsored stuff is like card game stuff. He actually did some Forza stuff. He did some Angry Burbs 2. He did some Neverness to Everness. I always forget some of the other stuff he does for some reason. I just keep on reinforcing the same 3 things in my head. I have been over on his stream a few times, actually. We got to play Tau Beyond, which is just Albion Online. But with me. And we also did a walk of life together, which was hilarious. I saw him showing you guys some clips. If you would like to go and see Sweetest Save, I think you definitely should, even if it is just mildly interesting, whether that's Hearthstone, talking about Star Trek, Star Wars, or just like kind of anything. He's pretty much down to talk about anything, and he's really a lovely person. He's a good listener as well. If you're like explaining something to him and you're like, oh, you should really check out this show, or you should really check out this game, or you should really do this, and he's like, huh, and he's genuinely really interested, which is super nice, especially when he's multitasking constantly, right? So sorry, I've let chat run away. Let me must defend the dive bar in Seahorse's case. Exactly, defend the dive bar. I volunteer as a mercenary. Okay, except if it's in the water, I will not be a part of that. Sorry, I'm afraid of water. How were cards? Middle run was a disaster, but got to close with a 10 out of 12 win run. Next stream is in about 17 hours. Precious pals, that does mean for my Aussies, that's about, quick maths. 11 in the morning. 11 in the morning on Saturday, which is a great time for you guys to wake up from sleeping in and then turn on Twitch and be like, oh, look, Save's there. And then you go hang out with him. And then you say that Tau says hi. Cards and maybe one of the 3 or 4 sponsored things I have stacked up right now. Oh, you have a bunch of stuff on the docket, hey? That sounds exciting. There's a bread and butter based, there's a bread-based weapon called Rye Cleaver that lets you make a custom sandwich. Is it useful in competitive terms? How always too sweet? Not sweet enough. My brain is more frazzled than usual. I had a lot going on the last 24 hours and my brain's like more broken than typical. So I do apologize if I have forgotten some of the incredible things that I normally say about you. because yeah, honestly, you guys, Save is amazing. As I've been saying, there is a reason that he is the only other person on this channel who has voice lines. Like any mask voice that you hear on this channel, that you can get like from a command or whatever, it's him. And any femme voice is me, and that's it. That's all there is to it. So
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
perfect example. Thank you very much. Lovely Laugh, thank you for the 230 stream streak. Incredible. Thank you, darling. I hope you have a good night at work. Have a good one, gorgeous. Thank you for hanging out with us. They made the rod cleaver stronger, but it's still not very good, at least in the mode I play. Oh, damn, that's too bad. I mean, if there's like a very niche sandwich making mode, I'm sure that it's good there. But yes, well, you guys, please check out Sweetest Save. You will often find me there as well. If I have any time, between everything I'm doing, I will pretty much reliably, if Save is live, 95% chance I'm in there, and I will be, blabbing everybody's ears off. You wanted Arthur Morgan. Okay, well, this, I see what you done there. There's another mask voice. It's Arthur Morgan. Well, I could never dream to get as deep as Save's voices, all right? So, to be fair, feller, it may be deep, but it ain't quite like Save deep, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, feller, I gotta talk like this for 5 whole minutes, and then we'll go back to how we normally talk. But, please go check out, Save File 17. He's a fine feller. Consider him a good friend of mine. I'd have a whiskey with him if ever he wanted to, and rocks, of course. Just kidding. We don't do rocks in the Old West. We ain't gonna talk about having rocks. You get a slice of bread when you play the weapon, then another slice of bread when you swing it a second time. Every monster between them smashes into a sandwich that all play together, which sounds strong maybe, but it ain't. I feel like you might be pulling one over on me, fella. Is that correct? Are you joking? Because if not, maybe I do need to get into this here card game that you're talking about. Typically, I just play poker, but I might consider some Hearthstone if it does indeed involve a monster sandwich. You are pretty deep enough to imitate Artie Boy. I don't appreciate you calling me Artie Boy. Ain't no one ever referred to me as Artie Boy, feller. I'm not. Damn it, Micah! Exactly, Whitechapel, exactly. This is a real card and how it really works. That's, Do you think you'd be willing to provide some proof on stream sometime, Save File 17? I would love a live demonstration. Uh-oh, looks like Mazebot may be apologizing for a transgression against Bubbling. Would you like me to fix the mess that Mazebot has made, Bubbling? Would that bring you closure? Allow me, little miss. Hold on. I'll fix that for you. One sec. But Liv, I can't do a Valley Girl voice. It's the polar opposite of what Arthur does. It might have to wait until I finish Arthur's voice, and then I can move over to the Valley Girl voice. Oh, maybe the reason it ain't come up, Bubbling, is because I don't see nothing like that on Spotify. Oh, I can wait till after. Okay, I'm real happy to hear that. Thank you. As you wish, Artie Boy. I shall not call you Artie Boy going forward. In fact, I will not let anyone call you Artie Boy. I appreciate that, fella. Thank you. It's not playable in the mode I play right now. Aw, nar! I could send you pictures of the bread, but they're probably not terribly interested. I don't know. I mean, illustrations of bread's pretty good, no? They didn't eat it. Hunger-inducing. You can try it if you want to. I kind of already did. You couldn't quite hear it because it's so opposite. Tau is pretty good. Precious Politely is pretty good. I can't play it, damn. Replace it with Who Knows by the same artist. All right, Who Knows. This is an edgier version of a song that I grew up with in the 1800s. All right. Hold on. I gotta find this, Found it. All right. There you go, darling. I'll fix that for you. Where is it? What did it request? This is what it's like. Hold on. Ah, there we go. Perfect. I got a plan, Arthur. We're going to Tahiti, where we can live and love and talk like girls from California. And no one will judge us for it. We can finally live, Arthur. We finally can live. I'll tell you what. I'll reread that in 1 minute in the appropriate accent. Say 517. St. Arthur Park, Lincoln City. Lincoln City. All right, I must confess, this version of this song resonates with my edgy teenage self, so I'm afraid it must go on my liked. Anyway, fellers and ladies and gentlemen and non-binary fellers or those who fall outside the spectrum of gender, please do me a favor, personal favor, if you will. Click on that man's name right there, that's Save File 17, and all you gotta do, you click on it, and then you press that little heart there, unless it's already filled. Do not unfollow him. If it is unfilled, please follow him, because you're gonna hear a lot more about him if you spend time in this channel, because I talk about him all the time, because I admire the man, you know, I really do, and I find him to be a mighty trustworthy feller, respectable, bitch, so good, he's so cool, you've gotta check him out, oh my god, I'm such a big fan. He's like fetch and like super sweet, like he's so sweet, and he's like really fucking funny. You almost made me unfollow his save or the time for the meds, but yeah, old man Arthur, instructions unclear, gifted 5 subs instead. Ooh, I think we can forgive you for that one, Liv. Oh, not to me. That was a switch. Yeah, well, blame Liv. Liv, bitch, bestie, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. That's like so fucking cool of you. Like, I don't even know what other word to use because my vocabulary gets reduced every time you redeem this. So like, fucking sick, bitch. Thank you so much, for real, okay? Yeah. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Like, I don't even know what else to say besides thank you. Wait, thank you. There, that's the right number of times. Hey, bestie, I like told you your instructions are like totally unclear, bitch. Bitch, those weren't my instructions. That was that old man. He lives in half of his mind. What are you talking about? Okay, anyway, I got a plan, Arthur. We're going to Tahiti, where we can live and love and talk like girls from California, and no one will judge us for it. We can finally live, Arthur. And Lith, both of you, yeah. Both of you. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to click the heart only because I want to. It's not because you told me to or anything. You know what, Draza? I'll take that. You know what? I may not be all that influential to your personal mind, but like clearly you have no need for my influence when you have such good ideas as that. So yeah, fine, fucking fair, whatever. Thank you so much, seriously, for the raid. Not that you can take me seriously with this voice. I hope I didn't spook anybody by like going from like from right down here to like up here, but anyway, I'm really sorry about that. If I did, I'm legit sorry. No, I'm not, bitch. Yes, I am sorry, bitch. I need Tao to overdub every scene with Dutch now, but only when they're in private. I'll do that save, but only if you voice the other part, okay? Okay, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. Anyway, you guys, do you want to be like a square or do you want to be like a circle? Because you're a fucking square if you don't follow Save and go join him for his stream in like 17 hours. You get to be a cool circle if you do though. Join the circle club, bitches. Join the circle club, bitches. Yeah. I'm gonna have some water. This is the only circle I got, but I'm already in that club. That's not the save club. What are you doing with that? I'm brewing some wait, what are you doing? What is that? Sorry, what? Please explain. Please explain. I'm probably like shooting myself in the foot by saying this, but like you totally remembered to set a timer, right? I mean, if you just want to like hang till the end of stream, I totally won't say no, but totally did not remember to set a timer. But you know what I did do? I looked at like so here's what I'm doing, right, Batch? So I'm gonna go until the Valley Girl voice says it was redeemed like 8 minutes ago, because I think that you might have redeemed it around the time that that Arthur Morgan was redeemed, but it was like a couple of minutes later. So I'm just gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and go at the 8. When it's 8 minutes, then we can stop. Join the circle. Ooh, now that sounds 48% more culty than welcome to the pouch. You're the one who kidnaps people for the pouch. You're the one who... Wait, I should probably just clarify what this is what I mean.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
See proof.
No. Tout.
Kidnapping people for the pouch.
Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in, Uwu. Join the pouch circle badge. Yes. Okay, I'm done. That's that. Thank you so much, Lovely Lith, for the 5 gifted subs. I do appreciate it. And you guys, please, I gotta say, he's outstanding and amazing and sweet and funny. It sounds like a cult, and I fully support it. No, we aren't a cult. We just draw pretty pictures and listen to music. That's all we do. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. A type of oolong tea from Guangdong province of southern China that is harvested from a single tree. Ooh, that sounds fancy. Is it fancy? I feel like it'd have to be fancy if it comes from one tree. There would be a limited amount of leaves on that tree. If not a cult, how about a tribe? What music? The Pouch Pals loyalty pledge. Oh man, I wish I had a, I'm not a musician, so I don't know what this is, but like a repeater where you can like push the button and it starts to replay the same thing, and then I could just go, the Pouch Pals loyalty pledge, the Pouch Pals loyalty pledge, the Pouch Pals loyalty pledge. It's fairly fancy. Yeah, I bet it is. Do you just drink it with warm water, hot water, or do you like put like your regular like sugar and milk and stuff in it? That's what they all say. I'm watching as I put my pouch standard cult robes on. No! You're not supposed to show people those. This is my 3rd favorite loyalty pledge I've ever been a part of. Easy to remember. And yet, Joey, my dear, I'm sure that you would confuse it with the other 2 pledges that you've been a part of. Oh, wait, no, this is your 3rd favorite. Oh, that means you've probably been a part of many more. God forbid, during Pouch Pal Pledge, you pledged to save file 17 or something. Actually, that's fine. That's fine, too. We're a joint cult. Oh, it doesn't need sugar. Oh, is it actually quite sweet? Or is it just like, it doesn't need sugar because it's quite flavorful. I can't talk, sorry. Dave, are you allowed to tell us what kind of potential sponsorship opportunities might be coming up? I like to advertise the cool stuff that even if people are not really big into like cards and stuff, they can be like, "Oh, but I like Angry Birds." You have Romestead again? And is Pine gonna win it? All shall all shall love Tau and despair. Okay, the first words I hear when I get my headphones on are that we are joining a cult. No, wait, we are joint cult. Yeah, we're not a cult, but Saves maybe like casually culty. But I mean, but maybe we are also culty. You know, why not? Like, why not? What have you got me into? Strat, you've been here for 3 years. If you don't know what you're into right now, then I don't know what to tell you. We're definitely a cult. Here to be the Pouch Standard Cult Rose. Culty sounds so wrong. Just use a cult instead. No, a cult is different from culty. It's Cult Casual Friday, Yugi. We get to wear the robes with the short sleeves. Joey, we were never given robes with short sleeves. You just cut yours off. Yeah, it's flavorful and it only needs to steep for a few seconds. Wow, for the peach and floral aromas and flavors to come through? That's incredible. Oh my gosh. Well, now I want to try it. That sounds bomb. Is it caffeinated at all? Or is it just a pleasant herbal tea? I kept tripping over them! Your arms? Yeah, Yugi! Private! Welcome! How are you? Thank you for the follow, darling.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
You are now a Pouch Pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game. It's from the tea plant, so it's caffeinated. Oh, gotcha. So it is actually like an actual tea. It's not just like that. Got it. Okay, got it. I actually don't know a whole lot about tea, and that's my bad. Okay. I will be happy if I can get all of the smaller fragments of glass formed around this before we finish stream. So that means I need to do like what I've done with these 3 parts there and the surrounding areas. I got to do that with these 2. And this one is almost done. So I'm hoping we can get there. We'll see. I can tell you all about tea. It's one of my hobbies. That's so cool. Okay, you tell me about tea, and I'm going to learn more about fountain pens, and then I'm going to talk to you about fountain pens. No, but seriously, I am interested in learning about people's passions. It does make me very excited to learn about the things that people love. I have a whole ton of mostly Chinese whole leaf teas. Ooh, that's cool. Nerd, welcome back. Sorry, the dog is excited because Nath just got home. Oh, actually, that does occur to me. I'm gonna eat for like 20 minutes, so I might not get this done. Woof, 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 oh. Woof, 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 woof. Sponsor, since you ask. More Marvel Rivals and Arc Nights sometimes this month. A movie for a martial arts and crime movie, a shooter with 150 plus player battle in the American Revolution, and a tactics RPG. Lots on the docket. That is crazy. Damn, that is a lot of stuff. But you guys, I know we got some Marvel Rivals fans. We got some Arc Nights fans. A movie for a martial arts crime movie. I wonder if it's I don't even know if you can like confirm this, but one of my favorite movie reviewers, watched something called The Furious, which has nothing to do with the Fast and the Furious. It's like a Chinese like martial arts movie, and I wonder if it's that. But a shooter with 150 plus player battles in the American Revolution. Oh, I think Greg was playing that today. when he came in. That's so cool. Yeah, you guys, please check out Sweet Save. He's gonna, like I said, while he starts with Hearthstone stuff, he does a lot of really cool stuff post Hearthstone as well on the same stream, including Marvel Rivals, Arc Knights, a cool 150 plus player battle in the American Revolution, a tactics RPG, and he also shows some movie trailers and stuff sometimes. Hi, Nath. Yes, we will say hello to Nath. Have you seen the trailer called The Furious? You strat. Same brain. That isn't in the movie. Oh, nice. Okay. I have heard from this one source that it's actually quite good. He said that the action scenes are out of this world awesome. So, very cool. I might have to go and watch that sometime. Not that I'll ever actually do it because it's impossible for me to go see movies very often, but but that is very cool. I'm so excited, Save. I will spend as much time as I can watching you do these fun things. Oh, also I just realized my phone is probably gonna die. How charged is my iPad? That'll take us through. Why does Nath's external battery is better than mine? Grrr! It's got more juice. More juice. Come on. There we go. We are all on one plane. Our brain cells united. It's true.
Hello.
Ah, Jesus. Hi, my love.
Your meal is here.
Thanks, Piedmont. What have we got? What have we got today, manservant?
Thai chicken curry featuring satay, coconut rice, vegetables, and of course, the sweet, sweet flavor of peanuts.
Sweet, sweet peanut flavor.
Oh well.
Thank you, madame. Wait, where'd it go? Where's the food? Do you want me to? Okay, hold on. He's like, did you actually want it? And I'm like, yeah. He said, I just wanted to tell you it was here. Someone was telling me Greg left voice chat open, which was funny, but had a lot of gamer language. I will not be doing that. He did say that. He said proximity chat was hilarious. I believe those were his exact words, potentially, possibly. Did you see JJ's review? Jeremy Johns, if that's who you're talking about, that's my go-to guy on YouTube. Mi amor. Mi amor. The pals say hi and hugs for Nathkun. Nath says, no time for hugs. I must serve my lord food. Hugs later. Okay, he's a busy man. Fun fact, how heavy are the dumbbells you lift? Was the anime that got me into doing fitness and being active and eating better and taking care of myself. That's a anime? Is it literally, wait, no. It's not called fun fact, how heavy are the dumbbells you lift. It would be how heavy are the dumbbells you lift. Is that right? I used to follow along with the exercises they'd show after every episode. That's actually awesome, Lit. That's so cool. I hope
My lord,
Nani?
I now bring you the food.
Thank you.
Oh, delectable pouch pals.
Oh, don't eat them. Don't eat the
Please forgive my double intrusion, as tonight's meal will now be described in greater detail. We have chicken thigh,
No. There's bones in that.
carrot,
Okay, that's good.
zucchini,
Uh-huh.
broccoli,
I thought you were going to say Barack.
peanut satay sauce,
What?
and of course,
Yes.
atop a bed of coconut-flavored rice.
Excellent. I was going to have you beheaded if you didn't provide me with the coconut-flavored rice.
Enjoy, my lord.
Thank you.
Farewell, my lords.
Yum! Oh. Can you close the door, Mimo? Oh.
Puppy.
Bobby, go
Bobby.
see Daddy. Go on. The hello, Nath, the food provider. I like him. Yeah, he's great. He's amazing. He just leaves and doesn't give you the food. I didn't say we got food. I said I got food. Yeah, I was like, where's the food that you just introduced? And he's like, oh, I didn't actually want it. I'm like, what? What? First time hearing Nath. He's hilarious. He is hilarious. He's very, very funny. Yeah, he's an amazing guy. I love him very much. One of these days we'll do another like couple stream because we started It Takes Two on stream together. Yummy. This is good. Coconut rice. Do you have a follow-up joke? Nah, it just sounds tasty. So this particular tea is what's called a middle mountain dangkong, which means it comes from those middle level slopes in Wudong Mountains at altitudes of 900 to 1200 meters. It has a natural, intense, perfumed fruit forward and floral aromas. Again, it's only tea leaf, so it's quite prized. The soils there are quite mineral rich, and the tea is fairly roasted, so you need to steep it really fast when you're boiling to get the most out of it. Interesting. I had no idea why certain teas ask for a certain amount of time at certain heats. Hugs later is fine too. But you can steep it a whole ton of times. Oh, that's cool. Looking at the other people in chat, do other places abbreviate Nath to Nath? He prefers with the TH. That's his favorite way for his name to be said. Chicken. The Raffles. I returned from my run. 727 miles a night. Well done, Precious Play. That's still very good. I'm proud of you. Actually, that's a good point when we're talking about the cult and everything, and then Umbra volunteering as, oh, I'm a sacrifice. That's right. And yes, it's an anime about a high school girl who's trying to lose weight, so she joins a gym. It's a comedy anime with a focus on fitness. That's awesome. That's so cool. Indeed, but Nath-kun can nibble. That is fine. What a delightful interaction. He is a delightful person. Good job, Nath, keeping Tao the corn devourer fed. It is true. He gets a dock for not bringing me something with corn, but I'll allow it because this is really fucking good. Dude, I love coconut rice so much. That stained glass is good. Oh, I'm glad you're liking it. It's just a lot of... No talking with your mouth full, young lady. But I can't talk to you because I'll just stuff my mouth next. We taking this break or do we skip? Oh, we'll skip it. In fact, we should probably turn off raids fairly soon. Probably 15 minutes we'll turn off raids. We'll go for less than an hour from now, I do believe. Because that'll take us over 7 hours. Maybe the chicken was corn-fed, so in a roundabout way, that works. Hey, good point. Hold on, changing my name to coconut rice. Precious politely. I'll probably be able to steep this 10 times or more. Damn, do mind. My teapot is 95 milliliters, so that's a great way to get a liter of water in it. Yeah, that's a fair point. Absolutely. Yummy.
I haven't seen that anime, but it does have a pretty catchy intro with lots of abs for both genders. Did you just look it up or do you just remember the opening? Ooh, another art? Let's see. This is Pike Man. Look, Pike Man. Hello there, Milo. Welcome on in, Milo. It's a pleasure to have you. A mole raid. What a joy to have the moles in here. How are you guys? Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. You are playing Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Were you playing with my cousin? That's so cool. Ty is my cousin. That's canonically accurate. No, it's actually not. I don't think that the creators of Ty have agreed to that, but I will it to be so. Welcome on in, you guys. This is Milo Molson, a copper mining VTuber who hath emerged from the depths to grace us with their presence. They recently conquered Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, and now they're back with more adventures. From tree time to fearsome fish, this streamer knows how to have a good time. Croggy mate, indeed. Hi, welcome on in, magnificent Milo. Dearest deserted rookie, wonderful whiz hat, gorgeous Goldie Vishun. I hope I'm saying your name right. Beautiful Bunkum. And magnificent Milo again. Amazing Akira. Welcome in, Akira. How are you? Welcome on in, Raiders. How was your stream? How far into Ty are you? If you guys, like I said, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we're just doing some art today. We beat it! Hey, let's go! Congratulations. Was it your first time playing through? Or were you revisiting something from childhood? Also, Milo, if I may, when is your next stream and what will you be doing? While you let us know, here's a little about us.
VTuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Yes, sorry, I'm having dinner. There we go. Okay, cool. First time. What did you think of it? It's is Ozzy still here actually? It's Ozzy's favorite game. He's one of our pouch pals as well. Probably Tuesday for the Long Dark. Awesome. Is that also gonna be your first time playing that, Milo? You're still here. Ozzy, Milo Molson was playing some playing all the way through Ty. The first one. Well, you guys, please do check out lovely Milo, who is going to be first time for episode 5. Awesome. Okay, very cool. Well, what other, can I ask Milo, what other kinds of stuff have you played? Welcome in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Such a pleasure to meet you. I'm also a professional artist, so on Fridays, we work on art together. You guys help me decide what we're working on and also request music. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal, please no spoilers, Final Fantasy 14 Heaven's Ward, please no spoilers, and this community is all about that cozy democracy, and so I let you guys vote on what you would like our next game to be, which we are in the process of, because we just finished Monster Hunter Stories 3.
Vintage Story, Subnautica 2, Immersive Sims, a bit of everything. Truly, very cool. Well, you guys, please do check out the lovely and magnificent Milo Molson, who is clearly doing a lot of really cool stuff. Vintage Story 2, Vintage Story, Subnautica 2, Immersive Sims, Ty, and then on Tuesday, The Long Dark. Sweetie, thank you so much for bringing your awesome community in. We really do appreciate it. Now, Milo, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you gotta go do any of the aftercare of the streaming, please go ahead and do so. If you gotta go to the bathroom or go eat, because I think that you're Australian based on that little tidbit at the end there. It is 6:30 here, so if you gotta go eat, please don't hesitate to do so, and I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. All right, today we're basically doing a bunch of this stained glass. So we're kind of vibing out and chatting and doing just a bunch of little random lines that once they are colored in, they're gonna look lovely. They're gonna look so cool. But it's a lot of work to do all the little bits. I am also eating, so please bear with me while I take bites of food. Mmm. Yummy. Oh, and Milo, if you or your community would like to request music to add to our playlist, just make sure that you read the pinned message and then use the channel point redeem for art song request. And yeah. And you guys, please do check out lovely Milo for some Long Dark on Tuesday. Can you zoom out a bit for the thumbnail? It'd be nice to have more than just the squiggly lines. Well, like here. You got a good one? Yay! Awesome. How is the thigh curry? It's yummy. I posted a little pic of my tea time setup. Ooh, I would love to see. Oh yeah, sorry, we're looking at Pikeman. That's really funny. I love that. Love me a juicy thigh. I'm not a big juicy thigh girl. I really like super lean, like chicken breast. One of my favorite things. IRL. Ooh, this is super nice. What a vibe. This is a cute little foxy too. Do these guys have, are these just like for decoration and atmosphere? Or do they have a purpose? Do they hold tea or something? Chicken drumsticks. Ew! There's bones in that. You mean you don't like drumsticks? No, I do not. Save likes drumsticks. I don't. Nice, cozy, and cute. It is, right? They're tea pets. Oh my god, I'm obsessed. I don't even know what a tea pet is, but I want one. Little clay guys I tip the wash on. Certain teas you sort of rinse to wake up the leaves and get rid of dust. Especially highly aged teas. Wait, what? You tip wash on? What is wash? Is that a tea term? To wake up the leaves? Get rid of dust? Can you... How does this work? It's chicken with a handle! Which is a problem! The handle is a bone! I love it when my computer decides to go berserk. Oh no! Did it go berserk? Lovely Aussie. Like the stream's playing, but I can't click on anything. That's weird. Do you need to like hard restart? The cob is the bone of the corn. Yeah, but it's not bone. It's not actual bone. It's not a hazard to my health. If you break the cob of the corn, right? You're not gonna like be able to slash someone's throat with it. But if you break the bone of a drumstick, you could slash someone's throat with it, or lacerate your mouth, or accidentally swallow it whole. This is why wings are so dangerous for me. Those teeny tiny little stupid wing bones are out to get me, I swear to God. I don't know why so many people and places sell wings, because you're just trying to get rid of your customers. They're all gonna die. Stuff like purr, is that how you say that? Purr? That's been fermented and aged. It can be many years old. You get little flakes, so the wash gets the dust out, so the tea is not muddy. Although in the case of purr, it's still super dark. It also tips off some of the caffeine if you don't want too much caffeine. What? That is fascinating. Can you please show people this clip so they can understand you better? I'm very afraid. Yeah, you know what? I will actually. That's a good idea. We should show everyone this. Hold on. Hold on. Let's explain. It's because I have a tendency to just inhale whatever there is in front of me. It just so happened that even though this roti was supposed to be like it's a sandwich, it's a roti, and then they put like slow stewed chicken in it, right? I almost died while I was waiting for the countdown to start, because I was just like, oh yummy, so good, and then I'm like, ow, and I bit something, and I'm like, that's a bone, and I bit it so hard I broke it, and then I'm trying to find the bones, the two bones, they're sharp, and I was like, oh no, my sandwich has bones in it. Anyway. That's your morning story. It's because Aren't you glad you learned today? I've taught you something. There is an art to eating wings. I don't want to do art while I'm eating. That's why I'm not doing art while I'm eating. I have to eat and then do art. I don't want to do both at the same time. Art of eating wings. Why? Why are you doing art when you're trying to relax and eat? The bone makes that better? Are you crazy? Tao may need to eat less ravenously. I've never tried to cut my throat with a chicken drumstick. Not once. That's surely a very unusual experience, Safe. That you don't try, I mean. Fixed it. I think my PC has a conscience. Showed it my crowbar and it righted itself. You gotta find the joint and bite it just right so you can pull apart the bones. It gives you access to the meat. I don't wanna work so hard. Silly Tao. I reaffirm my previous statement after being shown Kirby in that clip. She has a reason, pals. She is traumatized. It's true. Tao can teach me many things. The bone adds more taste to the meat from the marrow. It also adds more possibility of dying. You don't even know. What if the bone turns sentient? What if the bone turns sentient and then it's like, I don't like that you're eating me. Luckily though, you have bit through me and now I have sharp, jagged things. I can or alternatively, yes, eat me. I'm delicious. Yummy marrow. Yeah. Yeah. Why would only the bone and not the meat turn sentient? I don't know. I didn't think through my insanity. You sound crazy, Tao? Wow. Wow, that's blunt. Do I not sound crazy most of the time? I have to work harder. How Chan didn't make the rules. Exactly, Yuki. That's the thing. See, maybe you're crazy. Yuki agrees with me. I don't actually know if she agreed with me, but I'm saying she did. You can get cool edgelord nicknames this way, though. TauTassieTiger? How about Tao Bone Crusher? First of her name! I think you may have just convinced me. That's actually a really good point. Oh, you're right, Strat. We do need to turn off the raids. Thank you, hun. Thank you, my dear. Okay. I am also crazy, though, so hey! I am crazy. Crazy sees fellow crazy, and here for it. All right, one last art for the stream. If you get the reference, well done. Let's have a look. Sorry, I was like art, but no. Is this tea? Is this what tea looks like when it's not all tea-ified? This is a tea you might wash. I just happen to have this picture handy. It's called Fushuan Cha, a hei cha, dark tea from Anhua County in the Hunan province of south central China. It does look kind of muddy, like a little bit of dirt. How do you even wash this stuff? Would you be afraid of like losing some of the leaves? Hold on, I'll come back to this in just a second. We're gonna go see this for the bruh, the eye is going crazy. That's me when I talk about drumsticks. The chicken kind, of course, or the meat kind, not the delectable and perfect ice cream kind.
I love the texture in the wings, so the membrane is really cool. Very cool. T-field, or T-ified. Umberson, what if us three are the only sane ones, actually? It could be. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, that's my neighbor's pet, not a mythical creature. Oh no, Ozzy, bad neighbors, bad neighbors. 1 sec. Oh, okay, I will let you finish typing there, Draza. Let me know when to have a little look. You're honorary crazy Stratcoon, for sure. For sure, for sure. Listen, Strat can't be completely sane. He has dealt with me for over 3 years now, so. That was inspired by the old Batman movie. Robin, now throw me the bat shark repellent. Oh, yeah. Problem is, they can't make a heads or tails out of its gender, but named it Tiddles, regardless. Tiddles. I saw, I met a dog on our walk named Fish. His name was Fish, and I was kind of a big fan of that. I don't like fish, but that fish I liked. That was a cute fish. I know what Fish Lady Tao likes, or at least I hope. Of course! Vale, I'm the biggest fan of Vale. I don't even know if Valor likes Valor as much as I like Valor. Oh yeah! Boo-doo-doo-doo! Batman! Tao saw everything on old TV except Dukes of Hazzard. Poor Save. The one Save tried to reference one thing to me, and I was like, what is it? Dukes of Hazzard? And then I'm like, oh, Mr. Ed and Gilligan's Isle and Batman. I did literally see everything on old TV except for Dukes of Hazzard, I think. A Dog Named Fish. That is a great book/movie title, and it will make you cry. You just know that's one that's gonna make you cry. Hey, you have been dealing with me for 3 years, not the other way around. Oh no, it's Strat. That's not it. You've been like my carer for like 3 years. Is this song thing broken at the bottom of the screen? It did not change. Wait, right now has it not changed? Hold on. Oh no, it looks like it's working. No. Even I know the Dukes of Hazzard. I mean, certainly Tao-chan has heard of Daisy Dukes. I've heard of Daisy Dukes, but I didn't know that is that from Dukes of Hazzard? Mr. Ed! Mr. Ed! Slowly but surely, more of the soundtrack shall appear. Oh, it fixed stuff. Okay. I bet you know of DuckTales and Chippendale too. I do! I am aware of DuckTales and Chippendale. The Venn diagram of people who know about Mr. Ed but not Dukes of Hazzard is a point in space that says Tao. I had to work out how to describe this process and why you do it. That's okay, dearest Draza. Ready for me to read it? I just like the Dodge Charger in Dukes of Hazzard. Is that the car with the not so great thing on the top of it? Is that right? Is that what a Dodge Charger is? I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at cars, I assume. The shorts the girl named Daisy got that moniker after she made it famous. Really? I did not know that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can read it? Okay, awesome. It drives like a boat in Forza. Apart from the Confederate flag on top, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Confederate flag thing did not age well. Definitely not. Okay, let me see what you wrote here. Okay,
So this is it's inoculated with a fungus called Erodium cristatum, which is the little golden flowers you see throughout. Oh, okay. Yeah, like this and all the little bits. Yeah, okay. And pressed into a brick and aged to allow the fungus to spread throughout the inside of the brick. It's got a lovely earthy and woody and sometimes sweet flavor. When you wash it, you basically douse it in boiling water for just a few seconds, which allows water to penetrate through the compressed leaves and open them up so they can release their flavor in following steeps. And it also gets rid of any dusty bits. It also rinses away any of the off-aged flavors, although I'm yet to have any clue of that with the Fu Cha. The bloom is unique to the style of tea. Most tea doesn't have fungus added to it. I was gonna say I've never heard of fungus being added to tea, but I'm not a big tea person. I would like to get into tea more. I find it very soothing. That's cool though, Draza. Thank you so much for educating us. Oh yes, banger song. Banger song. We need a tarot card reading stream, but with voices, where you use your Arthur or Mom or any other voice to read the cards. It would be fun. I don't have 52 voices or however many cards are in a tarot card deck, though. Why do I have 2 Tau tabs of Etelina in your sleep? You must have opened 2. I know we are ending stream soon, and work started playing. Just 2. Yuki, how many do you have? Hi, Tao. Leo here. Oh, whoa. Hi, lovely Leo. Just posted in Discord some more artwork that I did recently. Awesome. Thank you. I will have a look. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god, that's adorable. Is this a Digimon as well? That's so cute. I love it. I love it. Well done. Indeed it is. It's so cute. That's great, hon. Excellent job. I'm sure your friend's gonna love it if they haven't already seen it. Even since the last time fights with you hereafter, my force has promoted 2 times. See, that sounds like something you would actually say about having 2 Tau tabs, but you are referring to... Safe. This is your cue. Please interpret. Let's see. Oh, also 2 from coming in with safe sound rate. Oh, okay. I'm gonna read your future, but I gotta warn you, all I have is an ace of spades and a card explaining how to play stud poker. I'm sure there are people who can tell your future with a regular playing card deck. Oh, you heading now? Awesome, Ozzy. You gonna watch some more Clarkson's Farm? All good, honey. Thank you for hanging out all day. I appreciate you. I hope you had a good time. Have a great time. Tell your mom we say hi, and enjoy Clarkson's Farm Season 5. Some bees for you. Good, Ozzy. We'll see you on Sunday, darling. Thank you so much. They sure did enjoy it. Lots of friends did. Amazing. I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Leo. My power has doubled since last we met, Count. Good. Twice the pride, double the fall. Good job, Safe. Thank you for being my translator. It would be amazing if Digimon Time Stranger got selected for the next game. It's not too long, too. Around 30 hours. I thought it was about as long as Monster Hunter Stories 3. I really love Fujian Cha. It's not very dark for Heicha, but it was a unique flavor. Think of some combination of straw, mild mushrooms, and just a little bit of dried date sweetness. Feels like a damp forest in autumn. That sounds really lovely, Teresa. I want to try that sometime. Time for save to teach TauTassieTiger. What is Pazak? Is that a language in Star Wars? We'll be there. Thank you for the stream too. Take care, everyone. All good, amazing Aussie. Hugs for you, sweetheart. How already played KOTOR and truly remembers all the Pazak strats, or doesn't remember the name of the game. Sorry, Save. You pressed enter 1 second too early on that one, I think. I remember all the pro Pazak strats. Just do me a favor and like don't ask me about it. It's all secret. Is that Gwent of Star Wars? I thought it was a language. It's more like Gwent. Sorry, it's more like blackjack than Gwent. What if I tell you I don't know how to play blackjack? Is that the one where you smack each other's hands? You put down a card, and then if it's a certain card, then you slap each other's hands or something? Hi, lovely loner. And you are never late, nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you mean to. Welcome in. How are you doing, lovely loner? Star Wars poker is called Sabak. I don't think there's a Star Wars in-universe Gwent. Okay. As promised, I will be going to sleep after the break. Never mention which one. Strat. Bud. Surely you don't want to be banned for the entire outfit debut week, right? Surely, Strat. I can't lose again. Your elephant loses my mother so! Hey, Save, what's that mean? Blackjack, I know. I don't know Gwent or Pazak. How do you play blackjack? It's a game where you try to get your cards to add up to 21. Slapping is not usually involved. Maybe you're playing the wrong games. Daniel, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Lolo just started working after 10 hours of sleep. Damn, Loner, you feeling better? You feeling pretty good? I hope so. 10 hours sounds pretty good. Unless it's like, I hope you didn't have the 10 hours of sleep I had. My 10 hours of sleep made me like, I should sleep some more. The only one that worries me is the 24-hour one. Like, I wish I could not stay up that long, but I know I can, and so I will. I don't want you to do that, Strat. If you do that, we might have to have a mod fund. Sleep deprived moment. No! Oops. Catalina, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Oh my god, bruh. Question of the day, how do you feel like gacha games? I think that they are often very pretty and very addicting by design. And I think that they can be a lot of fun if people are responsible about it. But I think I've also seen way too many horror stories of people not being responsible about it. Blackjack is pretty simple. You draw cards alternatingly until either you hit 21 or go over, basically. You can stop drawing cards before that and hope the other person doesn't get closer to 21 or hope that they go over. That's the basics. Of course, there is more variety. Interesting. Okay. That sounds pretty easy. I'd probably still fuck it up, but like that sounds pretty easy. I can't lose again. Your elephant loses my mother, so I won't lose you like I lost my mother. I won't die in childbirth, Anakin, I promise you. No, I promise you! I'm not 100% sure. I try to let my eyes glaze over when Padme and Anakin are on screen together at once. You don't feel the tragic Shakespearean lust? You don't feel that? No? Not a lot of chemistry there? You sure? It's easy by design, as it's probably the most popular casino game after slot machines. Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. Gonna put Loner on the spot here, but this guy's so sweet. He used to get up so early in the morning to join us for D&D back in the day. Once he was half asleep and dropped his guitar, and we all just went silent, worried that his girlfriend may have woken up. It was so tense but funny. That's so sweet. Loner is a long time. Loner is like an OG for sure. And Loner is also the one who was responsible for our debut outfit, alternate outfit that's coming up in a few days. In case you guys haven't seen it, okay, it's gigantic. Hold on. I thought I shrunk this shit down. 1 second. This design is Loner's design, and I'm so excited to show you guys the 3D-ified version of it. I'm talking very slowly so that I can keep on shrinking it. I don't, this is insane. I don't know. Wow, what is going on? Sounds like Nathan's throwing things. I know he's not, but he's dropped some stuff. Oh my God, how do is there like a fit to screen or something? Hold on. Oh God. Hold on. I don't know how OBS works. How does OBS work? Fuck. Hold on. Wait. Oh, I'm almost there. Okay, wait. Here we go. Look, this is Loner's artwork. And this is what our outfit is going to be debuting next week, if everything goes according to plan. It's beautiful. You can see it says down at the bottom, it says designed by Loner Brother. He did an amazing job. Let me see. The heck you putting me on the spot? I'm a creature of the night, meant to be an NPC. You are definitely not an NPC, lovely Loner. Stratos Edge, bring in the amazing taste in music. It's true. At least Lucas isn't egotistical enough to not acknowledge it. During his acceptance speech for a Lifetime Achievement Award, he said, "Before I met Francis Ford Coppola, I couldn't write a word. Now I'm the king of wooden dialogue." Good Jesus. Damn. Phew. Yike. Those are almost Daisy Dukes. What, do they need to be shorter? Do they need to be shorter? But yes, wonderful, lovely Loner did such a great job. Okay, I do need to go away for just a bit. Don't go rating people without me. Okay, well, we are gonna probably finish up in about 15 minutes. So, yeah, better hurry back. I love this song too because my dad sang this one to me too. I think these are all benefits of having a boomer father who was a professional singer. I got to just listen to all of his old ass music. Shorter, but those look fantastic as is. Yeah, I am a big fan. I am a big fan of how absolutely amazing that design is. It's so cool. Now we just have to get Sadhu's, and then we'll be caught up. But then by the time we get Sadhu's, we'll probably have a different outfit, and then we gotta catch up with that one. And then by the time we get that one, we'll probably have to catch up with that one. I am back just for a funny TV scuff. It's changing apps on itself. I swear TCL's TVs are possessed. I don't know. TCL, is that an Aussie brand? difference is Hisense is good. Oh, it's a cheap TV brand like Hisense. Oh, it's a Chinese brand. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think I've heard of that one. TCL. That's a good problem to have, Touchdown. What was I saying? What was the problem to have? Oh, to have many outfits. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. I don't want to do another contest until I get caught up on all of my Ode art, though, so I don't know if that's even going to happen this year. I was trying to do one a year, but I can't keep on loading myself up with more work that I'm not getting done, so we may have to forego it for this year, possibly. Look at pigs on Clarkson's farm suddenly. Netflix, boom. My last TV was/is a Samsung. I don't think I will actually buy any TV if that one breaks. Oh, really? Do you not use it enough, Yuki? I am more than any hero's geologic change is strong and big. I always confuse this with the geography that stands superior. Save, I can't believe that you actually remember these. That's incredible. I have no idea. I have a question. I haven't actually, like, witnessed it yet, but do you guys have conversations on Save Stream where Vetalina says something and then, like, in you know, Vetalina language there, and Save, you just, like, read it and respond? Or what's wrong with TCL? Their cheap stuff is garbage, but their better stuff manages to give LG and Sony a run for their money at a much lower price point. I'm not necessarily saying anything is wrong with TCL. I was saying that I've never heard of TCL. I don't think that that's particularly common in the US, and we don't have one. And I don't actually know anyone who's talked about it, so. And I don't think that Ozzy was saying that there was anything wrong with, you know, the better TVs, but I guess his is a bit glitchy, as it's switching out to different apps. Must have gotten a lemon if TCLs are usually good. Pretty much everything I do, watch, listen to comes over the PC, so no real need for the TV. When my sister moves in, we may get more use out of it, but mostly to route from the PC to it for a bigger screen. That makes sense, Yuki, that makes sense. I can also recite the tragedy that reached the man. What is that? The whole scene? What scene is that? Occasionally, though, it's more common for me to just be like, that message is truly on the hoof. Since all the "is that baby on the hoof" type lines in the mistranslation are some of my favorite. Is that message truly on the hoof? If I had better memory, I would just steal that from you, Save. Maybe I can try. I'll have to just say it out of context consistently and off stream so that I remember to do it on stream. The whole scene, he returns incredibly on the hoof. Pregnant? Baby? TCL is the second largest television manufacturer in the world after Samsung. Really? Am I insane? Are there any Americans in here who know of TCL, like off the top of your head without looking it up? They tend to trade spots with Samsung. Sometimes they're the largest. That's crazy. I've not ever heard of them. I must confess I am not a big tech person. I use a lot of technology, but like I only do research on tech when I need to. Like, if you had talked to me about computers, CPUs, GPUs, solid state drives, fucking HDDs, like, if you had talked to me about all this stuff about 3 years ago now, when I got my tower, I would be able to, like, shoot the shit with the best of them. But my memory is such that if I don't look at something or research it, even if I did so for ages, it goes bye-bye, it goes into the wind, and I have no memory or recollection of it ever again until I do it again for the next computer or the next TV or whatever. We are kind of looking for another TV, but I don't know if I would go for TCL. TCL. I've heard of it, but I don't see it much. Okay, interesting. Same. Yes, you're the same, Politely. You've heard of it, but you don't see it much. I've been there for how long, and I still have no idea how Hearthstone works. What else can I do but meme about Star Wars? Vatalina, how did you come up upon Save Stream, if I may ask? Were you one of the save files that that came upon him because you were like, oh, I'm just gonna say something about Star Wars, and then Save was like, oh, that's from 2.5 hours into episode 2 of the Stolen Kingdom in the deleted scene where if you can get your hands on the limited edition director's edition, they talk about how yeah. I can see that happening. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, the tragedy that reached the man. Oh, truly, he was strong and big. While it's been memed, probably unironically one of the best scenes in the prequel since Ian McDiarmid just gets to go with his deliciously cheesy styles. Oh, that style, that sounds actually quite fun, Save, that's a fair point. I'm one of those that look at reviews before buying. Sent you a list of names. Oh, thank you, Umber, I appreciate it. You know the RCA brand in the US? That's TCL. I don't know RCA either. Politely, Talon, have you heard of RCA? Wait a minute, this sounds like Magic the Gathering and or Uma Musume. Reaching the man cloth space is the Emperor. He is so strong and big, he even can use the original dint to create life. Okay, it's working again. Gotta go. All good, Ozzy. Not doing it, Lith. I don't know. I think Lith may have fallen asleep, as she should. But that's okay, Ozzy. Have a good time. We'll see you later. Enjoy Clarkson's farm. Isn't RCA a connection port for older cables? Is that what it is? I believe Vetalino was originally an import from the Seahorse sphere of influence. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Oh my god, Save, that's crazy that you remember where people come from like that. Save's memory just astounds me every single time. I've heard of RCA, but again, don't see it much. Though to be fair, I haven't been in the market for TVs for a long time. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Good point. Sleep man does betrayal of one not to prevent their own eternalness to apprentice. Politely also speaks English to Mandarin to English Star Wars quotes. I didn't know you spoke 2 languages, Precious. Politely, you didn't tell me this. Save 2 surprised me. Yes, Save's memory is amazing. I don't know. Save, you would be so annoyed if you ever had to have my brain for a day. You would be like, why don't I remember that? What the fuck? I've done it in your chat with Vetalina twice now before this, I believe. Okay, that's probably my memory then. That's probably the same. It's probably exactly what I'm talking about. You've probably done that. And I bet you'll do it again and I'll be like, politely, you didn't tell me you spoke. Oh, it's both. RCA is an electronics brand, and RCA is also the name for composite cables, the old red and white and yellow ones. Oh, okay, gotcha. RCA is a connector, but unrelated. Those connectors get their name from the Radio Corporation of America. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Brain, no work is. I want a drumstick, but not the meat kind. I have ice cream drumsticks that I want after stream. There aren't actually quotes from Star Wars, but I actually speak enough Chinese to speak bootleg Star Wars English as a stream gimmick. Oh my god. Incredible. I forgot to ask, what are you working on? Oh, lovely Lona, we are working on the stained glass portion of this commission. I can't believe what I am seeing. I just checked the giveaway channel and the lovely pals are giving away amazing stuff like Life is Strange, Tasmanian Tigers 3, Hammer Watch 2, Squirrel with a Gun, The Neighbor with a Bun, The old man with a stick, the kid with a brick, the chicken with one wing. Okay, now stop reading this thing, sheesh. Hi, lovely Noah, welcome back. It'd be a curious experience, I'm sure. Perhaps I'd be like, oh, now I get it. Or perhaps I'd be like, oh, well, you can actually vastly improve your memory recall of so many things here in the brain space. Just let me wipe away all these silly art muscle memory neurons. You probably would. You'd probably be like, yeah, you know, if you want to not be as stupid as you are, maybe you should, maybe you should stop doing the arts thing because, wow, it's really fucking crowded in here. Oh God, yeah, I know. Oh, you're playing P5, nice. I hope you enjoy, sweetie. Very good, very good. I'm almost there. Remember how I said I would be happy if I finished just like the really small bits around these pieces here? I think we're actually gonna just barely make that. Fuck. That's okay. Save! I wanted to ask you. I was like, there was something I wanted everyone to remind me to ask. But no one reminded me. I remembered myself. You were like fucking rocking the fuck out. What were you watching or listening to? No, just Bub and I pausing our show to come and vibe listening to this song. Not just Bub and I pausing our show. That's cute. What are you watching, Umbra? Crosshatching? I don't think anyone needs to know what that is. Nowtown knows the year every Star Trek movie came out. Woo! Far more useful. Far more useful. I brand it as Elvish English because canonically my first language is Elvish, and sometimes I need to translate my flowery Elvish greetings when I pop into people's streams. Ah, yes, yes. Low battery. You are on an invisible time. I am. We'll get there. How canst thou? Oh, we're totally not watching My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Oh, I hope you guys are enjoying it. Totally legit song request. I was listening / lip syncing to Midnight by the Totally Real and Legit band Limousine, which I often do on the rare occasion my streams go past midnight on the Western Coast US. I was in your stream. I've been in your stream one time when I have been like consciously lurking, and I've heard you do that, I think, once. I think. Because it looked, when I tabbed over and looked at it, I was like, I think I recognize some of these frames. Besides Chinese, there's actually a method to the madness. That is impressive, Vitalina. That is impressive. Okay. Look, I've done it. I've done what I wanted to do. I've done what I set out to do. Which is actually just one more thing. Just one more thing. Hold on. Oh, here I go again. Great job and just in time. It's true. Keep it up, good job. Can I get some exclamation point? Keep it up in the chat, please. Or exclamation point, good job. Blah, blah, blah. I don't remember if I already said, but on P5 I just beat the school castle and looking for a new target.
Keep it up.
Nice. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Keep it up, good job.
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 Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't. It's true. All right. Oh, actually, I think we did it while you were there doing Walk of Life. That's what it was. That's what it was. I was not consciously lurking. I was, in fact, on my own channel. And by my own channel, I mean SaveFile17. Everybody knows that canonically, that's my channel. I just let him use it. I let him get it all set up, and then I just occasionally go over there. I'm actually a Hearthstone god, too. I just, you know, I thought I'd let this... I thought I let this lovely gentleman, he seemed like a good choice to hand off the channel to, so... No, that is exactly what it was. Yeah, and then the crash happened. The crash! Okay. Let's, let me get out of this. Let me turn off my iPad, and let's head here. We parted. Why did I ever... Oh. Sorry, that's, my save hat has expanded. That's the... Excuse? Where's my save hat? There it is. No! Deny! We have to deny! If we do not deny, then people might raid, and then I have to not... I have to not end! I can't have this happening. Didn't realize we had 3 channels. Well, time to get editing! You should totally edit a save clip. That'd be great. Yugi, what is it that I'm supposed to be keeping up? Whatever's going on at the moment. I'm asking you a question. Don't keep that up. Quit it. Stop it. Bad job. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Also, in particular, massive thanks to our absolutely extraordinary raiders. We had so many today. We had the gorgeous Granny Tato, the fabulous Neo Greg, the sweetest SaveFile17, the magnificent Milo Molson, the precious Pocket Shock, and the sweetest Sciodon 2000. Please do check all of these absolutely extraordinary streamers who are super, super duper sweetie pies and very, very kind to share their communities with us out. Let me see if we can find somebody doing art that I would like to, go and see. Art. Hold on. Maybe we'll go find a new art friend. Now you guys, quick reminder, we have so much going on in the Discord. Please go in there and make your thoughts and opinions known about... Let's see, you gotta suggest a movie for movie night over in the Pouch Couch. You've got to suggest, you gotta go to the Pouch Couch and then go to Threads to suggest community goals for stream. You've gotta go like any games that you would like to be put into the raffle for in the community giveaways section. You need to go check out the Storytime stream thread in the writing channel if you would like to put something that you've written in there. What else have we got? Oh, don't forget to suggest whatever game you would like to become our staple. Suggest that in the suggestions for stream and Discord. You can suggest up to 3. I think that's everything. We have a lot of stuff for you guys to do. So please go do it. Let me see here. Thank you for the stream. Have a good rest of your day and have a good time zone, all of the rest of you pals. 100%. Tao will be missed until tomorrow. Yes, I will see you, my darling. Just you and geeks for some delightful D&Ding. But the rest of you I will see on Sunday for some Persona. Have a good evening. I hope it's on or off the hoof. Whatever sounds better. For dos. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking around for who we could go and see. I think we might go and see. Oh, we haven't seen Tokiko for a while, but I kind of want to meet a new friend. Let me see who we can see here. Okay, we're gonna go see someone new. We're gonna go see Peach. Peach. What a cute name. I like that name. All right. Let's go see Peach. A little catfish. It's adorable. Peach does such pretty art. Oh, perfect! Awesome, you're in there earlier? Amazing. Okay, great. Well, my darlings, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. I appreciate every single one of you. You all have little pieces of my heart and my soul, so please keep them safe. Keep yourselves safe. And take the best care of yourselves because, you know, I would take the best care of you. I will see you guys on Sunday for some Persona. And until then, love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.